Hey, good morning, guys. What's up? What's up? Welcome. Flickety flick. I heard today's gonna be a big day, man. Still kind of getting situated, gathering myself. Gotta fix this laptop stuff set up over here too, in case something happens. But good morning. So today, the state, they're gonna rest their case. I probably have a few minutes. I can finish getting ready. You can go finish getting ready, but let me just show this real quick. And good morning. What's up, Amy, Teddy, Miu, Patty Cakes, Aaron, Aurora, Grumpy, Tracy, Ronnie, Sam, Jasmine, Mustard Mama. What's up? Paralegal Liz. That's Leaf Lettuce. Convict Ballerina. Oh, snap. Convict Ballerina. I like that. Convict. Lizzie, Ashley, Abby. What's up? What's up? Francine, Rizza. Get rizzed. Let me see here, Fox 4. State to rest their case.
County prosecutors are expected to rest their case today in the trial of a woman accused of killing another woman in a jealous rage.
Fox 4's Dan Godwin joins us live outside the Frank Crowley Courts building in Dallas, where that trial will continue today. Dan.
Hannah, Lisa Dykes is
the defendant
now on trial in this murder case. Two other defendants are also facing charges in connection with the killing of Marisela Botello. The attorney for Lisa Dykes says that his client will take the stand in her own defense once the prosecution rests its case on Friday.
And I'm hearing that's happening today. I heard Lisa's taking a stand today. So it's going to be interesting.
Charles Beltran spent several hours on the witness stand testifying about what he said happened on the night of October 5th, 2020. Beltran testified that Dykes, with whom he was in a relationship, fatally stabbed Marisela
Happy birthday,
Botello.
Lisa.
While Beltran says he and Botello had been sleeping, Beltran said he witnessed the stabbing, and instead of calling police, he left town. He said on the stand that he was afraid the murder would be pinned on him. The remains of Marisela Botello were found in rural Dallas County 6 months after she died. Beltran also testified his relationship with Lisa Dykes.
And it started early, huh?
Coming in with like Wolfman Jack.
Boy, I can't say Wolfman Jack that hates us. Like, I know who that is.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Mandy, good morning. Thank you for the super chat. Says good morning, Mel and chat. If you guys could hit the like button, I'd appreciate that. It should be a good day today. Should be a good day. Give me 1 second. Let me just finish. Hold on. Yeah, be right back.
graduated from Harvard. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Harvard and visited. Shit. I'm so sorry I got to go to damn Harvard. I went and, yes, observed the front gate at Harvard. Yes. Saw the international uniform and said, this is not the place for me. I leave Yale with 19 years.
I used to work out on the street in Yale. I would go to Yale. When you get to Yale,
Morning. I need to get some caffeine. I don't have any nothing. Nada. Need to get something. Let's see. Because if not, we're gonna be dragging. Tell me that you love me. Boom, 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 boom. All right, fine. I'll take whatever. Yeah, I love Celsius. Celsius to me is kind of light work though, but I do like it. What I mean light work, it's very subtle. It's nice. It's like relaxed. It's kind of like a little type of light caffeine. You know, it's a little like just kind of relaxing. And some just like you know, it's gonna make me nervous, make me panic. There we go. All right. Let's see what we got here. Oh, let's just do that. Okay, so I got that coming. I don't know what they're up to. Got a little bit of technical difficulties. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Southern Growl. I've never had that one ingredient. I have never had that one ingredient, chromium. I think, and I read it could upset people's stomach, so I was leery to try it. Oh, yeah, I've tried it. I like it. I like it. I think it's like a light caffeine drink. It's nothing like intense. How am I feeling today? I'm okay. I feel my nose was kind of like running a little bit earlier. Maybe allergies. It was kind of a little, I don't know. But besides that, not bad. Um, Southern Gal, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to today. I got some pretty, I guess, decent sleep, but it just feels weird not having no caffeine. I didn't realize I should have gone this morning and got something before I came back. I don't have something dropped off. I could make myself an actual coffee too, like a normal person. I do have coffee over there. Maybe I'll do that. I think I have Bustelo. Maybe I'll just make some coffee. Let me go do that. Let me go make a cup of coffee. And that's Marisela's family, I think, right there. What's up? What's up, everybody? A little bit stronger today, huh? 685 people here. Morning time after the weekend. Today's supposed to be a big day. Big day, we'll see. Where's Mel? Let's get a cup of coffee. Vic, good morning. Good morning. I guess they're still getting set up. Let's see what else is going on. Going on in the world. Okay. Inside. The cup that Maddie got me. Really nice cup. I love it. It says baby love. Sophie, what's up? Good morning. I'm doing all right. How you doing? Lemon ginger tea with probiotics and detox is always good in the morning too. Oh, that I like that tea bag. It comes all together, right? And a detox tea. There's Valerie sitting there. Valerie, this is Heath, and this is Lisa Dykes, which Twitch will not let me launch the stream because I have the title, the name Dykes in there. So I guess they think I mean it in some type of sexual whatever way. It's actually just her name. Shannon, thank you. Says we love you, man. I love you too. Good morning. Thanks. What's up, folks? So people, so they dropped the charges, by the way. Let me show you the documentation. I talked about it. I dropped the video yesterday, but I didn't show the documentation. You can see here, this is for Nina, the murder charge. Nina Marano, deposed by dismissal, DA, sentence suspended. And it's a murder reduced charge, murder. So I believe that they're only going to be getting tampering with a corpse. Those two. And I think that's because of Charles's testimony. I just wonder how much did Nina do? Did she help dismember the body? You know, did she help dispose of the body because her GPS pinged down by that location where the body was found? You called it 5 days ago? Folks said you called it 5 days ago. Nina and Charles, yeah. So I don't know what's going to happen when Lisa testifies. I don't know what's going to be her story. One of my friends says she thinks Lisa's going to confess. I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, I don't know what she has left, really. Oh, thank you, Sophie. Appreciate that. I don't think that, hey, Karen, I don't think that Chuck is going to have a trial. He pled guilty, apparently, to the tampering. So I guess there would just be sentencing or something. I don't think there's going to be an actual trial. For Nina, I don't know if she's pleading guilty or not, but maybe there won't be a trial either. This could possibly be it. Might be no more after this. Gonna be interesting to see. BL, thank you for the membership. Gracias. I hope you're doing well. All the way out there in South Africa. Mommy Africa. Murky, that's a good question, and that's something that the defense was asking. Murky said, I don't understand how Charles could get tampering if he just left and Lisa and Nina did the disposing. But we're not entirely sure what Nina and Lisa did, but it's probably, obviously they did something. To what level? I mean, Chuck is saying he saw Lisa stab Marisela. What did Nina do? I would think Nina had a little bit more involvement as far because her phone pinged down there where the body was found. I don't know to what degree, but I mean, I think this should probably have like more of a sentence. Nina, let's say if she did, we don't know if she did dispose of the body or dismember. Is that just tampering with the body? Is that all you get for that? Is that what it means? Tampering with a body or tampering with a corpse? I mean, maybe that is it. Person who mutilates or otherwise grossly abuses a dead human body. I guess that's it. But then the question is, like you said, why did Charles take that charge? The defense was pressing him on that, and he said, well, I was there, so that's why he took it. I think he just took it because he knew it was better than getting a murder charge.
I know. Well, this is cold today. It's fine. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's not. I guess it won't.
Shut off the mic. Good morning, Red. How you doing? Thank you. I'm doing good. Oh, check my DMs. Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, check that out. Oh. Santa ladder. I still haven't taken it for repair. Santa's broken. I need to take him. Astastic, good morning. Natalie, good morning. 10 for tampering in Texas. So, I mean, they'll both be able to get out. Nina and Charles. How old is Nina? Nina's... I don't remember how old she is. I think she's in her 50s. They could both get out and still get back to life. Rolex. I'm not wearing no Rolex. What? Nah. I go sell it. Pay some of the bills. Oh, thank you, Natalie. Appreciate that. I found this in the closet. I forgot I even had this shirt. Jennifer, what's up? Good morning. Waiting for this day to get started. So the state's going to rest their case. Hold on. Is the Nina trial still going to happen? I guess if she doesn't plead guilty. Full X. Yeah, Nina can get out. She does those 10 years, or she'll probably. I don't know if she'll get less. I feel like if she did dismember that body, she should get full, whatever, max amount of time. I don't know where my brush is at. Crimes have constant $300 one. I lost it. I don't know. No more Chucky. Oh, there's actually a really nice Movado that I like, Vic, that I saw in the store. Really, really nice. One day I'll get it. That's probably the next one when I have time. Let's see. Okay. I don't know. I'm curious about yeah, I seriously need to AirTag everything. My keys have an AirTag thing. My wallet has an AirTag thing, but it's a different company called Tile. And it actually sucks. I'm going to leave them a bad review. It works like 25% of the time. So those are no good. The Tile ones. Yeah, it was kind of a joke.
Your phone or iPad on, make sure it is silenced.
Uh-oh. I have like a bunch of brushes that I lose all the time. They're like, hold about, hold about. Nah, I always lose stuff in the house. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Yeah, I was on Crime Curious last night for a little bit. Had a little fun on there.
You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. I hope you all had a good weekend. I apologize for the delay. We're having a meeting with maintenance about these AC issues, and it's really bad news. They say we're not going to have AC for 2 months.
What?
So, Merry Christmas. Big lump of coal for the year. Any issues coming up over the weekend that the court needs to be aware of from anybody? Nope. Fantastic. All right, Ms. Pittman, please call your next witness.
Assurance, they would call Nicole Beltran.
Mr. Brown, thank you. Come on up.
Who? Nicole Beltran.
Good morning. You could approach the witness stand. Yes. You could please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Is that his mama?
Yes, I do. You may be seated. Thank you. Mr. Brown, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Doing good. What's your name?
Nicole Beauchamp.
And can you spell for the record?
Oh.
C-O-L-E, and Beauchamp is B-E-A-U-C-H-A-M-P.
Yes, ma'am. Where are you from?
Miami, Florida.
You still live out there?
Yes.
Okay. So you're here just for this trial, is that right?
Yes.
And you born and raised out in Miami?
No, born in New York.
Okay. So how long you lived in Miami?
Woo. Since 1990.
So quite a while then.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I work for an airline.
What kind of work do you do?
Sales, reservations, international sales.
And we'll kind of get into it. The reason that you're here, you know Charles Beltran.
Yes.
How do you know him?
I met him at a grocery store
Oh, that's the
in
chick.
Miami.
In Miami?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember about when?
On January 2nd, 2021.
And you said it was in the grocery store in Miami?
Yes.
How'd y'all meet?
I was grocery shopping, and I saw him. He saw me, and
Oh. Tell us.
he approached me, and he started talking to me, and telling me he's not from here, and I'm always intrigued by a foreigner, you know. So I was like, oh, you know, when he says he's not from here, I'm like, oh, okay. You know, I want to show somebody around. I'm just friendly like that, and that's how we met.
So pretty quick hit off in terms of able to talk and
yes, very personable, very intriguing, very charming. He had a mask on, so I couldn't see his face, but his eyes were very like welcoming.
We're talking about like the COVID style mask?
Yes, COVID style mask, yes.
And I guess you guys continued on seeing each other beyond that grocery store then?
At first I didn't meet up with him at first. I used to meet up with guys like that, so it took a while. Like probably like a week of him being like, oh, let's go out to eat, and I was like, But then I was like, you know what? He's like, let's go out and have lunch. I'm like, okay, it's the daytime. We're gonna go to a public place. So I went.
Okay. How was he?
Awesome. He was very friendly, personable, easy to talk to. We hung out every day after that.
What did he tell you his name was at first?
Antonio.
Okay. And you believe that at first?
Yeah. Well, you know what? No, I don't believe anything any guy says.
Oh.
So I was like, yeah, right. You know, I did think it was weird. I'm like, oh, so he just moved here? He told me he had moved here from Pennsylvania. And I'm like, it's just odd. I'm like, you just moved here? I'm like, you don't know anyone here? He's like, no. And I'm like, that was odd to me. So I was ready, you know, on alert about that.
But you still gave him a chance?
I still gave him a chance because the way he approached me was very welcoming, yes.
And then did you guys begin to do some lunch and dinners and things like that, or
we had lunch that day. After that, we hung out together every day. But I would never went to his house. We would like meet up and hang out. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And was it physical quickly, or
no? We were friends at first. He didn't try anything. That's one of the reasons why I felt so comfortable hanging out with him. And this is why I don't ever meet with any guys, because there's too, they try to come on to you quickly. But he was nothing like that. He didn't try anything at all. Eventually, we did, but it was because I gave him that okay kind of body language. Gave him the okay. But at my first, no. We hung out for like a week, and he didn't try anything. Never.
So he was patient and respectful and waiting for any kind of physical advances.
Exactly. Yes.
And did your relationship kind of progress from there?
Yes. We were together every day. And it was like intense. You know, he was very, very loving and affectionate. I'm not an affectionate person. he was very loving and affectionate, and we were together every day.
Did you guys eventually, spend evenings at each other's houses or anything like that? Or?
So yes. So he eventually was like, "Oh, you want to come to my house?" Like, I have no furniture there, but and I was like, "Okay," When he pulled up to his house was right down the street from my house. He doesn't know though. But I was in shock of how close where he was at, where he was staying at was. So I started going to his house. He was by himself there, though. When I got to his house the first time, I remember I walked through the whole house. Like, I went through every room. He was more like, this girl's bold, just walking around, like, seeing who's in that house, But, yeah, it was just us two.
Was anyone home? It was just the two of you?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're saying house. Was it an apartment or a house?
An apartment. Okay. 2-bedroom apartment.
And so you walk in, you're like, I'm going to check the whole way out of this thing out.
Exactly. Yeah.
And how did things go from there?
From there, started being intimate with each other. And we were just together every day. From there, it was awesome. It was great.
So how many times did you go over there when it was just the two of you?
Every day.
Okay. Was there a time where some other people showed up?
One time, he was like, he calls me, he's like, oh, you can't come over. He's like, I was thinking I'd go to your house. I was like, no, I don't bring no guy to my house, I have a son. I was like, no, I don't bring men to my house. And he's like, no, my friends came back from out of town. And I was like, he's like, yeah, I don't want anybody over here, His friends came, they just showed up out of nowhere. I was like, okay, and that was that. We didn't see each other, or I never went to his house again for like a week.
So you ended up not going that first time? Okay.
No.
Was there a time that you did go over there when these friends were there?
So then, one day he's like, oh, you know what, you can come. He's like, you can come over, but you have to be quiet, I don't know. You're loud. Like, talk loud and laugh, He's like, you're loud. He's like, I don't know if you can be quiet. I'm like, I can. And he's like, he's like, all right. So he picks me up, and we get to the house. Now, looking back after knowing what's going on, I remember him picking me up, and he was just very weird in the car. He didn't want to, when we pulled up to the house, he was like standing there, looking down I don't know what he was thinking about before. And I'm like, what's going on? He's like, no, come on, let's go. I remember him going up to the front door, and he stayed there for a while, like listening before we went in. But we go into the house, and I didn't see anybody when I went in there. We went straight to the room.
Okay. And how did he act that visit? Was it different the way he acted in hindsight?
Mm-hmm. He was just a little bit nervous or anxious the way he was acting.
Would he do stuff like with you guys in the room?
Yes, like the way he locked the door was different. He put like a table there. He also where I slept in the room, in the bed, was more against the wall, not next to the door. Things like that.
And at the time, you didn't know anything that's going on?
I had no idea.
Okay. Did you ever find out his real name?
So what happened was...
And I guess, actually, before I get to that, let me ask more about that time. There were people there. You didn't see the people that were there, though?
No, I didn't. But the next day, I used to leave every morning. So the next morning when I wake up to leave, I walk out. I was like, oh gosh, the walk of shame. I was like, oh. So I walk out and I see two women.
Ooh.
I saw this white woman, and then I saw another one who had black hair, like curly hair. I saw her hair. And, when we get back outside, I'm like, who are these women? And he's like, one of them is my cousin, and that's her girlfriend. They're lesbians. And that was that. I believed what he said.
And then at some point, did you find out that Antonio was not his first name or the name he even went by?
Yes. So I was staying here with him, and I went to go use the bathroom. When I went to use the bathroom, I found an ID in the bathroom. And I was like, I'm violating this person's privacy, but I'm going to look at it anyway because, I'm a single woman. Who could these people be? So I look at his ID. I see his name. I was like, okay. I went back to the bed, and right next to him, he was sleeping, knocked out. I Googled his name, and I saw all this stuff about a missing person, a woman this older woman who ran with him. Nobody had been, they only mentioned Lisa and him. And he was a person of interest and a missing person. So of course I'm like panicking, freaking out in the room, like pacing back and forth. He's like, what's wrong? I was like, oh, nothing, And then I never told him anything though. I kept it to myself. I was scared too, to say anything. I was just scared at the moment.
And at that time, the articles that you're seeing were just that it was a missing person. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. So then I was like, sorry.
Make sure you say yes or no, not the okay.
Yes.
So at that time, you're seeing it as a missing person. That's all you know at this point.
Yes.
Okay. And his name is in these articles, and Lisa Dykes' names are in these.
Yes.
Articles. No mention of a Nina Marano at that time.
I thought that the girl was the girl that I thought I saw them with when I read the article. I thought that was the girl that was missing. I saw her hair only on the couch. So I'm like, oh, that's probably the girl, and she probably wants to be here. So I really didn't think much of it. Even though I was freaking out, this was happening, I didn't think much of it because I thought that that's her.
But I guess you still continue to see Chuck.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And everything was fine in the way you and Chuck's relationship still, even though he's giving you this middle name as his name.
Yes. Yep.
Obviously now you've got these concerns seeing this missing person, but you think the person you saw that you now know is Nina.
Yes.
You think maybe that's missing?
That's her. Yes, exactly.
Okay. At some point, did Chuck leave Miami?
So he started saying that he was going to go to Tampa, out of town with his friends. I think there was a game going on at the time, and he's like, "Well, I'm going to go to Tampa." He was going to leave to Tampa. And I was like, okay. And he ended up leaving. I stayed with him that night before he left.
And then he left?
And then he left.
Did he come back at some point from that trip?
He came back, I want to say maybe like 2 or 3 weeks later, maybe 2 weeks later, he came back. It was like a surprise. Okay. He's like, hey, where are you? I was all with my friends. He's like, you going to spend tonight with me? And I'm like, oh, aren't you in Tampa? He's like, oh, I'll be there in about 2 hours. I'm on the road, almost there.
So he came back, and then this trip back to Miami, was it a long stay or
no? Very short, maybe like 24 to 48 hours. He came back. He came back. I think it was like January 16th or something like that. Turning, it was like basically the morning of January 17th, like 3, 4 in the morning ish. I want to say. He came back, we met up again. He's like, oh man, I left my keys in Tampa. Like, we should rent a hotel. I'm like, okay. We rented a hotel. We hung out. The next morning, we went to the beach together. And then that night I came back. We came back from the beach, and then we went our separate ways after that, and we met up again, and I spent the night with him again. And then the next day I went home, and I got a message from him. He's like, more like, hey, how are you today, And I'm like, how are you? He's like, oh man, I had to leave again. I was like, what? He's like, yes, I had to leave. It was an emergency. I had to go.
Is that the last time you saw him?
That was the last time I saw him.
Do you know where he went after that?
No.
When is the next time you hear from him again?
I've heard from him every day. Even when he left, he would always call me and contact me. And he's like, oh, I had to leave. Something came up with one of his friends or something that he had to go. I don't know if it was New Orleans or Texas, but he had to go. I eventually found out, too, that he was from Texas. Because of us spending time together, I feel like it's only natural that the truth starts coming out. So that's how I knew that he wasn't a liar. He started telling me things through our time spending together. That, he was from Texas, and that's where he's originally from, telling me things about his family. So he told me he had to come, I don't remember if it was Texas or New Orleans, but he had to go handle something over there.
But you guys, like you said, you're still talking every day, either text or phone calls.
Yes, every day.
And then at some point, and you, like you said, you kept what you read online to yourself. You never tell him you read anything.
Never told him anything.
At some point, do you learn that he gets arrested?
So, yes, I saw that there was an arrest. Yeah, that they found somebody's body, and this is when I found out about Anina. I even knew that person existed, and yeah, that's how I found out.
So you heard about them finding Marisela's body.
Yes.
And then you hear that Chuck was arrested. Do you know where he was arrested?
Utah.
Did you talk to him once he got arrested?
The minute he got arrested, I went on my way to look for him, public record, and I tried to reach out to him. He didn't call me back right away. He probably called me like maybe 3 or 4 days later after he was arrested there.
But he did call you from the Utah jail?
Yes.
And what's going through your mind at this point, now that you hear that it wasn't just a missing girl, it was a murder? They found her body.
I was in shock, and I couldn't believe that the person I spent time with was this person.
So did you talk to him then about what happened?
Of course, I talked to him. He's like, I'm so sorry. He's like, I'm like, well, I knew that something was going on. He's like, you knew? I'm like, yes. I just never told you because I was scared at first, and I also didn't know how to bring it up. It's just something hard to bring up, He's like, you never acted any different. I didn't act it. He never knew that something was weird or different. But he just told me that he didn't talk much about what happened, but he did say that he's just happy it's over with. It's a weight off his shoulders. He's tired of running. He did say that.
Did he eventually tell you the details about what happened according to him?
Yeah, he told me the details, which are the same details I heard in the news. He said he told me that he met her in a nightclub in Texas. He told me that she approached him, and that he said that they spoke about being together that night, intimate, and he asked her to go to his hotel. He's like, oh, can we go to your hotel? And she's like, no, people are there. Let's go back to your place. He told me he didn't want to rent a hotel that night because it was, it was not going to be long. So he took her back to his house. Then he told me that he took her back to his house. He goes, we spent the night there. We did what we did. We were intimate. And that he woke up to Nina stabbing, a stabbing motion.
Nina.
And that Lisa was in there. And that he said he pushed Nina off. And then Lisa pushed him. And then he put his clothes on. He was scared, put his clothes on and ran and left. That's the story he told me.
And you continue to talk. Have you and Chuck continued to talk since this?
Oh, yes, every day. Mm-hmm.
So you're still in communication with him?
Yes.
Today?
Mm-hmm.
And now you said just a second ago that he said Nina was stabbing her. Are you sure that's what he told you?
I'm sorry, not Nina, Lisa. Sorry about that. I got confused. He said he woke up to Lisa stabbing her, and that Nina, he pushed Lisa, and then Nina like came in and like pushed him, and then he pushed, you know, right over, he pushed her too, but that she like pushed him, and then he got up, got his clothes on, and ran and left.
In your time with Chuck, I know you mentioned being scared right hearing this news, but were you ever scared of him personally?
Not at all.
I'll pass the witness.
Oh, damn.
You find out that this man, wait, can I approach Judge?
Yeah, approach. Get close. Get close. Yeah. Let's go, Heath.
Let me show you what's marked as offense exhibit number 3. This is the person you keep referring to as Chuck?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we got a nice suit out too. Full tie, purple tie.
And you find out that this man who wasn't completely honest with you about who he was he?
That's correct.
You had to, can we turn this on?
She'll ride or die, I can tell though. She'll take this man. She'll ride or die, she's still Chuck.
I think it's warming up.
Okay. You had to literally you found his ID. Did you say it in the bathroom?
In the bathroom.
All right. And that's when you learned his name was Charles Beltran, right?
That's correct, yes.
Beltran, right?
Yep.
All right. And you said he was very loving, nice, very convincing, wasn't he?
Very, yes.
Very charming.
Extremely.
I mean, you're still attracted to him, right?
Yes, I am.
It's still like a love interest to you, right?
Not a love interest, but a good friend, a good person.
So you're telling the members of the jury that, again, you're going to this apartment. Now, you don't know, I know that you saw the two women, right? At the apartment, right?
I saw two women at the apartment, yes.
Okay, but as far as what other people were coming in and out of that apartment, you have no idea, do you?
No.
All you know is what he told you.
Right. And I spent time there. I didn't see anybody else there.
Right, but what I'm saying is when you were not there, you have no idea who all else he was communicating with, do you?
Right.
You indicated that even after you found out his name, that you went online. Remember that?
Yes.
And you see that he's a person of interest in a missing person.
That's right.
Case. He's there asleep, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
you have to answer up.
Oh, sorry.
But you don't wake up, Chuck, and say, "Hey, you know what's all this?"
No, I did not.
Because you're afraid, right?
Of course.
You're with someone that's the person of interest in a missing persons case, and now you just found out you don't really know anything about this guy, do you?
Right.
And so you were afraid.
I was afraid because of the story and to bring it up.
So why didn't you wake him up and say, "Hey, Charles Beltran, what's all this missing person stuff?"
Because I'm going to ask him that in the room with him like that.
Because anything could have happened to you, right?
Of course.
So you were concerned about your safety, weren't you?
Right, not because of his personality though. Because I'm in a situation that I don't know anyone here.
Well, but you're the only person you're in the room with is him.
But these other people are in the house.
What other people?
These people that were these two women.
The story that you looked at had nothing to do with the two women. It had to do with him, correct?
The story that I saw was him, and I saw the story was him and Lisa. When I found the ID, before that I had seen two women in the house. When I found the ID, so I thought that one of them was the missing girl, and the other one was Lisa. But I still don't know much of what's going on. So of course I'm afraid to bring it up. To me, it was just, how do I bring this up? I don't know what could happen to me. You know, and I also didn't feel this person that I spent time with would do anything like that. There's no way.
So you weren't afraid that you too could come up missing?
No.
And that's because of all the love and kindness that Chuck had showed you, right?
And not trying to come on to me like that, yes.
So you felt safe with him, right?
I felt safe, yes.
And he's very convincing, right?
I mean, you could call it that.
Even though he wasn't being completely truthful with you.
He has every reason not to be truthful.
Excuse me?
He has every reason not to be truthful.
So he had reasons to
Of
lie.
course.
And that makes it okay.
It's even okay, but it's understandable.
So he did lie to you, right?
Of course he did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna get right to the point. As far as when he went to Tampa, who did he go to Tampa with?
He said his friends.
Again, you don't know that he was referring to those girls, do you?
No, I don't.
All right, could have been anybody, right?
Yep.
Did he ever talk to you about Santa Muerte?
No.
So wearing pink today. I think she got some lipstick on too.
Okay, and this, when you, at some point you find out that this missing girl is actually dead, right?
Right.
And you still don't stop talking to Mr. Beltran, do you?
I didn't. No, I did not.
Ride or die.
In fact, you say that you talk to him while he's at jail. You're actually searching him out, right?
That's right. Yep.
Trying to find a way to contact this guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes.
At some point, you contact him, and he confides in you and tells you the story of what happened.
Right.
What he says happened, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the version that he gives you is that he's with Marisela. They go back to the house because he didn't want to go. They couldn't go to her hotel room, and he didn't want to purchase a hotel room, right?
Right.
And then they go back to the house in Mesquite, right?
That's right.
And have sex at some point.
Right.
Lisa comes in stabbing her.
That's correct.
Well, tell me exactly what he told you.
He told me that they were intimate. She came in. He woke up to her stabbing her. He said he, woke up freaking out. He pushed her off, and that Nina was there, and she pushed him.
All right, let me ask you this. Did he say anything about pinning Lisa up against the wall?
Yes, he mentioned that. He pinned her against the wall.
Did he say, but he definitely told you that he woke up to Lisa stabbing her.
Yes, like a stabbing motion.
How many times?
Oh, he never mentioned that. We never got into that.
Okay. Have you been following this on the internet since we've been going to trial?
Not since trial, but before trial, yes.
You have been following this on the internet
No.
since we've been in trial here?
No.
As far as what he was telling you at that time, he made it clear to you that Lisa was stabbing her, didn't he?
The stabbing motion, yes. He woke up to her holding her neck and a stabbing motion.
Ma'am, you talking to the man on the phone. He didn't show you no stabbing motion? Did he show you a stabbing motion?
No, he didn't.
So you're talking to him on the phone, and he's telling you he wakes up to her stabbing him.
Mm-hmm.
So how you know?
That's correct.
You watch Charles testify? Huh?
But one thing he also told you was that Nina came into the room, correct?
That's correct.
Pushed him,
Yes.
and he ran out of there.
Yep.
Pickle bark. She a ride or die, man. She a real
You
one.
talked about talking to him while he's in jail. I mean, you're still talking to him while he's in jail now.
That's correct.
That's cool, man. Hey. Man, Chuck left an impression, man. Wow. Chuck.
So you say that he's just a friend, right?
That's right.
But are y'all singing love songs to each other?
We sing songs, all types of songs.
Love songs, don't you?
Like what? Love songs.
I don't know. You tell me. What songs are y'all singing on the jail calls?
Different songs that we like.
Like what?
Just songs that are on the radio. Different songs. I went to a Beyonce concert. Sang some of her songs. All types of music. He's into music.
But you don't deny you're singing love songs too.
I have all types of songs.
My question is, you don't deny that you've sung love songs to him.
If you want to call them love songs, yeah. R&B.
Wow.
In just the short time that you spent with Charles Beltran, you agree with me that you are obsessed with him, aren't you?
No.
Yeah.
He's manipulated you like he's manipulated so many other women in his life.
He never manipulated me. He doesn't need to manipulate me. I'm not easily manipulated.
But you were?
No, I was not. I'm a good judge of character. When I see somebody's a good person, I realize it.
You're a good judge of character. You meet a man at the grocery store, right?
That's right.
He tells you, Judge, I'll pass it with you.
Come on, Heath.
No, you're not.
Yo, if you're gonna tear it, man. Y'all weak.
You're free to leave, ma'am. Thank you.
I don't understand the BBL thing though. Why women get that, right? I mean, I guess what is it?
Yeah, the state calls Jasmine Cannon.
Jasmine Cannon. I guess they take fat from somewhere and put it somewhere else. But why is it so excessive? Like, people find that attractive? I don't like. Why not just put a decent amount? Okay, your ass looks a little bit bigger. And what is it? What else do they enhance? Your thighs or something? It's supposed to like a little, like something that makes it okay, a little enhance. But it's always like this excessive, like fucking thing coming out of the like. It's I don't know. It's weird.
Would you please stop and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm?
You're a nice lady though. Yeah, she don't look bad. I'm just saying it's excessive.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
I see you have your phones with you. Are they on silent?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Who's this? Not
You
Jasmine?
may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, moms.
Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court recorder, please?
My name is Jasmine Cannon, Jasmine. Last name Cannon.
All of Charles's woman coming out.
And
Take a
Ms.
stand.
Cannon, you know Charles Beltran, right?
I do.
What do you call him?
Chucky.
Chucky. And you know Lisa Dykes?
Yes.
And did you ever meet Nina Marano?
No.
Okay. So how did you meet Mr. Beltran?
I was walking to my car in Deep Ellum, and my friend was looking for a cigarette. He happened to have one, so we just stopped and talked to a group of friends.
Did you guys chat for a while?
Yeah, for about a good hour or so.
And after chatting with him about an hour, did you guys exchange information so you could keep in contact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you guys eventually start dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury just a little bit about dating Chuck.
Spontaneous, fun. You know, he's funny. I feel like we had a good relationship, a good friendship. We argued at times. I mean, we have a child together, so it was normal.
Moms.
But it wasn't anything like where he's never even called me out my name or attempted to put his hands on me, anything like that. He's more so the type of person that runs away from his problems. So if we did have an argument, he'd just get up and leave and stop talking to me for a long time.
And about how long did you all, have this dating relationship?
About 2.5 years.
You said that you had a child together, and that's Charlie, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have another child?
I do.
Okay, and you have an older son, is that correct?
Yes, I have a 16-year-old son, and Charlie, she's 4.
And how was Chuck with your older son?
Amazing. They had a really good relationship. He would always take him to do things, unfortunately more so than Charlie, but he did have a good relationship with my son.
As far as Charlie, was he, the kind of dad changing diapers there, helping feed, stuff like that?
No.
Okay. Did you all live together for a time?
Yes.
And how did his club lifestyle affect that?
It was horrible. He would not come home. He would have my car for days at a time and not come back or answer the phone. Just staying out all night or for days. That's just how he was.
So it certainly wasn't conducive to the family life?
Not at all.
At some point, did you all, decide and separate from this living arrangement?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember about when that was?
Right before I had my daughter.
So he never lived there with you and Charlie?
No.
Did he come around and see Charlie from time to time?
Sometimes.
But not that often?
No.
Did you all still maintain, a friendship or relationship after Charlie's birth?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys talk frequently?
Yes.
And how old did you say Charlie is now?
She's 4.
4. So was there a time, tell me, when did you learn that he had moved in with Lisa?
Charlie was maybe about 2 months old.
So a couple months after living with you is when you learned that he moved in with Lisa?
Yes. We had got into an argument a little bit after she was born. He was driving a white SUV that belonged to Miss Dykes, and that's how I found out that he was living at her home.
And did he tell you who she was to him?
He said that she was just like a lawyer friend and that she was just helping him with money for the most part. And then one night he needed a ride to her job off North Simmons Freeway. And so he needed to go get some money from her. And so I asked him, how deep is your guys' relationship? And then that's when he began to tell me that it was more sexual, but it was more of like him getting money from her and him giving her sexual favors.
Now, at some point, so you learn that he's living there. At some point, does he start talking about Nina?
No.
Okay. At that time, Charlie, had you ever gone through the court system to, legalize that or have any kind of legal documentation of that?
No, I'm not really the type of person that believes in child support. That's just me. So at the time, even though he wasn't really just helping me, I had never went to court to get full custody of her. I was attempting to be fair with him. But when I received the papers and everything that was in those documents, that's when I went ahead and called to get legal custody on paper of her.
Okay. And these documents, about when did you receive these documents?
Maybe August, maybe September or August. It was a few months before this incident happened with Marisela.
Okay. Had Chuck ever indicated to you that he wanted full custody of his daughter?
Never.
Now, you said that you got the documents, and you said that they were fake.
Yes.
Is that correct? What did the documents say?
The documents were stating that I had to give him full custody of Charlie. She was going to be living at Miss Dykes' home. I would be paying a certain amount of money in child support. I got to see her once a weekend, every month. I was not allowed to take her outside of Texas ever without permission. And that somebody basically would be coming to take her from me to deliver her to Chucky or to Lisa. And then on each of the papers it was a stamp, and it would have their signatures, not his, but Lisa and Nina's signatures on these papers.
Okay. So to this day you've never met Nina?
Never.
Okay. You just saw her signature on that.
Correct.
Document.
And that's how I found out about who she was.
Okay. Now, how did that make you feel when you got these documents?
I was livid.
mean, had you been a good mom to Charlie?
Absolutely, to both of my kids.
And to your son?
Absolutely.
I mean, is your son involved in activities, sports, things like that?
He plays basketball very heavily. He plays travel ball. He plays high school ball. So I am very active with his ball. I mean, and not that this makes a difference, but I am a single parent to both of my kids. My son does not have a father either. His father did pass away. And so I make sure that I do everything that I can for both of my children.
What did you do when you got these documents?
I called Lisa's job. And in the beginning, I wanted to be a woman about things and figure out exactly what it was that she was attempting to do. And she started to get snappy on the phone, so I got snappy back and I cussed her out.
Oh, baby.
And when you cussed her out, what did she do?
She hung up the phone.
Now, you said that she got snappy back. Was she accusing you of being a bad mom?
Basically, and basically trying to tell me that I was pretty much upset that her and Chucky were in a relationship and I didn't have him anymore. But that was not the case because I talked to him frequently. I mean, I didn't want to be in a relationship with him. Our friendship was good enough.
As far as Chuck, did you talk to him about this?
I did.
And what did he say?
He had told me that he didn't know anything about it and that he would talk to her to get her for them to back off. I don't really know if that happened though because I started to receive phone calls from unwanted, from private calls.
Objection, Your Honor, to the narrative. Sustained.
And you said that you're not sure if he had her back off. Were you receiving strange phone calls
I was.
of unidentified people?
Objection, Your Honor, to leading. Sustained, don't lead.
What kind of phone calls were you receiving?
Blocked calls, and people just on the phone, but not really saying anything. So I just assumed they were messing with me. So then I just changed my phone number.
Wow.
You said at some point that you went to court, filed illegal paperwork, and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, did you put Chuck on child support?
I opted out.
Did this cause some problems between you and Chuck and this kind of co-parenting friendship?
No.
At some point, you actually saw Mr. Beltran on the night that Marisela went missing. Is that
yes,
correct?
Ma'am.
And tell the jury where you saw him.
Punk Society in Deep Ellum.
And were you there alone or with other people?
I was with a group of my friends. We walked into Punk Society, and he was standing at the bar. We got into an argument. I feel like it was probably over the whole Lisa situation and the paper she sent me. As I said before, he's not a person that likes to kind of confront situations. He's more of a runner. So he then proceeded to walk over to Dax, which is his friend, and they left out the back door and left. He left his drink at the bar and everything, and I didn't see him for the rest of that night.
And was that the last time you saw him for some time?
Yes, that's the last time I saw him. Around Christmas, he sent both of my kids gifts. The address that he sent them from came from Pennsylvania. But I didn't talk to him. He just...
And so that was Christmas. You get some gifts, but you don't talk to him. And was that unusual for your friendship or relationship with Chuck?
No, for us not to talk. No, it wasn't normal. It wasn't. No, it was normal for us not to talk for periods of time.
Okay, so it was normal for you guys not to talk.
Yes.
Okay. When was the next time that you recall seeing Chuck?
March.
Okay, and was that in Dallas?
Yeah, Irving. Yes.
In Irving.
Yes.
Okay, and is that where you lived at the time?
Correct.
Did you live in an apartment or a house?
An apartment.
Okay, and how did he get in touch with you?
He came to the door. He knocked on the door, but I didn't answer because he had the peephole covered. And I said, who is it? And he said, it's Aunt. I don't ever call him by his first name or his middle name. And I said, who? Because I couldn't hear him. And he said, it's Anthony. And I'm like, who? So at that time, my daughter's crying. She's in the kitchen. I just got home from bringing groceries and from getting groceries from Walmart. I walked to the kitchen to grab her really quick. I come back to the door and I open it. He's not there.
Okay. And how did you get in touch with him?
So I closed the door. I called my mom and I said, I'm pretty sure Chucky was just at my house. I go into the kitchen, and the way that my apartment was, I lived on the first floor. The glass would come from the kitchen patio and go all the way around to my bedroom. He threw a plastic box with like the rose teddy bear in the middle of it. It's see-through. He threw it out the window, and it made a loud boom, of course. In the box, there was a note, and the note said, hey, can you call me?
And did you call him?
I didn't call him. I sent him a text, and I said, what's wrong with you?
Right. And what did he say?
He called me, and then we were on the phone, and he said, I miss you guys. I want to see you. And I said, what's going on with you? And he was like, well, just come and meet me, and I'll tell you everything. Around that time, it was a little bit cold, so I got Charlie dressed, and we went to meet him. He told me to meet him at a McDonald's, but on the way he called me to see where I was at, and I was right across the street at a 7-Eleven from the McDonald's, and he said, oh, I'll just drive over there. So I just stayed parked at the 7-Eleven.
Okay. After you guys met at 7-Eleven, did you guys talk for a while?
Yes.
And what happened after that?
He asked to spend the night. So I asked him what was going on when we were there. We got in, he was driving a Jeep Wrangler at the time. We got in the Jeep Wrangler. I asked him what was going on, and he said that he didn't know because he had already spoken to detectives and that they were no longer wanting him for questioning. And I said, well, what happened with this girl? And he said, well, I'm pretty sure she went back home. She was so adamant about me getting her, back to her where she was coming from because she had an early flight. And I said, okay. He said, can I spend the night? And I said, yes, but I have company over. At the time, my friend was there with her children, and then of course my 2 kids. So I explained to him, like, they're all there, so it's probably going to be loud. And he was like, that's fine. Then we went back to my house and he stayed the night.
Okay. So he stays the night with you, and was your son there at the time?
He was, yes.
Okay. Stays the night with you and your kids. You said your mom's there. And
she wasn't there. I was on the phone with her.
Okay. And you spend the night there. Did he kind of seem like everything was normal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything was fine. He wasn't acting like he normally. He was telling me about going to all these different places and working and seeing Niagara Falls. It was almost like he was on vacation.
Did he tell you where all he went?
To Miami, to New York, to Pennsylvania, to Mexico.
And so that was kind of the conversation that evening.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you were under the impression that he had already spoken with detectives.
Yes.
Now, you later found out that wasn't true,
correct?
Okay. And he had also mentioned that he missed you guys and missed the kids.
Correct.
At some point, I guess, how long did he stay with you? Let me back up just a little bit. How long did he stay with you?
So he spent the night. The next day, I was kind of sick, so we went to the emergency room. We stayed that whole entire day together. We went out to eat. My son had a basketball tournament in Houston that weekend. So I told him, you can come with us or you can stay here, because he was doing laundry and he said that he was tired of driving. So he said, I'll just stay here. And me and my kids went to Houston. He was talking to me the entire time on the phone. That Sunday...
Your Honor, I'm going to object non-responsive and narrative.
Sustained. Ask your next question.
So he stayed in Dallas and you were driving to Houston, correct?
Correct.
Were you guys talking on the phone the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. And how long was the tournament?
That weekend, so 2 days.
Did he stay in Dallas for those 2 days?
At least I thought. On the way home, he told me that he was no longer at my house and that he needed to go to a friend's house in New Orleans to drop off that Jeep Wrangler.
Okay, so when you got back, he was gone, and he had told you he'd gone back to New Orleans.
Yes.
At some point, did he? And he said something about taking the Jeep back, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did he call you from New Orleans and talk to you?
He did. He asked me to come and get him.
And did you go get him?
Yes.
And where did y'all go after that?
Back to my house.
Okay. And why did you need to go get him?
He just said that he needed a ride back to Dallas. He wasn't going to take the Jeep Wrangler back. He needed a ride back to Dallas. He was going to get ready to go to New York, back to his friend's house, but he needed to get back to Dallas first.
Did he tell you who he was with at all these places? New York and all that?
He never named any names.
And when you guys got back to Dallas, what happened next?
We got back to Dallas. He wanted to go to New York, and then he changed his mind. He said that he needed to make some money and he wanted to move to Vegas to start over, basically. He felt like his reputation was just shot out in Dallas because of him being all over the news. So he asked me if I would ask my brothers if he could do some work with him. Yes, both of my brothers live in Utah, and yes, they do sell drugs. And so he asked if he could go to Utah to get some work from them so that he could move to Vegas.
Okay. And so when you talked to your brothers, did they agree to let him go to Utah and stay with them for a little while?
Yes, they did.
And I mean, that's a long drive, right?
Too long.
Were you wanting to go?
I did not want to go.
Okay, but your brothers wanted to see you.
And my dad.
And your dad's there as well.
Yes.
And Chuck wanted you to go too, right?
Yes.
Had your brothers and dad seen your daughter Charlie in a while?
Not in person. They've never met her.
Okay.
And so my dad was like, just come and I want to see you and I want to see my granddaughter for the first time.
What car did you guys go in?
I got a rental.
Okay. And so you guys rent a car and drive to Utah. Is that right?
Yes.
Did everything seem okay at that time?
Everything was perfectly fine.
Okay. Did you kind of get them set up with groceries and clothes and things like that?
We went grocery shopping. We went to go get him clothes. We were sitting in restaurants eating like it was nothing out of the norm.
He was staying with your brothers in Utah.
Correct.
And how did you and Charlie get back to Texas?
I got a plane ticket to go back home because I was leaving the rental there. I wasn't going to drive back by myself with her.
Now, when you got back, is that when you started getting some phone calls?
I got a call from the U.S. Marshals.
And they were looking for Chuck, right?
Yep.
Was it then that you realized that he wasn't completely honest with you about talking to the detectives?
Yeah, I was pretty spooked. While I'm actually on the call with the U.S. Marshals, one of my friends sent me the article that her body had been found and he was wanted for capital murder.
And so this was all at the end of March, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's actually in Utah when you get the word that Marisela's body had been found?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, he told you what had happened?
No.
Had he indicated to you that he was tired of traveling and going places and wanted to kind of settle?
Yeah, he wanted to settle in Vegas.
Had he mentioned Lisa or Nina at that point?
No.
And what did you do when you found out the marshals were looking for him and you found out that Marisela's body had been found?
I called him.
And what did he say?
I was telling him, like, I was asking him to tell me the truth because of what are you doing, and then you're at my family's house, you're going to get all of us in trouble. And he was like, he was in the process of getting ready to tell me what was happening, and my dad's on the phone, and they're like, well, you know, he needs to get, basically he's going to get out of there. He wanted to go get a hotel to get away from them. While we're on the phone, He says, somebody's knocking on the door, but the peephole is covered. I'm going to call you right back. I'm still on the phone on the three-way call with my dad. My dad's like, well, I'm on the way over there to get him. We'll just get him a room so that we can be away from all of this. But that didn't happen.
Okay. While you were on the phone with him, did you learn that he was arrested?
No, I didn't know right away. My dad pulled up, but I guess they were in unmarked cars, so he wasn't sure or not if they had arrested anybody at that time. He just kind of sat outside of the apartment complex. The way that my brother's apartment complex is, it's a gated community, so he sat kind of like on the outside and didn't go into the parking garage or anything
Your Honor,
like
I'm
that.
going to object to this speculation. She doesn't know where he was parked or anything like that. She's on the phone with him.
Okay, he told me.
Ma'am, you can't speak right now. I have to make a ruling, and then you can only speak when you're asked a specific question, and then try to only answer that specific question.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, sustained. Ask your next question.
Okay. So you weren't there, you're just listening to your dad.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn that Chuck had been arrested later on?
Yes.
Okay. And your brothers got arrested too, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. They eventually got released.
Yes.
But when Charles was arrested, he stayed in jail.
Yes.
Correct? Did you talk to him on the phone?
Yes, he called me.
And what did you all talk about?
He asked me if I could help him get a lawyer.
And what did you tell him?
I told him yes.
Okay. And when you started trying to find him a lawyer, what were the lawyers telling you that you needed to know?
They told me that I needed to know everything so that they could know what kind of case this was. So when I did talk to him, I told him that he needed to tell me what happened from the beginning to the end.
Okay. And what did he tell you happened that night?
He said that night after he left, he had met Marisela and with Dykes, and that they had eventually decided to go back to his house, but she was thirsty or wanted something from the store, so he said that they drove to 7-Eleven first. Once they left 7-Eleven, they went to the house, to Lisa's house, and he said that they were smoking and drinking. So he said we were pretty cross-faded, and we were up talking at first, and then they had sex, and then they fell asleep. He said that when he woke up, Lisa was on top of her, stabbing her. He said that in the beginning, he just thought it wasn't real, and he got up and attempted to get Lisa off of Marisela, and they ended up falling on the ground. And then he said that at that point he's coming out of the room to use the restroom to come back in because he's still not believing what's happening. He comes back in the room to get dressed. He was like, and you know how I am, I just run from everything. And so then he said that that's when Nina was coming in the room at the time, and then he left in that white SUV to go to Dax's house.
Okay. And do you recall if he told you how he got Lisa off of Marisela?
He never got her off of her. He just pushed her, and they both fell to the ground.
After he told you this, what did you do with that information?
I called his lawyer. I called his lawyer back and told the lawyer what he had told me.
Okay. Have you continued to remain in contact with Chuck?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Valerie.
Ms. Cannon, Your Honor, I can't see Ms.
Oh,
Cannon.
sorry.
If she didn't.
So maybe you should get him to walk over.
Is that good?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Man, my fault is the
All right,
witness
Ms.
table's
Cannon,
right
I'm
there.
Valerie Baston, and I'm one of the
I've been sitting the whole time.
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you stated earlier you never met Nina, but you met Lisa. When do you remember meeting Lisa?
I didn't meet her. I called her.
So you just talked to Lisa on the phone?
Yes.
But this would have been months after she and Chuck had this relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that Lisa and Nina sent you some fake papers.
Yes.
Okay. But these papers were actually filed in the 254th Judicial District Court, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing a court number on there where Charles Beltran was the petitioner in a paternity suit?
No.
Okay. When you found all this out, did this kind of take you back? Were you kind of taken aback by all of it?
Absolutely.
Okay. And it's disturbing to you?
Very much so. This family has to suffer for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, I definitely put myself in her mother's shoes. I have children of my own. I wouldn't know what to do.
So, Ms. Cannon, so you never knew that Charles actually had a warrant out for his arrest for capital murder?
No, I did not.
You didn't check. You didn't check any news sites or police reports when he came to you saying that he needed your help?
No, I didn't. Okay. If I'm being honest with you, I don't even know how to really just do stuff like that. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to police, court things. I just don't know.
Okay. But were you hearing anything from your friends and family that Charles was wanted?
No, but I was receiving, it was a lot of harassment for the people on the other side. It caused me to have to completely get rid of my social media accounts because they were attacking myself, my son who has an Instagram, his family, like his mother and things of that nature. But I wasn't really getting a lot from my friends. It was just more when it happened, when she went missing.
Outside people thinking because you were connected to Charles through your child,
right?
They were coming after you.
Absolutely.
And it was terrifying, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, if you knew Chuck had a warrant for his arrest, would you have tried to help him?
I would have taken him to the police department myself. What are you doing?
Okay, because to help him, that would have been like harboring a fugitive. That's.
Do you mean helping him, like hiding him, or do you mean help? No, I wouldn't have hid him at all. Okay. I would have taken him to the police department myself.
Okay. And during this time, he told you that he had talked to the detectives, but he made it appear like they had cleared him.
Correct.
So he's a pretty good liar, isn't he? Because he had you believing this. Yes or no?
Yes.
And he put not only you and your son and your daughter at risk, but he put your mom, your dad, your brothers at risk.
Correct.
And they could have been charged with harboring a fugitive or helping a fugitive.
So not my mom, but
your dad and your brothers.
Yes.
And he's talking to you that he's just making it seem like he's just traveling the world.
Yes.
Not a care in the world.
Yes.
Okay. But then you later find out that this girl was brutally murdered.
Yes.
And he was involved in the murder.
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you got a rental and you drove him to Utah.
Yes.
Okay. Were you having to pay for things for him? Like the rental, getting him set up? Did he have any money of his own?
He has some cash.
He has. But was most of the money coming from you? Were you basically taking care of him?
Kind of, yes.
Okay. And now, Miss Kenna, I want to get to the part where he's actually telling you about what happened to Marisela.
Mm-hmm.
He said that they were smoking and they were drinking.
Yes.
Did he tell you what they were smoking?
Weed.
Okay. Do you know if it was laced with anything?
No, it wasn't laced.
But you don't know that for sure?
I don't know for sure, but I highly doubt it was laced.
Okay. But he told you they were, I'm going to use this, shit-faced. That they were really messed up.
Crossfaded.
Oh, crossfaded. Okay.
Yes.
Crossfaded, okay. And you know that Charles, he sells drugs himself?
No.
He didn't?
That's what I heard.
Did you ever know him to use ecstasy?
From time to time.
What about any other stuff like Percocet or anything else like that?
No.
Okay.
Well, they're trying
And he said they're talking, they had sex, they fell asleep. He wakes up with Lisa on top of Marisela.
Yes, ma'am.
And not only was she on top, but she's stabbing Marisela.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say how many times?
No, he did not.
Okay. And then he says he just pushes her off.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he gets up and goes to the restroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he comes back. And what does he tell you he sees when he comes back from the restroom?
Marisela was on the ground, but Lisa was down there too. And so he was saying that he was more so of in shock of what was going on. And he didn't go back and attempt to help because of the shock. At that time, Nina walked in and he walked out.
Okay, so he said it was because he was in so much shock.
Yes.
That's why he didn't help Marisela.
In the beginning, he attempted to help, but then afterwards, he
Because
he pushed her, he pushed Lisa, trying to push her off of Marisela to help her in the beginning. And after that, after they fell on the ground, that's when he went to the restroom.
Instead of trying to break them up completely, he goes off to the restroom.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, did that even make sense to you?
I'm not really, but to me, I mean.
Oh, that's okay. It didn't make sense to you.
Right.
Okay. And then he also told you he was in the white SUV.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found guilty?
No objection to the state.
That was one of the mothers. He has two baby mothers.
A couple more questions, if you would permit me, Your Honor. Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Cannon, did you know that Charles had gone to prison? He had gone to state prison and federal prison?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know what religion he practiced?
No.
So you don't know anything about Santa Muerte?
No.
Okay. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You are free to leave and go back to business.
Yeah,
Thank you
Valerie.
for your next witness.
Oh,
Your Honor, the state calls Leo Goetz.
yeah, who? So one of my friends was saying maybe the reason why Lisa has makeup today. I didn't notice that Lisa had lipstick on is because she might testify. But she got makeup on. You see her cheeks too. Now, I was told today, but also possibly tomorrow, depending on how quick or slow this goes. She got makeup on. She got that little whatever they put on their cheeks to make it reddish.
Would you please approach the witness?
Got her lipstick on, you know what I'm saying?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Chunky double
You may
gun.
proceed.
Thank
I hope
you,
it's
Your
not
Honor.
another cop.
Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court report, please?
Yes, my name is Detective James Goetz. First name is James. Last name is Goetz.
Okay, I introduced you as Leo Goetz. Or is that
It's a nickname from Lethal Weapon.
Okay.
Joe Pesci. Yeah. Had that for a while.
See, I didn't get the joke earlier. And is your title detective?
Yes.
Okay, Detective Goetz, can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living and your qualifications to do so?
Yes, I've been a Dallas police officer for 15 years. The last 5 I spent in our child crimes against children unit. Spent some time in child exploitation. The last, 4.5 I've been in internet crimes against children. So we deal with a lot of online exploitation of children, and also with that we get some forensic background. So I have some experience in forensic cell phone extractions and mobile device stuff.
And how does it work that you get a cell phone to perform an extraction?
So generally the process is we have several spots in the unit in the department, the department that detectives can bring cell phones if they need an extraction done on them. We're one of them. Me and a few of the other detectives are all certified to use the Cellbrite tool, which is just a company that specializes in phone extractions. So really it's just up to that detective usually what unit they want to bring it to. And yeah, they decide and they bring phones to us. They bring them to our fusion center and then our other financial crimes unit. But really it's just up to the detective to show up and bring it to us.
Did you have the opportunity to extract a phone kind of under this incident back in, I'm trying to recall, do you recall when you received a phone for this incident?
I want to say it was the spring of 2021. The exact date I'm not sure. It would be on that report I did.
March 31st, 2021?
Sounds about right if that's what's on there.
Okay.
It's been a while.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, I'm showing you it's already been admitted into evidence as states Exhibit 316. Now, there's a number of phones in here. Do you recall what the name of the phone was that you were asked to extract?
Yeah, so it was a Rebel 4, which is a T-Mobile brand phone. So it should be this one right here.
Okay. This phone right here?
Correct.
And so, as part of your extraction, what do you do?
We just plug it, pretty much we plug it into the machine. There's a few steps. Each phone's a little bit different. The program itself will tell us what steps to take. We have to change a few of the little settings, and then click a button, and the phone, or the program will just kind of do the work. It pulls out essentially an image that it can capture of the phone, which is essentially a copy. Each phone, based on security, stuff built into the phone, we get different levels of data from that. But essentially, it's an unreadable copy to the human eye, and then we plug it into their other part of the tool, which is like a second part. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it, but basically you plug it in there, and that program parses it out, all the ones and zeros, and turns it into a readable format of data for you to be able to go through and review, or the detective usually.
Okay. That particular phone that you extracted, it was a T-Mobile, I believe, Rebel phone. Is that kind of a normal brand that you would get?
We get those fairly decent amount, but it's kind of like an off-brand that's just it's like a T-Mobile off-brand, almost generic that you would buy. It's not your Samsung or iPhone that we're most commonly used to, but it's pretty. I think it's only, well, I don't want to say that because I don't know for sure, but I know it's one of T-Mobile's main just generic phones they sell with their plans.
Did that phone appear to be fairly new?
Yes. Yeah.
And when Detective Ortiz brought that phone over to you, did it have an accompanying signed search warrant?
Yes.
Otherwise, you wouldn't extract.
Correct.
Now, you said before that you you extract the phone and the report comes out in a Cellbrite format. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you had the opportunity to look through the Cellbrite report in this case?
Yes, I have.
And I'm showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 338. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that the Cellbrite report for this phone?
Yes.
Okay, and then also States 339 and 340.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, I'm sorry.
And States 339 and 340, are those, reports pulled directly from the Cellbrite report in States 338 concerning specific conversations?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, state offers states 338 for record purposes and then states 339 and 340 for all purposes.
Thank you.
Tendering to defense counsel.
Judgment with approach.
The defense asked to approach to get some clarification about states exhibits 339, 340, which phone they were from. The state informed the defense that they were from the defendant's phone at the time of her arrest in Florida. And the defense said, I'm going to object, and I informed the attorneys that I would sustain that objection at this time. Is there anything you want to put on the record?
Your Honor, I believe at the bench we clarified that these text messages in the Celebrite report are directly from the phone seized from Lisa in Florida at her Orlando arrest. And the contents, which we have not discussed, but the contents of the phone are text messages from that phone that was seized from Lisa to one of the phones is to Lover. Mr. Beltran testified previously on Friday about some of the contents of that message exchange that he received from Miss Dykes from an unknown phone number, but it was Miss Dykes. The contents of that message of his testimony are in the messages that we presented to the court. The second, and I believe it is, if I may, Mr. Harris, the messages that I'm referencing right now are in states 339.
What's up? So I guess they're going over, I don't know, evidence to allow in reviewing evidence. It's a nice picture. If you guys could hit the like button too, please. That helps me out. A Red Penny, thank you earlier for the super chat. Thank you for the 10. Says, Merry Christmas, Mel. Thank you for your continued coverage for us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice picture, Marisela. Lisa's text messages? Okay. My friend is telling me that Lisa's testifying this afternoon. So, we'll see. I just made some quick eggs, sausage, and bagel. Keto bagel. I'm really curious what is going to happen when Lisa takes a stand. What is the story that she's going to give about that night? Is she going to put it on somebody else? Or will she admit what she did? Is she going to throw Nina under the bus? Is that her last ditch effort? Or is she going to say Chuck did it? Thank you, Chaos. Bernice, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the 10. Gracias. Her own attorneys even claim she did it. Oh man. So I don't know. I guess they're going over this evidence to see if they want to show it or not. Thank you, Hinton Mom. Thank you so much. I got your channel from watching Brandy. I love your streams. Thank you for the time you put it. Thank you. Check Discord DMs. Okay. She's going to blame Cousin Eddie. Oh, did she sound that? Wait, what did I? Oh, did she? Let me check. Hold on. Debbie, thank you for the super chat. The Cash App. Just said on the YouTube chat, Mel, say you 10 over Cash App. I don't like that YouTube takes 30%, and you're going to get paid once a month. Want to make sure you receive the full amount immediately. Happy holidays, my friend. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate it. I just got it. And Desi Motley sent me 5 to you. I'm not sure when, but thank you. Appreciate that. Gracias. I really want to hear what Nina has to say. I'm so curious. I really hope that she does come on today. Hoping this witness doesn't take too long, or she's coming back in. Oh man, let's see that again. Might be good for a thumbnail too. There she is. There she is. All right. No, my favorite trial, the Johnny Depp trial. We had a lot of fun. So much fun during that trial. So this seems kind of like a hiccup right now. It's just taking time now. I meant Lisa if I said Nina. I don't know. But yeah, they can't force Nina to testify. I don't think. Yeah, she got her makeup on today. Drain Monkey, thank you for the 5. Says hello, people. Please hit the like button. 1,300 people are watching and only 326 likes. Yeah, that really helps out. Let me take a look. Where we at? Okay. Oh, it came up a lot actually. We're at 635 now. Likes. Thank you. Yeah, the strike thing, that was rough. I almost got taken off of YouTube.
Objections that the defense was making regarding what is contained in the affidavit, if you still want to have that hearing.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Now, that is separate and apart. It's kind of goes hand in hand with where we are with regard to their other objection regarding, this is a different issue regarding the reason I was sustaining the objection where we're at right now in the trial.
So the one that, may I, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The one that
We're not on
Judge
the
Belita
record.
was down for, is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry?
Judge Belita, was she down here for a hearing?
That was a separate, that was kind of a separate issue. He wanted to have a hearing regarding the issue of Frank's hearing, but I'm going to allow him to question Detective Ortiz about the affidavit right now, since we're at the portion of talking about this specific warrant and this specific phone.
He's on his way.
Is he in the building or is he at it?
He's in the building, yes.
Right.
The last time I saw him, he was in the building. That was an hour ago. He died.
Okay.
Okay, you're on the way. Thank you.
Yeah, what a long delay. Could have sent them to lunch or something. All right. Re-energized. All right. Long ass break here. I guess they're figuring out text messages or something. Leanne, thank you for the membership. Leftover Chinese. Ooh, meatloaf. No, these are shorts. I'm wearing shorts. Actually matching shorts. Comfy shorts. Yeah, I was worried about like a really long delay. That could. I really want to see Lisa testify today. Cal F, thank you so much for the super chat. I guess what we could do, I guess, in the meantime. Chuck wrote a series of letters, I think to like a judge or something. We can take a look at. He's been writing. He was having a hard time with his attorneys, apparently. Yeah. Let's see. Find something interesting. Cal F, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. Yeah, the judge almost looked like she was nodding off. Let's take a look at this one. While we wait. It's Charles Beltran. 7/1/2022. All of this is making me anxious. Why wouldn't it? Look what's been going on since all of this. These two women that are attorneys been knowing each other forever. They got to bond out and be with each other the whole time to talk and plan. I assume they went through with their plans months after being bonded out. They cut their monitor devices off and were later found in Cambodia. Then attorney Philip Hay made it seem like he was this righteous, genuine family man, but at the end of just wanted money. I noticed he wasn't focusing on the case, so I filed a dismiss of counsel motion. I'm glad I did. During him being withdrawn, he gets caught in a prostitution sting, which I now know why his mind was never here and why he fought so hard not to refund any of the money I requested back. Let's look this guy up. Philip Hayes. What a mess! What a mess! What?
Yes, and she's right here. Oh, all right, come on.
I'm sorry,
up,
Your Honor. I thought you saw my.
Philip Hayes. Arrested on solicitation of prostitution. Hell no to the no.
Good morning, Detective. You testified earlier in this case? Or
No, ma'am.
All right.
Oh, they got a new person?
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Harris, this is your witness, and you may proceed regarding State's Exhibit 333.
Thank you.
The search warrant affidavit for the T-Mobile and iPhone that were testimony has shown that these were the two phones taken from the defendant at the time of her arrest.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Ortiz, I just wanted to ask you specifically, because you're the one who actually swore to this affidavit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and when you swear to the affidavit, you're swearing to a judge that the information within the four corners of the document is true and correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I just want to ask you specifically about some of the information that was contained in the search warrant that you guys are saying established your probable cause. Because that's what this search warrant is supposed to be doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Establishing your probable cause to arrest, not only arrest Ms. Dykes, but also to be able to search the contents of her phone that was collected from her when she was arrested, correct?
Correct.
All right. Oh, we have questions, sorry.
You may.
And I'm just going to get right to the point. I wanted to ask you about specific information that was contained in the arrest warrant. At the time you swear to the arrest warrant, you guys basically told the judge that there were hair samples that were found that y'all believed to be the complainants. Is that correct?
Correct.
Were there ever hair samples that were found that belonged to the complainant in that Audi?
Inside the Audi, as far as I know, none of the hairs actually were the complainants.
Okay, but in your search warrant, you said during a search of the 2014 black Audi that was conducted by, was that New York State
New York State Police, correct.
Concrete material found in the rear wheel well of the vehicle appeared to match the same type of color of concrete used at the concrete plant where suspect Dykes and Marano showed to have traveled on the date night of the offense, right?
Correct.
All right, but in reference to the hair sample, y'all indicated that the hair sample was found in the trunk of the vehicle. The hair sample seemed to match that of the complainant and not that of Marano or Dykes. Okay, the sample is currently being analyzed. So at that time, y'all just said it seemed to match her. You didn't say it was hers, correct?
Correct. It seems to match the complainants, but they were not basically, we haven't confirmed because they were not done at Swift's with the trying to analyze the hair.
Okay, but also included in the affidavit, you indicated that y'all received information from Swift's that they collected DNA, blood from one of the carpets and pads from what believed to be Beltran's bedroom, right?
Correct.
And the blood was found, the blood found was a match to the complainant, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then that there was an unknown male and female DNA profile were found in the carpet by Swift, right?
Correct.
And then y'all indicated to that judge that the unknown DNA is believed to belong to Charles Beltran, Lisa Dykes, and Nina Marano, right?
Nina Marano, yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that blood didn't belong to them, did it?
I believe we didn't have the defendants or the suspect at that time, their DNA. But they have not been compared yet.
I know, but my point is, y'all are leading a magistrate or the judge that y'all presented this to believe that the unknown DNA that was found in that carpet in Mr. Beltran's room belonged to Mr. Beltran, Ms. Dykes, and Ms. Marano, correct?
Yes, believed to be one of them.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Like I said, it was believed to be, so.
My question is, that wasn't true, was it?
Well, not after it was done, the sweat was done, then it didn't belong to any of them,
okay.
Except for the complainants.
Yes or no? That's it. So, BL says this is called a Frank's hearing. It's a legal proceeding in a criminal case where the defense lawyer attempts to traverse the search warrant, which means the defendant challenges the truth of the information. What happened to the other one? The other person testified, they just canceled?
Okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is as far as the information that you swore to, not only was that hair sample not that of the complainant in the case, even though y'all believe it was, right?
But at that time, we believe it was the complainants, the hair samples.
Okay. But specifically, the blood that y'all indicated as a part of your probable cause to get into Mrs. Dykes' phones, that later turned out not to be the blood of Mr. Beltran, Mr. Dykes, nor Ms. Marano, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So again, that's incorrect information, wasn't it?
Well, after the Swiss was done with the investigation, then it turned out to be incorrect.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Did you have any argument you want to put on the record, Commissioner Harris?
Just that, again, these officers, I understand, I don't believe that, I don't have any reason to believe that they were acting in bad faith when they gave this false information, Judge. I just think that they were under a lot of pressure to obtain some type of arrest in this case, and as a result of that, they did overstep their bounds and include information that was incorrect and mislead the judges that signed these affidavits, or that signed these warrants and given them permission to not only arrest Ms. Dykes, but also to search her phones on a fishing expedition to further support their case. And I just, again, we urge the court that's improper, and any information garnered from these arrest warrants, which included false information, should be suppressed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Detective. You can stand down.
So the jury's not there for
The court
that?
finds that the affidavit for search warrant and State's Exhibit 333 is sufficient, that the information contained therein was what the police had at the time and was not made in bad faith, and is fully sufficient to establish probable cause to search the T-Mobile phone and other phone, the iPhone, that were confiscated from the defendant, Lisa Dykes, at the time of her arrest in Florida. Now, before I bring the jury back in, I'd like to see if the state can lay the predicate for State's Exhibits 338, 339, 339 and 340.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
All right, come on up.
Damn, I was hoping we wouldn't have all these delays, man.
Take one off your dock. Thank you.
Go on up to the witness stand, Detective. You are still under oath.
Thank you, Pookie.
Let the record reflect that.
Oh, Debbie, thank you so much for the cash app.
And
Bring this boring
hearing
back.
regarding
All right.
predicate have been conducted outside the presence of jury.
Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate that. The 15.
All right, you may
This is
proceed.
just for
Thank you,
Maddie.
Your
Detective Goetz.
Yes, yep.
Now, you were given a phone, T-Mobile Rebel 4.
The text messages could be
This
interesting.
is states 317. That is the box of that phone, and then also states 316, which has the actual device that you extracted. Is that correct?
Yes, it should.
Okay. What is the iMEI number on that phone?
For this device?
Yes.
So it's on the back here. 015 73500 123 9932.
And is that the same number on States 317, the corresponding box?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in States 333, the affidavit for search warrant, is that the same iMEI number for this T-Mobile phone which is States 316?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Now, you conducted an extraction of that phone and generated a Celebrite report based on that extraction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on your report, does it state the phone number? I'm sorry, the phone and the IME number on your report that corresponds with the phone that you extracted?
Yes, it should. Let me find it. So you should read it in this format. So the Revel 2 Plus. Let's see. I'm not sure where the IMEI is on in this report.
It's like a long report too.
Usually it's on that first part, but I don't see it on there.
Yeah, I have to look at all 50 pages now, or 100 pages. Maybe they didn't include it on there. Oh, yeah. That's like a special identifier number, right? Like a unique number.
I don't see it on the main pages of this report, this particular report.
When you generate a report, that on Celebrite, does it generally have the IME number located somewhere?
It generally does. I believe the report that I created of my extraction, I would have taken a picture of this screen of the phone with the IMEI on it.
A lot of delay.
Now,
Not like this. I guess not really his fault. I guess. I mean, I don't know who.
not our fault.
But not,
That's just a moment.
I guess that's kind of an important thing to. I guess they want to, because the defense could be like, well, how do we know that the phone probably like they need to have that on there? Like, this is that phone. Oh, God. I just want to see Lisa testify.
Are there any other indications or numbers on that phone that would correspond with the device that you extracted? Any other identifiers?
So,
I hope so.
That's a great question. Some of these other numbers usually are on the box.
You can power on the phone. I don't know if that phone. It's usually on the box, so I think it is on. Wow.
I believe so on here. Well, let me just go to the second page. So there's some numbers on there. I don't see any that were pulled on this report. that are actually in the box.
I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't even know what they're gonna like. Would he have to reprint it or something?
I don't believe so.
Just great for the defense, I guess.
Detective, you have done several extractions over the course of your career. In this case, do you personally recall receiving this particular phone and doing that extraction and providing that extraction to Detective Ortiz?
I do.
Okay, and you've looked at the extraction report with me this morning. And can you state whether or not that extraction report that we looked at this morning and that is right there, it states 338, is that the extraction report that correlates with that particular phone?
Yes, it is.
Look in his face, too. The jury is watching us, too.
And how can you make that determination?
So going through that extraction, the same messages are in this particular phone that have shown up in the report. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just asking how are you certain that the Cellbrite report that you're looking at is the Cellbrite report from the extraction that you did of that particular phone?
Yeah, I mean, this is the phone or the data that I had provided to Detective Ortiz is the file that this extraction report was created from.
Do it or not? Acceptable or not? Wow. Jeez, you're like an hour gone. Oh, wait, hold on. 30 minutes?
Your Honor. Do you recall the timeline of the phone? Is that in that report?
The timeline of the... Can you be more specific?
And I'm asking as far as the timeline from the extraction, does it appear that all the activity begins on a particular date, March 26, 2021?
Yes, it does. Around, I think it was 11 o'clock.
And it appears that the messages on that phone also end on that same day, is that correct? And all the information from that particular phone?
Yes, it does.
And if I may look at states
Damn, man. This is
338.
making me worry about the man I see here today, Lisa, testify.
What is the machine name?
So that's going to be the machine that actually performed the extraction. So that's going to be the desktop in our lab that did the extraction. So the next page has the device details that was pulled out of that phone.
Okay, and what is, I guess, an MSISDN number?
That's, don't quote me, I want to say that has to do with the T-Mobile carrier information, a number that they would assign to the phone.
Okay. And detective model, that's a 5007W, is that correct?
Is that what it says here? Yes.
And based on everything that you've reviewed, preparation for today, and the cell phone that you have seen here on in states 316, it's already been admitted, and the cell phone report, cell right report that you created in states 338. Are you certain that the phone in states 316 is the phone that you extracted to create the report in states 338?
Yes.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Cross-examination for record breaking.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
All right, may I see State's Exhibit 338, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state reoffers states 338 and 339 and 340 for all purposes.
Is there any, are you for all purposes?
I'm sorry, 338 is for record purposes and 339 and 340 for all purposes. Those are,
I think that it should have just sent the jury
specific
to lunch
conversations out at
and
states
work all this out
338.
while they're at lunch. To keep things. Might as well have just sent them to lunch. Now it's like 2
Is there
hours.
any objection
No objection at this time, Judge.
for the purposes of the hearing or before the jury as well?
For the jury as well.
All right. Then let's have the jury back in. And you can go through this process again.
Don't pull me. Oh. I don't know what kind of. It's kind of weird.
I have 338 up here.
Thank you, Judge.
420 Warlock. I don't know if I've seen that during trials either. They have a picture of Marisela by the judge.
Well, if the defense has no, you don't have any objections to 338, 339, or 340?
No.
All right.
Come on.
We're ready, Mr. Sadler.
All right.
I'm here for one thing today. That's to see Lisa. That's all I'm here for. That's the only thing I'm here for. You've seen it in a lot of trials? People say they have. Yeah, I think that's what that means. I'm not sure. What?
Mr. Harris, the state offered State's Exhibit 338 for record purposes and then 339 and 340 for all purposes. Is there any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit number 338 is admitted for record purposes only, and 339 and 340
The courtroom needs a climbing center.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
When you were looking at states 338 for the entire Cellbrite report that you ran on this, did it appear that all of the messages and activity from that phone took place on the same day?
Yes.
And what day was that? You recall?
I believe it was March 26th.
Okay, 2021?
2021, yes.
And you mentioned before that it appeared that that phone looked fairly new.
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish states 339 and 340?
You may.
Thank you. Now, we're going to look at states 340 first. And The participants, so the messages on the right, who are those being sent from this device or being, received?
Generally, if they're on the right, they're going to be sent.
Okay, and
it says sent on the status, yes.
Right there. Okay, and then the participant is Kyle. Now, you don't know who Kyle is, but it does indicate that the user of this phone put that name in there, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it says, this is my burner. I'm turning off the other one so it doesn't ping. And then going down, it says, so. And this would be looking at the second page of States 340. This would be the response, correct? Let's zoom out just a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, and that appears to be from Kyle, correct?
Correct.
And it says, call me when you get a second. It should be on the road out of Dallas at 2:30, waiting to fill Val script so she can, she good on the road, about to be on the road, taking the act seat out now, and that's at 3/26, 2021 at 3:31 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the response sent says, okay, great. I need you guys so we can use Val's debit card for these reservations. I'm feeling exposed. And that's at 3:46 p.m. On 3/26/21, correct?
Correct.
That's our son.
Kyle's response is, I know, I'm just now getting everything together, loading the car now. To which the owner of the phone responds, be careful, okay, be careful, don't speed. I really love you. You should be proud of Aaron and Chelsea. They came to me scared to death, but they came. And this is at now 4 p.m. On 3/26/21. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that's page 3 of States 340. Now, turning over to page 4 of States 340. And again, this is from the owner of the phone sending to Kyle. Jim wouldn't do it, but he told them I was coming to their house every weekend. You're saving me for a minute. I don't feel bad for Jim. He can't help it. Somebody had to be Judas. And Kyle responds, it's Jim Fauchot. We leaving just now, grabbed the last of the stuff for the car. To which the sender responds, okay, cool. And then page 5 of States 40, it indicates that the sender says, pray Nina signs the form. And that's at 4:28 on 3/26/21. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the last message back, it says, I'm praying, and that's the conclusion of this conversation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's in States 340. You also kind of isolated some messages between another contact in the phone. Is that correct?
They are isolated. I didn't do them personally myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I apologize.
To be clear, yeah.
Did you review both of these isolated, text conversations?
Yes.
And did confirm that they were part of States 338, the entire Celebrate report?
Yes.
Okay. The second conversation, that's in States 339. Do you recall who the name of the participant in that conversation?
Lover is the main one you see there.
Okay. And about what time does this text conversation begin?
March 26th on 2021 at 11:28 a.m.
And it appears the sender of the phone is saying, hey, love, we good. And then there's no response for some time. And at 2:47 p.m., what is the response? I'm sorry, not
Okay.
what is the response, what is the next message?
Guess not with some periods after.
Okay. On page 2 of states 339, does lover finally respond?
Yes.
And what does lover respond with?
Yeah. And then you with a question mark.
Okay. So then the message is, yep, I'm still hanging out, and that's at 3:47 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then attorney, or ATTY, do you take that as a abbreviation for attorney?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yes.
Attorney is seeing the wife today, to which lover responds, okay. And the response to that is, I really wish we were together. It's hard to watch your own back. And that's at 3:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next message is, you can't trust anybody either. And that's at 3:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Lover respond. What does lover respond with?
I know. Oh, I know, love. And then, can you send me some money? I need to change vehicles.
Okay.
That money, baby. Pay up,
To which
mama.
the response is, yes, as soon as I see the attorney. I had to pay him up front. Big gamble, but there didn't seem to be any issue as long as she signs off, and that's at 4:01 p.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And looking at page 4 of states 339, it states, I called the jail myself, and what did lover respond?
What they say?
They got warrants for capital murder on all 3 of us. Supposedly, they found her. And that message is at 4:03 p.m. But the attorney said they are building the case. They don't have evidence. And then states, page 5 of states 339 says they are guessing. I'm hoping she keeps her shit together. I need to get out of this state real quick. How much money do you need? And what does lover respond?
How much can you send?
How much can you send me, mama? Send it all to me, baby. The all my
Page
ladies
6
take
of
care.
states 339.
I need T.I. maker moves.
Okay.
It and then make. So I'm guessing they're clarifying their
typo?
correction and typo. Yes.
Okay. To which the response is, I have no idea how much there is until I get her shit. I'm trying to go to our fave spot. I wanted to live for a minute. You think you could get to me there? And then page 7 of states 339. Or do I need to come get you? To which lover responds,
Yeah, with an exclamation point, and then I thought you got paid today. That's a question.
Right? People like
I did. This guy was $2,000 to get the money off Nina. He just called me. And what's lover's response?
What he say with a question mark?
And this is going on from 4 p.m. and now we're at 5:16 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then states, page 8 of states 339.
Lover sent a question mark, and then the word mom with a question mark.
And it looks like the previous message,
mom.
What did he say?
Mommy.
Was it 5:16 p.m.? Is that right?
Yes.
And then there was a delay of about an hour and 15 minutes where there was no response.
Correct.
And then another hour and 15-minute or so response delay where the question is mom. Is that the conclusion of that conversation?
Yes.
And did all the messages and activity on that phone start and end the same day, and that's March 26, 2021?
Yes.
Chuck. Those people that love to use people for money.
And just to be clear, all of these messages,
how much you got?
Were messages from that T-Mobile phone that was seized from the possession of Lisa Dykes upon her arrest in Orlando. Is that correct?
Yes, to my understanding.
Okay. That's what it's, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Come on,
Thank
Heath.
you.
Turn up the heat. I've been weak.
Officer, I want to first talk about the messages from Ms. Dykes' phone to Kyle. In regards to that whole message stream, would you agree it appears that she's trying to get him to assist her doing something?
To my understanding of reading the messages, that's what it would appear to me.
Right. And whether that something is help her get back here to Texas so that she could turn herself in, you have no idea, correct?
No, I was not involved in that part of the case.
But you do know on both text streams, they're talking about having been in contact with attorneys. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Getting money to pay attorneys. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And in reference to whatever communication she's having with Lover, they're talking about being in communications with an attorney, aren't they?
Yes.
She said she called the jail. They have capital murder warrants out for us. Out for 3 people, is what she said, right?
I don't remember if it said for 3 people, but I did see it said for capital murder warrants, yes.
Just said it.
But again, she's making reference to contacting an attorney.
Yeah, to my understanding, yes.
This could have been a 30-minute testimony. It turned out to like 2 hours.
In fact, she specifically indicates that attorney is seeing wife today. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is March the 27th, were you aware that she was arrested on March the 27th of that year while she was on the phone with her attorney?
I'm not aware of any details of her arrest, no.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you, Nicola.
That's all.
Appreciate that.
Anything further at this witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
You've done a lot of cell phone extractions, things of that nature. What is a burner?
Well, burner, just in, I guess, slang terms, in law enforcement field, is usually a phone that you're just going to use for a very quick purpose that you'll probably get rid of pretty quickly as well. Something that you don't believe is tied to you.
That's what it's, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be
Yeah, it should have been 30 minutes. They stressed out 2 hours playing poppycock on the stand or whatever, certifying whatever. Certifying something that got no type of damn certification with no IME, IE number, whatever. It should have been 20 minutes, tops.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is now 12:15. We'll go ahead and break for lunch. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:15 p.m. Please remember your
Okay, all right. But they kind of actually went a little early. Valerie smiling. Let's see. Feeling myself. Feeling myself. Look at myself. Look at myself. Lunch break. Poppycock. I like that word, poppycock.
All right, I'll see everyone at 1:15. Thank you.
I feel like the defense has just gotten weaker. Yeah, at first they seemed like, oh, there's. Is that BBL? No, that's not BBL.
I got you. Yeah, I understand, but I just didn't want to.
Yeah. Is that a BBL?
I don't, you know, especially don't want to talk to me.
It's not. Right.
She might be in another.
What does BBL mean? Booty. I don't know. No, she actually looks normal. Looks normal. Who is Kyle? That's Lisa's son. Lisa. You say it's deaf of BBL? Brazilian butt left. Big booty like. Brazilian butt lift. And what is it? They take it from your stomach, I guess? Is what they say? But it says dangerous too, right? Yeah, the medical examiner, I think that might have been day one. Beautiful messy ball. I think that was day one of the trial. Mel sent you a I did see your PayPal. Hold on. Thank you, Pamela. This is Merry Christmas, Mel and Maddie. I have 13. Total one left my PayPal balance, so 10 for Maddie and 3 for you. Hope you have a wonderful. Cut off. Review message. I'm gonna assume it's a wonderful holiday. Thanks. Somebody tell me why I cry. December 3rd. I gotta figure that out. Yeah, well, beautiful messy ball. I've time-stamped all the trial days. So whatever day you go to, if you just click it, I put all the witnesses like by timestamp, so you don't have to like sit and watch the whole thing. You can just press it and get to exactly what you want or what you missed. I also started putting the recommended watches. Stretch out. No. Those text messages were kind of boring. And replay them reading the text messages. All our Kardashians got BBLs. Mama. Send the money, mama. All right, how much do you need? How much you got, mama? Damn, bro. Everybody's paying for Chuck, man. Wow. This is the guy. This is one of the attorneys, I guess, that was representing Charles Beltran. Hey, it ain't so, Billy. Beltran was saying this to one of those notes. November 5th, 2021, Philip Wayne Hayes, the defense attorney representing accused murderer Billy Kimmerer in court, was arrested. According to police affidavit, October 5th, 2021, multiple law enforcement agencies were involved in a sting operation targeting individuals soliciting prostitution using a website linked to human trafficking and prostitution. Between 3:13 and 5:59 p.m., police say Hayes began texting an undercover officer. Oh no. Hayes allegedly asked the officer for sexual services in exchange for $110 and requested a meeting location. After 6 p.m. haze, 2020 black Land Rover Defender pulled upon the agreed location. Hayes was taken into custody. Who the hell is that? His face looks familiar. Oh, that's the killer. Lisa is going to testify, but it's a question of, is she testifying today or tomorrow? I think that's why Lisa's has her face all purted up with makeup and lipstick, and she will take the stand. The attorney said she's going to take the stand. I hope we have time today. The state is supposed to be resting their case today. The only bad thing was that major delay that we just had. That took quite a bit of time. But still got plenty of time left. I don't know how many more witnesses they're going to plan to bring on. That was apparently one of Chuck's attorneys. Chuck wasn't too happy. Chuck. After that, I get appointed Bernard Wallow that waits 3 months to see me. I filed the motion to dismiss counsel, followed by a letter to the judge that got ignored. During all this, I filed a grievance with the state bar for professional misconduct. Then recently, he tried to force me to sign his response to the grievance that I do not agree with to make it seem as if I do agree so he can get it dismissed. I can't wrap my head around what's going on right now. I feel like I'm in a movie or something. It all seems so unreal. How can I move forward with all of this going on? Now I have a trial date set for September with an attorney that's mad because I wouldn't sign his papers. I'm not trying to slow this process down at all. These are the two things I've been writing about, this attorney and my day in court, so I can prove my innocence. All of this makes it so hard to do so. This is not right. It's actually scary. Charles Beltran. That Miami lady, the BPL lady, she was holding Charles down. She calling him in jail, and they're singing together and all this stuff. She helping the guy through his rough time and moments. That's a ride or die chick. This is from 7/12/2022. Let's take a look at this. I've been mentally going crazy since all of this. Writing letters to, I don't know, whoever's reading them. I guess that makes me feel even more crazier because I'm not specifically writing to someone. I'm just writing hoping one day someone will see what I've been dealing with and can possibly help in any way they can. At one point, I thought maybe I was just seeing things and thinking too much about stuff. Being confined in a cell for more than 16 months for a crime you did not commit will do that to you. Then in the newspaper lately, it says that there's been complaints coming out of Dallas County from the defense bar about the troubling behavior from some of the local judges. It doesn't surprise me that Amber Givens, I don't like the lady at all, is one of those judges. Some stated that she's not fair when it comes to cases and trials, that she makes it difficult to get anything done, and she has no respect for the attorneys and their clients. She kind of doesn't. Amber Givens, to me, she's kind of like a ratchet judge, I have to say. Like a classless judge, just in my opinion, from what I've seen. I recently just got sent a letter about how hard it's been to proceed with this case because of the attorneys fighting with me for nothing and making it difficult to get answers or anything done. Now he's the judge too. I wonder if that's why the judge was kind of like a little bit being a pain in the ass with Chuck a little bit, kind of like because he had cursed or something, even though the other witnesses cursed. I have been writing letter after letter and set the motion above this attorney, Bernard, since January, and she's ignored my request. I have trial in September, and I'm forced to keep a attorney that has been a problem since appointed in 12/9/2021. How can I prove my innocence with all this against me? My kid's mother asked me if I would just take a plea deal. I told her, no, I will not. Do you know what a plea deal is? That's me pleading guilty to a crime I did not commit. Her reply was, well, you should seriously think about it. It's scary because even though you are innocent, these people can do whatever they want with you. Now I'm starting to truly believe that. I don't know what else to do. This is not fair to me, my kids, and my loved ones. Damn. What he said about me? You call me ratchet? Let's see what else. This is interesting. Some of these letters. I have until, let's see, about 10 more minutes. No, 15 more minutes. Then I'll go pick up the baby. I'll leave the stream running. Teddy Bear says, the woman approach you in a grocery store? I don't know. I don't think I've had that happen in a grocery store. But I think Chuck approached her, right? I've never, like, at bars, I've, picked up women, like, had conversations and, like, exchanged numbers and stuff like that. But, like, in the store shopping, I don't think so. I don't think I've heard. I don't know. Dallas County Clerk Office, 814. People tell me not to write and send these letters because it's public records and anyone can see them. I don't care who sees them. If it helps me release stress and I talk about real problems that others don't talk about or are afraid to talk about them. This hasn't been easy. I can honestly say I let this situation get the best of me. I felt this. Okay, I let this place do what it was designed to do, break me down. It didn't help that I already been dealing with all these feelings and emotions since day one of all of this, not knowing what to do, feeling like a coward, beating myself up for not doing more to stop whatever happened from happening. All I can think about is how I can move forward when there's a family out there that mourns for their loved one they lost. I'm still sorry to the family that something like this even happened. It has put me in a state of depression and anxiety that I can't control. So yes, it's been very hard to move forward. I can only imagine what the family is going through. It's sad lately. I've been listening to these motivational speeches and depression/anxiety podcasts on the tablets they give us, and every one of them tell you, stop looking back, move forward. Everything happens for a reason. There are no mistakes. You can't change what already happened, accept and adapt, let go, move on. It's hard to listen to this and actually move on. I really have to try, though. I have to fight these thoughts, to not let these thoughts make me. I can't push forward if all I'm thinking about is the negative things people are saying. I know who I am. I'm a lot of things. I'm not a murderer. Being in a cell like this and thinking of what others think about you, knowing you did nothing, will drive you insane. I was at my breaking point. I was this close to giving up, tired of trying to get people to see me for who I am, just quitting like the people in the podcast would say. It's easy to quit, to give up when the rough gets going. It's easy, and it is easy. The easiest thing to do right now is give up. When your family and friends have given up on you, when the co-defendants on your case won't tell the truth, so now you have to fight even harder to prove your innocence. When you spend all your money on a lawyer that just sits on your case and does nothing, then after you withdraw him, still takes the money from you when he doesn't represent you anymore. When your first attorney takes your money and can't get another one, you get appointed one that refuses to withdraw himself and fights you to stay on the case after writing letters and filing a grievance with the bar for a professional for professional misconduct. When your judge sees the letters you're writing and knows you're having difficulties with the attorney and still denies a new counsel, it's hard to stay in this and look at the bright side of things with all this going on. I have kids, though, that need me now. Sorry, let me get some water. Okay. I have kids, though, that need me, and I have to set an example for them, teach them to not give up no matter what, no matter how hard it gets, no matter how hard it looks, no matter what they say about me, try to accuse me of that their father is a fighter, he fought and did not give up. Like the people on all the podcasts would say, you have to be someone else, someone you've never been before to keep going, to outwork the next person, to be the best in your class, to be the best doctor, athlete, lawyer, judge, officer, mother, husband, to push yourself to your limits you never reach, to make the impossible. You have to become someone else. I've been through this so much in life, nothing this drastic for me to change into that type of person until now. I had to go all the way down to get back up, stripped from everything to appreciate the little things. So to my kids, because you will read this one day, and whoever else is reading this, when all is said, when all the odds are against you, you fight, you stand up, you keep pushing, show them who you are, prove them wrong. I know it's easier said than done. It will be hard. It will be hard. You will go through it a lot to get where you want to be, but stay positive and believe in yourself when nobody does. Don't let no one write you off. Don't let no one write your story for you. Okay. Sorry, it's all over the place. Jojo. Ride or die. You're ride or die. Yeah, these chicks are holding them down, man. Singing them in prison, even years after, I guess. Love. True love. True that, Ronnie. About his kids, you should have thought about that before. True that. True that. Chuck. No, probably doesn't skip leg day. I pretty often I go run up and down the stairs, or sometimes I go for a jog. I did do leg presses yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think yesterday. Chuck. Well, looks like Chuck saved himself, possibly, and saved Nina. Now it's Lisa left to hang. It's lunchtime. They'll be back at 2:15 Eastern. All right. Chuck. All right, well, I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'm going to head out of here. I'm going to leave the stream up and running, so when they come back, hopefully I'll be back by the time they get back. I'll be listening on my phone, though, if not. All right. Yeah, we're back. Oh.
expectancy.
Well, you know what, someone told me the lobbies are really good. The lobbies?
Really?
Yeah, 'cause I know a lot of guys that are doing the lobbies. 'Cause I used to say, oh, it's just, you know.
So, you ever seen those parkour people?
Yeah, core. You're working on your core?
No, parkour. You never seen parkour? Yeah, let me show you how amazing they are. They are amazing.
A trainer or something?
These people, they train it. Watch these folks. Did you see what he was on?
Yeah, I'm at lunch.
Yeah. I like a lot of shit. The climbing, the jumping ability.
Check. 1-1. Check.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get to this level of training. They are. These people, I guess they have a great quad, because they leaping ability is like incredible. They do. That's because old folks don't train.
Really? But even with the older people, I've seen that are in really good, shape and physical fitness. I don't see them doing that. Because I think it takes a, well, I think it really does. And then I think they also must have some kind of gymnastics training. Because I remember what some of the gymnastics and people could.
So,
now I didn't stick with it, but all that.
So the upper body strength, the lower body strength, which is given the adjustment time. You gotta, when you watch. Okay, so our mass, muscle mass, people that age, we don't all people lose, you don't get back. You just sit there. Me, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna work out. I'm trained. I want my muscle that way.
Yeah, that was good. Because it won't just come.
What time did she say?
What?
Did you back in 115 over there?
115. Even if she's close. It's not going to become too much. No, but it confirms what we're saying.
Most old people, when they get old, they just want to sit down.
They don't
want to work out, they don't want to go to the gym. But so how was old people able to run those marathons? Because
they ain't sitting down.
Because they train.
That's what they're doing.
For the long body, you got to train.
They run at their own pace, though.
So I take it
I've
you
been out there.
didn't, you didn't do the marathon this week?
Hell no.
Man, that marathon got me. I thought I was going to take a shortcut.
Okay. You was out there?
I was not out there. I was at Kroger trying to cut through to
Trying
get
to get
home.
through all that shit? Yeah.
I think I caught it right at the
And it
end,
was
though.
cold?
But it was, no. No.
See, both the years I ran it was cold. And my dumb ass, I had some sweats on. And my dumb ass, first year, I sat down because I was overheating in them damn sweats. About mile 21, sat down, tried to pull them sweats out. Shit, yeah.
Couldn't get back up.
I got back up, but then now you're cramping.
That's what I'm saying.
Every other step was cramping.
You had nobody out giving you water?
Yeah, they need water, bananas, everything on the road, but
Grapefruit, oranges.
what I'm saying is, because I was an inexperienced runner,
Yeah.
I overdressed. You forget that you're going to heat up, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, you forget you're going to heat up, so even in that cold, your body can sustain it, but my dumb ass out there and warm up.
Like, nope.
Yeah.
You didn't run track in high school?
Hell no, I played baseball.
Was there anything else?
You didn't make it to the MLB?
No, I didn't make it in MLB, man. Render the chapter fixed all that shit. But yeah,
Played in college?
Obviously, the memo change.
the PE.
You went to, where you went?
What's PE my freshman year?
Prairie View.
If it,
Yeah.
You may be seated. Ms. Pittman, please call your next witness, or Mr. Brown.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Miss Julian LaPierre.
Come on up, Ms. LaPierre. If you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Judge.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Julian LaPierre. It's JulianLaPeyre.
And Ms. LaPierre, how are you currently employed?
I am currently a supervisor at the Dallas County Pretrial Services Department.
What is the Pretrial Services Department?
So basically, Pretrial Services is a department where we run 5 different units, and what we do is we assist the courts with supervising defendants that are out on bond, make sure they come to court. There are different divisions within pretrial, so we have an intake division where they are working in the jail when folks are coming into the jail, interviewing them for their financial affidavits and their PSA, stuff like that. We have a general pretrial unit that works on low-cost county bonds for individuals that may qualify. And then we have a smart justice unit that does the same as the general division, but there's a mental health component. We also have an alcohol monitoring unit that supervises defendants that are legally obligated to have some sort of alcohol monitoring, like an interlock device. The last unit that we have is the electronic monitoring unit, and that unit supervises defendants that are out on bond who a judge orders to have that as a condition of being out of jail.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about that. What is an electronic leg monitor device?
So I do have some here, but an electronic leg monitoring unit is a GPS device that is installed on someone's, most of the time on someone's ankle, and we are able to track every minute of every day where these individuals go.
And Commissioner Bertrand?
You may.
And you said you brought a couple of devices that are kind of demonstrative aids?
Yes.
Is that what you brought right here with you right here?
Yes.
Do you think these would aid the jury in understanding your testimony as we kind of go through it?
Sure, yes.
And I'll just show the defense to make sure there's no issue with her using the demonstrative.
No objection. I've seen quite a few of them.
Permission for the witness to use these as demonstrative during the testimony, Your Honor?
She may.
Thank you. And so, if you can, I mean, we can step down, I guess, with one of these devices or both, and just kind of talk about the actual devices themselves first.
Sure.
You mind stepping down so we can
A show and tell, yes.
Just keep your voice at this level.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm also very nervous, so.
Walk us through what we look
Sure.
at in these.
So, usually there's not like a zip tie in here. Usually what would be placed in here would be like pins, almost kind of like screws that they're in there. There's a pin that comes on the top, and there's a pin that is installed on the bottom, and they lock in place within the device itself. The device has a charging port, so a lot of people are curious, well, how do they charge their device? Do they take it off to charge? No. The device remains on the person at all times. It's just a very long charging cord that they have to plug in, and they have to charge once a day for an hour at a time. You kind of have to think about it as a cell phone. So it does have GPS just like your cell phone, so you do have to charge it in order for it to work. The band is rather thick and very rubbery, but inside there's fiber optics. So if a person were to cut the strap to remove the device, we would instantaneously get an alert telling us that the strap has been tampered with. If the pins were removed, there's also a sensor inside and a sensor in the back plate where that would also tell us that the device has been tampered with.
And so, like you said, it's got a number of ways that if you were to try and remove the pins or mess with the strap, it's in what's called a tamper alert.
Yes, yes, sir.
And like I said, this strap here is a pretty sturdy strap that gets fitted on someone when they have to wear one of these.
Yes.
And so they're not allowed to ever take that strap off once it's on. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you just pop that off there, and that's where you charge.
Yes, sir.
And this other device that you brought just doesn't have a strap, but this was an older device.
Yes, so that was that is an older piece of equipment. That's actually the device that we were utilizing back in 2021. This is an upgraded version.
But same features
Yes.
in this that we're in that.
Yes, sir.
And it had the same similar strap, just this one didn't come with a strap.
Correct. Yes.
And so you can sit back down.
Okay.
People aren't involved with who has the leg monitoring. So that's court ordered by a judge or a magistrate judge.
Correct. Yes.
And then how does it work if someone makes their bond, they get this order to have a leg monitor, how do they end up in your system and supervised by you?
Sure. So if somebody posts bond and there is an order for electronic monitoring, there is a hold that's placed in the jail for them. So even though they've posted bond, they're not allowed, they're not released. What happens is we get a list every morning of who's posted bond that has a hold for our division. And we send employees over to do an interview with them to make sure that they have stable housing. Obviously, the concept is house arrest. You must have somewhere to live. We also get emergency contact information, and we do our due diligence if there are potential victims to make sure that there's a stay away, that they're not living with any victims in their case. We then go verify that address with the emergency contacts that we're given, and then we place them on a release email with the jail. The following day we do release, and we go through an orientation, and we go over their specific court order specific to that defendant. And then they also go through an orientation with the monitoring company that we have a contract with, and they go over kind of the details and the what to and what not to do with the monitor, and then they're sent home.
My job, things like that.
Correct. Yes.
That's all dependent upon the judge.
Yes.
Very case specific per individual.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, do folks also have to report to the pretrial officer while they're on this?
Yeah, yes, they do. And so often folks do, they think that we're hand in hand with probation. It's kind of the same thing. You're reporting to an officer, questions are asked, their equipment is inspected. But yes, we do meet with them.
And like you said, you get their contact information, and obviously it's house arrest. But if I need to go get groceries or medical care, if I were a defendant, I'd be able to ask my officer, hey, here's where I need to go. Am I allowed to leave?
Correct. So the basic allowances are medical, legal, and necessity, which would be grocery shopping, going to Social Security, those kinds of things. Yes.
But and that's pretty. Or an attempt to make that an easy process where they've got an open line of communication with whoever their officer is. Email, call, text.
Yes, because they do have to get permission to leave their home.
Okay. And now let's talk a little bit about this case. Did you actually supervise Miss Lisa Dykes and her wife, Nina Marano?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when they went on to the Lake Monitor program?
Yes. So Miss Marano actually was released first. I can tell you.
I want to know what happened. How they escaped y'all and do nothing for 10 days, 12 days. Is the same company?
I know it was April of 2021, but if you need the
April 2021.
Yes.
You said, and Lisa, shortly after Ms. Marano?
Yes. Ms. Dykes was released on May the 12th of 2021.
Okay, and then you said they had to have stable housing.
Yes.
Where did they go live first?
They were residing with Kyle Williams, which I believe was Miss Dykes' son.
And they eventually get their own house or apartment.
They did.
You remember about how quick?
I would say a couple months.
And Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano, were they compliant with their instructions and what they were supposed to do in terms of recording and how they were to conduct themselves on the program?
Yes, sir. They were very compliant. They were very responsive, very cordial, respectful. Yes.
How often would you interact with the two of them?
I would say at least once or twice a week, if not more sometimes, via email or phone or in person, depending.
And they seemed to understand exactly what the rules were and how this would work and how they could move about to accomplish those necessities that we talked about.
Yes, sir.
And they followed those rules for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with them in person?
Yes.
I guess we kind of talked about it too. In meeting with them in person, was there ever a complaint about one of the devices?
Yes.
Okay. What was that complaint?
About November of 2021, it was Miss Marano. She was complaining that her device was too tight on her ankle, and wished for it to be loosened up a little bit. Unfortunately, I'm not. That's really not my call. That's up to the monitoring company. That's their device. I have no training in installing devices, and so that I leave that call up to the monitoring company themselves.
Did you ask someone from the monitoring company to come check out Ms. Marano's device?
I did.
That's pretty standard for you.
Yes.
And did they check out the device?
Yes, they did.
What happened next?
They said that it was fine, meaning that they weren't going to loosen it. However, if there was a reason that maybe Ms. Marano's ankles would swell or whatnot, that for her to take pictures and to come back on Monday, because I do remember that this occurred on a Friday.
And ask this: were Ms. Marano and Ms. Dykes reporting together at this time?
Yes.
And so would Ms. Dykes been at this appointment as well?
Yes.
Okay. How did Ms. Marano and Ms. Dykes respond to this?
Ms. Marano actually started crying. She was pretty upset. And Ms. Dykes was just telling her, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. So.
In your interactions with the two of them, could you ever tell who would take the lead in communicating? Or the lead in terms of how they would give information to you?
They would both email about the same frequency, but in person, it did appear that Ms. Dykes was definitely a little bit more dominant. Ms. Marano was a little bit more quiet, a little more subdued.
And so then November 2021, there's some complaints that the device is tight, but Sentinel says it looks fine.
Yes.
Was there ever any follow-up from Ms. Marano about the device to get it off or to get it loosened back up?
Yes. So she did report on Monday, and they did end up reinstalling a device off of it.
So they accommodate and say, here, let's figure out a way to make this a little better.
Yes, sir.
And that solved the problem.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to kind of move to the next month, December of 2021. At this point, they were still compliant in their performance on electronic leg monitor?
Yes, sir.
And December 23rd, 2021, did they ask to leave the residence
Yes.
What was the request for on December 23rd?
The request was to go to a medical office for medical lab work and to go to CVS and Target.
Was this for both of them or just one of them?
Both of them.
Would pretrial services have pushed back or asked anything further on that?
No, not at that time.
That was one of those check boxes, allowable things to go do.
Yes. Medical and necessities.
So now let's talk, was there, and then a couple days later, a report to the court?
Yes, there was.
Okay, what was that?
So basically, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here.
Let's start with this. Obviously, December 25th, Christmas. I think it was that was a weekend on 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a Saturday. Let's see.
So 2021, Christmas is on a Saturday.
Yes.
Was the county closed that Friday? The 23rd.
No.
Was the county going to be open the following Monday?
No, the county was closed that following Monday, the 27th.
Does that work? Pretrial services on this holidays, obviously, people are still being monitored 24/7.
So our office hours are Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30, which if there's a holiday, obviously, we're also celebrating that holiday and we're on vacation or off out of the office. However, the electronic monitoring unit does have duty phones. And with those duty phones, we are on call 24/7 in a sense. If there is a tamper alert on any of these devices, a text message is sent to that duty phone, and the duty officer would look into that tamper. Oftentimes we're calling, we're emailing, we're texting, we're trying to figure out, is it an accident or did this person truly abscond from supervision? At that point, if we do believe that the person has absconded due to the tamper alert, they're not answering the phone, we call and we speak to their emergency contact and they say, yes, they're gone. We file what's called an abscond notice. Since it's after hours, what we do is we reach out to our division in the jail, the intake division, because they do shift work 24/7. And we email that report to them, and then they go to an on-duty magistrate judge to request insufficient bond warrants be activated immediately.
So let's sound it. December 26th. Did you get, unrelated to this case, a tamper alert?
On the 27th, I did.
27th.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But that was, again, unrelated to this case.
Correct.
Because those tamper alerts are kind of a special alert.
Yes.
And so you started to look into that. You took care of that case.
Yes.
What did you do next?
So I was on duty, and I had taken care of that tamper alert. So I turned on my laptop and was emailing the abscond notice, and I noticed that both Miss Dykes and Miss Marano did not have any GPS on their devices. It appeared that their devices simultaneously were disabled. And when I looked further, one device went offline at 7:28, and the other device went offline at 7:32 a.m. on the 25th of December.
So December 25th, in the AM hours, those devices stopped sending the signal.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that send a tamper alert if I just, my device is down?
No.
But you said they both die within a couple of minutes of each other, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you been working with pretrial services, the leg monitoring division?
Almost 11 years.
So you're pretty familiar with these devices and monitoring people on these devices.
Yes, sir, I am.
And obviously, one way to block the GPS signal would be the device just dies. Is that fair?
That's fair.
In your training experience with, I mean, how many people do you think that you've supervised over those 11 years? Thousands?
Probably.
And in your training experience, do you believe that two devices could die within minutes of each other by just failure to charge?
It's very unlikely.
So if you let it
What
die,
is an explanation that
you don't get
with your training experience working with these devices and monitoring folks that could cause these devices to go off within moments of each other?
I would say it would be either physical damage to the device itself or submersion of water.
Physically damage the device, would that send a tamper alert?
It could, but it might not either.
So it's possible some blunt force trauma could potentially not be so strong that it doesn't send a tamper.
Correct.
But that's the point of the tamper alert, is that if I were to try and physically damage the device, then it should send a tamper alert.
That's correct.
But if I were to submerge my device in water, are they water resistant at all?
So to an extent, defendants are told that they can shower with their devices, but they cannot take baths, go on the pool, in the hot tub. They cannot submerge their device in water.
And so it's your belief that if you were to fully submerge the device in water, that they could do exactly what happened here, which is a couple minutes apart, GPS service stops.
Correct.
people taking notes now.
And then what do you do? December 27th, and you see this. What are the first steps to determine? You talk about calling folks.
I did. I called both Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano. I emailed them. And I then called my manager and the assistant director, and I staff the case with them. And
Pause you there. You called Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano. You had good working phone numbers for both of them.
Yes.
Did they answer?
No.
Did they call you back?
No.
You emailed. You had good communication via email. Did they email you back?
No.
Before this, had they ever complained that there were any electronic issues with these devices?
No.
So you staffed it, and then you send what's called the abscond notice.
I do. I send the abscond notice just like I did the first one that had tampered earlier that day. And we were able to get insufficient bond warrants within 4 hours.
Did you contact their emergency contacts?
I don't recall if I did or not.
And the abscond notice is an actual report that you prepare and send to the court?
This is correct, yes.
Commissioner Virginia?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I've marked here, States 341. Stapled it, but it's only actually on one page. I have 2 copies. States 341. You recognize that?
Yes.
Is this a copy of your abscond notice involving Miss Lisa Dykes and Miss Marano?
Yes, sir, it is.
States 341 is regarding Miss Lisa Dykes.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you States 342 is a almost identical report but involving Miss Marano. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then down here is kind of the subject of the report that you made since.
Yes.
And then it has your name as the submitting officer on it.
Yes.
This time, I'll offer States 341 and 342 for all purposes and hearing to the defendant.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibits 341 and 342 are admitted for all purposes.
And Commissioner Publishing? And so what we have here is States 341, abscond notice, like we said, up here in the top, it says the Dykes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And list out case numbers, and that you are the ELM officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Here's kind of what you've already testified to, is that right?
Yes.
Just a basic of when the alarms go off.
Yes, sir.
We see 7:32 a.m. for Miss Dykes and 7:28 for Miss Marano. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then lastly, were you submitted on December 27th, 2021?
Yes.
And December 27th, 2021, that was that following Monday that was still a county holiday.
It was. Everyone was still out of the office.
And States 342 is almost identical, just that it's Ms. Marano's report and that we see the language reflects that in reading as well.
Yes, sir.
Did they ever try to get back in touch with you?
No. No.
I'll pass those.
And why didn't you check the system?
The fact that someone cuts their leg monitor off, there could be a million reasons why they do that, right? You have no idea, right?
Yeah, maybe they're itchy. Maybe they have a skin rash.
Violation of warrants can be issued.
That's correct.
That's it? Doesn't mean they did anything wrong, right? You don't know if they did
Ms.
anything.
Marano and Ms. Dykes being the first person to cut the leg monitor off here in Dallas County.
No, they're not, sir.
Unfortunately, happens far too often. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
How long were they on the monitor, if you recall?
Oh, Ms. Marano was released in April of 2021. Ms. Dykes was released in May of 2021. So, give or take 7 months.
About 6 or 7 months? And
yes, sir.
Other than the complaints about the fitting of the device, they pretty much did what y'all asked them to do, correct?
Yes, I did.
When you said that Mrs. Dykes was a little more dominant than Ms. Marano, what did you mean by that?
I just meant that a lot of times she would speak for the two of them, in the office.
You were like, she wasn't like aggressive with you.
Oh, no, never, no.
Thank you.
That's it.
Can you redirect?
No.
Ms. Loveyear, be excused.
No,
Go back
Judge.
to work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge.
So I heard the prosecution has up to like 5 more witnesses, man. So I don't think we're going to get Nina today, unfortunately.
Oh, you're next one.
Yes, Your Honor, the state called Kathleen Nicolls.
I'm hearing, I spoke to a friend. I heard maybe even tomorrow or even latest Wednesday. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, I don't know what's up. Nobody cared about the story. There's no attention on it. I don't mean nobody in the literal sense, nobody, but there's no real media attention on it. Just one news station. Said that.
He would stop already right now. He's not going to swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Maybe see. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, or spell your entire name?
My name is Kathleen Nicolls, Kathleen, Nicoll.
And can you tell the jury what it is that you do for a living this time?
Yes, I'm a special agent with the FBI, and I am currently stationed in Phnom Penh, Cambodia. I'm the assistant legal attaché, so working FBI matters in Cambodia. We cover Cambodia and Vietnam.
And as far as your duties in that position, can you just let the jury know kind of what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Sure. Basically, any sort of U.S. nexus to federal investigations. So anywhere from crimes against children to human trafficking for forced criminality, money laundering, and fugitive matters.
How long have you been in Cambodia?
I've been there since March of 2021, so just over 2.5 years.
And how long have you been with FBI?
Over 17 years.
Can you give the jury, just because it's a fascinating decision, a little bit of your background and history of what you do with FBI?
Sure. I entered on duty in 2006. My first assignment was in Sacramento, California, working financial crimes. And after 3 years, I transferred to the Los Angeles division of the FBI, where I was assigned to an organized crime squad, so worked transnational organized crime for several years. I've done a 1.5-year assignment at FBI headquarters, working also in the transnational organized crime unit, and I've also worked international corruption and Nigerian organized crime, fraud, money laundering as well before I moved to Cambodia with the FBI.
And you said you've been there about 2.5 years, is that correct?
Correct.
So you mentioned that you worked a lot of financial crimes, human trafficking cases, things like that. Is that right?
Yes.
From time to time, are you contacted by maybe FBI task force members or FBI members here in the States concerning fugitives?
Yes, that is definitely part of what I've done.
And how often does that happen?
In my 2.5 years, I've been contacted, or I've dealt with 3 different murder fugitive cases.
And when we talk about murder fugitive cases, is it a federal crime to flee the United States, to avoid prosecution for murder?
Yes. Don't ask me what, I'm sure it's Title 18, what United States Code it is. But yes, there is, it's unlawful flight to avoid prosecution is the name of the statute.
Okay. And so you are stationed in Cambodia. Are you aware of their, extradition practices in Cambodia to the United States?
Yes. So for your information, there's a lot of times when we're dealing with, at least with the FBI and federal law enforcement, in dealing with different countries, there are 2 things. There's a mutual legal assistance treaty, or also known as an MLAT, and then there's also often coincides with an extradition treaty. So every country will have a different relationship with the United States as far as MLATs or extradition treaties. In Cambodia, there is no extradition treaty or mutual legal assistance treaty which is an agreement basically between the 2 governments. So there is no extradition treaty or MLAT between Cambodia and the United States at this time.
So you said that you've worked on, in your 2.5 years there, 3 cases involving trying to apprehend murder defendants, people who have been charged with murder from the United States. Is that correct?
Yes, 3 different cases involving murders that took place in the United States, and the individuals charged with that murder have fled and were in Cambodia.
So at some point, did you were you contacted by a local FBI agent regarding Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano?
Yes, it was approximately January of 2022 when individuals from the FBI Dallas office reached out to me and said that there were 2 individuals who were suspected of murder in the Dallas area, and that travel records indicated that they were currently in Cambodia.
And so, as far as Cambodia, you work in the capital city, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Phnom Penh is the capital of Cambodia.
Okay, can you spell that for the?
Sure, it's PHNOM And the second word is Pen, P-E-N-H. Took me a while to learn to spell that correctly. Phnom Penh is the capital city, and that's where the U.S. Embassy is located, in the capital city of Phnom Penh, Cambodia.
So FBI Dallas contacts you and lets you know the travel records indicate that Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano are somewhere within Cambodia. Is that correct?
Yes, they departed, according to the travel records, from my recollection, departed on Christmas Day, December 25th, and flew through Seoul, South Korea, through Uncheon Airport, and then flew into Phnom Penh.
And from your personal experience, how was that flight?
It's long and grueling. There's at the time in question, in January or December of 2021, COVID was very real in Southeast Asia, and Cambodia had just lifted in December, early December of 2021. Cambodia was the first in the region to lift their quarantine. So during COVID, a lot of times, actually in Southeast Asia, many countries had a long quarantine period, whether it was 14 days. Cambodia lifted their from 14 to 3 days, and then it was early December when they lifted their quarantine restriction.
Now, at that time, was it a requirement, although they lifted the quarantine restriction, was it a requirement to have a negative COVID test before traveling?
I recall, I do believe that's correct. I know there was also COVID testing upon arrival as well. So when I arrived in March of 2021, I had to have a negative COVID test before I left the U.S. and then also tested again upon arrival at the airport. So they were administering COVID tests at the airport.
Now, when you received this, I guess, call from the Dallas FBI requesting assistance in locating Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano, what steps do you have to take at that point?
Sure. So one of the first things, so technically speaking, I don't have law enforcement authority in Cambodia. So we work very closely with local law enforcement in Cambodia. So one of my best partners, so to speak, in Cambodia is the Cambodia National Police. Also, we just refer to them as CNP. So the Cambodia National Police are partners in Cambodia. It's actually a fairly unique setup that we have, where we have an official task force with CNP and also with the Immigration Department, so General Department of Immigration. So we have an official task force where the FBI works very closely with the police and immigration.
And this task force, are these the same individuals that you work with on a regular basis?
That's correct, yeah. So our task force has about 10 Cambodian National Police officers. We have our task force leader is a 39-year veteran of the Cambodian National Police. He's worked a lot of cases throughout the years, human trafficking primarily, and has been a good partner with the U.S. Embassy altogether, but specifically with the FBI. I've worked very closely with him in the task force for my time in Cambodia.
Now, after receiving this request, you talked about working in conjunction with the task force, Cambodian National Police Task Force. What steps do you have to take at that point?
Sure. So typically what will happen when we get information from an FBI field office, that we'll either write a formal letter, or sometimes it's an email or just a phone call stating that we've got a particular case that I've been made aware of. In this particular case, FBI Dallas contacted me, and so then I would have contacted I contacted the task force leader and explained the situation, that we had 2 subjects that were charged with murder in the United States, and so requesting their help in locating the 2 individuals.
And of course, at that point, or is that the point when you all start doing your work to help locate these individuals?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what tools, what things did you all do to try to locate the Dykes?
So working with immigration, we wanted to verify that the travel records, the flight records, indicated that they did fly into Cambodia, but we also wanted to check Cambodian immigration records to make sure that they hadn't departed Cambodia, moving on elsewhere. So we worked with the immigration department to confirm that they, at least officially, were still in Cambodia. Then we also received information from Bank of America that they were using, Lisa and Nina were using their Bank of America ATM cards at various banks in Cambodia.
Is there a particular, I guess, Cambodian National Bank that has a lot of different ATM outlets?
They're using their bank accounts on the road?
Sure. So there are several different banks throughout Cambodia. The biggest bank, the most popular bank, is known as Advanced Bank of Asia, or for short, ABA. So ABA Bank is one of the most popular banks throughout Cambodia. It's located in the capital city as well as throughout in various provinces throughout Cambodia.
And did you all, you said throughout Cambodia, were there some other cities and locations in Cambodia that might be spots that you might locate them besides the capital city that I don't want to try to say?
Sure. So when first looking at some of their bank records, we did see a transaction for the Courtyard Marriott. So I had gone to which is located in Phnom Penh in the capital city. So Courtyard Marriott was able to confirm that both Lisa and Nina had checked into the Courtyard Marriott and were staying there, but they were no longer there. So the bank records indicated that there were some ATM transactions. I believe there were some other transactions as well, but we were tracking, we meaning FBI Dallas, as well as myself and with the task force, tracking ATM transactions in a town called Sihanoukville. I can spell that for the court.
Yes.
SIHANOUKVILLE. There's a lot of activity in Sihanoukville these days. It's there's a lot of human trafficking for forced criminality that's happening in Sihanoukville, a lot of fraud compounds, a lot of fraud victims in the United States and around the world. So Sihanoukville has become well known in the human trafficking fraud. But back in early 22, Sihanoukville used to be a sleepy coastal town, and it's developing more as Chinese organized. There's a lot of Chinese organized crime that's there, but it is on the coast of Cambodia. I should know my geography and tell you what sea it is that's right there. I believe it's the Sea of Thailand that is on the coast of Cambodia. But Sihanoukville is a port city. There's a large port there as well.
Okay. And so, as you mentioned back in 2022, January 2022, this is more of a sleepy coastal town versus what it's kind of turned into.
In 2022, a lot of casinos were built. They were half built. A lot of the construction started, but then with COVID, not a lot was happening for a while. In 2021, they were very strict with COVID, similar to how things were shut down here in 2020. Things were shut down in 2021, actually, in Cambodia. So a lot of the construction halted. So still developing at that point, or half developed, I would say, probably in early 2022.
Now, so you locate some ATM withdrawals and bank records that are indicating that there's some ATM withdrawals in that town. What do you do next?
So we see the financial transaction showing that there are ATM withdrawals in Sihanoukville. So my task force leader and two of my task force officers, we travel. It was at the time, it took about 5 or 6 hours to get from Phnom Penh to Sihanoukville in trying to locate Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano. So we arrive in Sihanoukville, we meet with the provincial police there just to kind of explain that we were from Phnom Penh and explain just face to face what our purpose was, why we were in Sienaville, and the goal of our mission there was to locate Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano and take them into custody.
After meeting with the local law enforcement there in Sienaville, is that correct?
Sienaville.
In Sienaville. What did you do all after?
Sure. So, kind of feeling like we were looking for a needle in a haystack, or there were multiple ATM machines throughout Sienaville. So one of the things that I thought we would do is start with, there were a couple of hotels in the area that were more friendly towards Westerners. So I thought maybe we would, try to see if they were staying at one of those hotels. So the first hotel, typical FBI investigations, we would ask to talk to a manager. Unfortunately, the hotel manager wasn't available. This would have been in approximately around February 24th of 2022, 23rd or 24th. And so met with the hotel manager wasn't available. So they said that I could meet with the front desk manager. So I met with the front desk manager along with my 2 task force officers and the task force leader. So explained why we were there, that we were looking for 2 individuals. I had pictures of both Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano. So I showed pictures of them, and they didn't look familiar to the hotel manager. I shared with the hotel manager, or the front desk manager, their passport numbers as well as phone numbers that we had for them at the time. The front desk manager ran through their system, the hotel system, their database, didn't find anyone with the names. Well, I think we ran Lisa Joe Dykes and Nina Marano also with the last name of Beltran. We ran those names, or the front desk manager ran through the database, didn't find anything. And we had said that I had shared in my conversation that we had some bank transactions, ATM withdrawals in Sienaville. And the hotel manager said, well, we've got a very good relationship with the ABA bank manager. Again, ABA being the biggest bank in Cambodia, also the largest bank in Sienaville as well. So the hotel...
Let me just stop you right there for just a second. So you're talking to the hotel manager, and he is letting you know that he has a good connection with the ABA bank in Cambodia, someone that can kind of help you out with getting some information about the ATM. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you ran, you had him run the names Lisa Dyke and Nina Marano through their tracking system or their record system at the hotel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also Beltran. Is that right?
Yes.
And why did you use Beltran as well?
So I at some point I had seen a document where that Lisa and Nina had changed their last name to Beltran so that they were married and that they had officially gone through a name change, as well as their passports that they used to enter Cambodia. Their passports had the last name of Beltran.
Now, let's talk more about the hotel manager that got you in connection with the ABA manager of the National Bank of Cambodia. Were you able to contact this person and get some leads about where to find Lisa and Nina?
Yes. So we finished our meeting with the hotel manager, the front desk manager at the hotel, and my task force leader then contacted the ABA bank investigator or the bank manager. And that was about 4:30 in the afternoon. And my task force leader left his name and phone number. And at somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock that night, my task force leader contacted me and said that the bank manager had located the 2 women.
And how were they able to locate the 2 women?
So looking through bank surveillance footage, they were able to identify the transaction. So they had pictures, and the bank manager shared with our task force leader pictures of both Lisa and Nina accessing the ABA ATM. And then also they were able to zoom out to the parking lot of that bank where they were using the ATM. And they identified, I believe it was a red Toyota SUV. I think it was a 4Runner, but I'm not sure. So it was a red Toyota SUV that pulled into the parking lot of the bank, and the driver got out and then opened the door for Nina and Lisa to exit the vehicle and then go access the ATM.
So what steps did you take after that, after seeing that bank surveillance footage?
So we were able to positively identify both Lisa and Nina, and also able to zoom into the license plate on the red SUV. And so once we were able to get the license plate from the vehicle, then at that point worked through, it wasn't me, it was my task force officers working through their police system and identifying the registered owner of the vehicle. Once they identified the owner of the vehicle, it was the next morning when my task force officers contacted the owner of the vehicle, who we found out was a taxi driver. And so we were able to get in contact with the taxi driver, asked the taxi driver, I wasn't part of the conversation, it happened in the local language of Khmer, but I was told by 8:30, or maybe it was even, I can't remember if I found out the night before or the morning of, that they had been in contact with the taxi driver. The taxi driver said that, yes, he had picked up two Western females, and had taken them to the bank. So we knew that at least the taxi driver was able to tell us a little bit more information.
Now, what size of a coastal town is
Sienaville? Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the Dallas area, so I can't equate it to. It's a pretty small town, though. I would say the population is half Cambodian and at this point half Chinese, also, but a pretty small town.
Okay.
They can maybe only 12 months.
10,000 people.
Maybe 15 or 20,000.
Okay, about 20,000 people. Now, you all were able to contact the taxi driver, and your task force was able to verify that they picked up two Western women that appeared to be Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano. What all did you do next?
So we had asked the taxi driver we were staying at a local hotel, and so we had asked the taxi driver to meet us. When I say us, it was myself and a translator that works for my office at the U.S. Embassy in Phnom Penh. So the two of us, and then my 3 task force officers. So initially the taxi driver said yes, that he would come to the hotel to meet us. Then he got a little nervous, realized that he didn't really want to be involved in a police investigation. So he, at that point, refused to come to the hotel to meet with us. However, he did say that on more than one occasion that he had picked up the 2 women and had taken them to the ATM. So he was able to direct us to the house where they were staying. So he kind of directed us into the general vicinity of the house where he had picked them up to take them to the bank.
And so you're working with your task force and also with local law.
Yes. So the national police, there's the national level, and then there's also Cambodian national police that work in the provinces. So each province will have a commissioner and a deputy commissioner, but typically the national police from Phnom Penh, from the capital city, have a little bit more power, I guess, so to speak, over the provincial police. But we work together on several cases that I worked in different provinces. myself with the task force go to the province, we meet with the provincial police, and then they often provide resources, meaning personnel, to help us with whatever the case may be.
Okay. And in this case, they provided those resources. Did a group of your task force and also some of the provincial police of that area travel to the location that the taxi driver described?
Yes. So once we had the general vicinity, I believe the description was 2 or 3 yellow houses sat next to each other. So where he had gone to pick up the 2 women. So we went to the general vicinity. We actually saw a group of 2 or 3 yellow houses that met the description, came in contact with, there was about a young boy that was outside. The task force officers had asked the boy if he had seen 2 Western women, and he said no. At that point, we contacted the taxi driver again, said, we're here at this location where you told us to go. And he said, well, if you go up the hill and turn right, that we were actually at the wrong house initially. So then we were able to, my task force, I stayed back. My task force went looking for another group of 2 or 3 yellow houses next to each other. And there was a young Cambodian man who had come out and made contact with my task force officers and said that his relative owned a house right down the street and that there were 2 Westerners, 2 women that had been staying at the house for about a month at that point. So when my task force officer showed this Cambodian man copies or pictures of the 2 women, he positively identified the pictures as the 2 women that were staying at his relative's house.
And so, I mean, I guess at this point, just coming across this young man, that was pretty lucky.
Yes, it was very lucky. The fact that the taxi driver remembered the house, the general vicinity, and then literally just like the saying someone came out of the woodwork was kind of how we felt that this young man had come out and voluntarily was just helping law enforcement.
Were you able to locate the house where these 2 women were renting from? I guess, was it his aunt?
I believe it was his aunt. I know it was a relative.
Were we able to locate that house?
We were. So he took my task force officers, and I was in a car behind, and we had he had taken my task force officers and showed the exact house where they were staying.
What happened next?
So at that point, we were fairly confident that we had the house where Lisa and Nina were staying. But before we did anything else, they wanted to talk to the local prosecutor. So the deputy commissioner contacted the local prosecutor, so a Cambodian prosecutor in Sihanoukville. And the prosecutor came out. The task force, my task force leader and the deputy commissioner from the province explained the situation to the prosecutor. At that point, I got a call from the task force leader, and I was told that the prosecutor wanted to talk to me as well.
Okay. Did you speak to the prosecutor?
I did. So we were at this point standing outside about 4 houses down from the house where Lisa and Nina were staying. And I explained to the prosecutor, I had showed him a copy of the Texas state arrest warrant for murder, as well as a copy of the federal arrest warrant for, we call it a UFAP warrant, unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. And there was also what law enforcement refer to as an Interpol red notice. So a red notice is a viewed internationally through Interpol, respected agency that works with law enforcement in almost every country that I've worked with in the past. So, and it's basically just a notification that there is an arrest warrant in a particular country, that these individuals are wanted in a particular country. So I was able to show the prosecutor a copy of the red notice along with the federal and state arrest warrants for both Lisa and Nina.
And upon, after that conversation, were you able to proceed forward?
Yeah, at that point, the prosecutor authorized the law enforcement officers to go to the house and to execute an arrest to take them into custody.
And how was that arrest, I guess, commenced?
Sure. So this was on February 25th, and the Lisa and Nina had visas to reside in Cambodia, and if I recall correctly, their visas expired the next day on February 26th. So initially, the law enforcement officers, from what I was told, because I was still about 4 houses down with the prosecutor when the law enforcement officers, and to give you an idea, there were 4 or 6 law enforcement officers that had gone in tactical gear. They were in green uniforms that looked similar to tactical uniforms. And then there were probably 3 or 4 Cambodian police officers that were in their standard police uniforms. Then my 3 task force officers were in plain clothes. So it was those law enforcement officers that had gone to the residence and then called Lisa and Nina out of the house. From what they had talked about doing was saying that they were there for an immigration check. And that's very common. The FBI, we do this all the time. Our goal is to call people out of the house. It's much safer than trying to just not quite what you see in the movies. We want people to come out of the house on their own. So I believe Nina was the first one to come out, but then Lisa also came out of the house.
When Nina and Lisa come out of the house, and if I understood correctly, there's 4 officers in tactical, so like SWAT team attire.
Correct.
And then 4 just kind of plain regular officer attire, and then your task force is in plain clothes, correct?
Yes.
So at least 8 police officers, or clearly visible police officers at that home. What happens after they come outside the house?
So when they came out of the house, there must have been some sort of confusion, because at that point the task force leader had asked me to come up to the house. So I walked just a few houses up. So I'm now in front of the house with Lisa and Nina. I identified myself. I told them that I was with the FBI and that they were under arrest for murder in the state of Texas and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. So I told them, and I was able to give them clear, distinct commands similar to how I was taught at Quantico in training, to put their hands behind their back. And at that point, the Cambodian National Police officers put handcuffs on them. And once they were in handcuffs, one of the first things that Lisa looked at me and said, "What jurisdiction do you have here?" I was taken back by that comment. But at that point, I just responded to her saying that the Cambodian National Police that she and I would have time later to discuss, and I can explain things further. But at that point in time, that the Cambodian National Police officers had to do their jobs.
How did you take that comment?
Like I said, I was taken back. It was not something, technically I don't have law enforcement authority, but I wasn't the one doing the arrest. It was the Cambodian National Police, the numerous Cambodian National Police officers that I was with. So I was definitely surprised and taken back by that comment.
I would imagine in your years in the FBI, it takes a little bit to I guess, shock you or surprise you.
I've been through a lot, and this was definitely something that, it has stuck with me. Yes, it was very surprising.
Now, the Cambodian National Police placed them under arrest, and as part of that arrest, it's a little bit different, I guess, than here in the United States. They were in this home. Did the police with Lisa and Nina go through the home and I guess identify what their personal items were, what things should go, what things should stay?
That's correct. So the police officers went into the house and with Lisa and Nina and identifying, because they were renting the house from a Cambodian, so they were identifying all of the articles and items that belonged to Lisa and Nina that the police were going to gather and take with them.
And so did the police, I guess, allow them to take some of their personal luggage, clothing, things of that nature?
Yes, that is correct. There were clothes, there were phones, computers, some laptops, I believe thumb drives, a couple of binders of miscellaneous documents that were all taken by the police. And similar to what we would do if we were executing a search warrant in the United States, we inventoried everything. So they made a list of everything that was taken from the home that belonged to Lisa and Nina. I can tell you something else that was interesting.
Tell me.
That
I don't object to the narrative.
No, today. Jesus Christ.
What was one of the other things you found interesting?
The amount of cash. So because the ATM transactions had indicated that they had gone to the bank several days prior to this encounter, this arrest, so they had cash with them. Unfortunately, some of the Cambodian National Police thought that they would help themselves to some of the cash. But Lisa and Nina were very careful when they were going through every item that was taken that belonged to them. And when the Cambodian police came to the cash and said it was about $300, I believe it was Nina who said, no, that's not right. There should be close to $6,000 there. And sure enough, my translator had heard from, overheard two of the police officers say, dude, put it back. So one of the Cambodian police officers did try to take the cash, but I guess my point is that they were very careful about each item that was taken that belonged to them, whether the phones, there was also in the money as well, and the computers and the binder of miscellaneous documents. And then there were 2 suitcases also where they had taken some of their clothes as well.
Now, so you were there when this property was seized, is that correct?
Yes.
And then it, I guess, went into your possession, which you then transferred it to an FBI Dallas member, is that correct?
So all of everything that was taken, we would just refer to all of it as evidence at that point in time, was taken by my task force leader. So he had everything in his possession. And where our task force is, we've got a couple of cabinets that are locked.
Not even closed.
So I think the suitcases were not locked. They were just in his office, the suitcases with clothes in them. I actually think they may have been able to take some of the clothes with them because they went to a hospital detention center for a short time because they both tested positive for COVID. So, but all of the phones, the money, the computers, and the documents would have stayed with the task force leader, locked in a cabinet until the FBI Dallas agents came to do the transport Lisa and Nina back to the United States. And at that point, then the transfer of custody from the evidence went from the task force leader directly to Special Agent Taylor Page with the FBI here in Dallas.
You mentioned that at some point they tested positive, and when did they test positive for COVID?
So at the house, after they were taken into custody, and we had all gone into the house because I was with them, just kind of trailing the task force officers and the other Cambodian police officers. And at some point, one of my task force officers stepped outside to administer a COVID test to Lisa and Nina, and they both tested positive. So at that point, we all kind of stepped back a little bit. We're a little bit more careful with our masks and with hand sanitizer. But then after that, we knew that the search had to continue. So the officers went back into the house and continued their search and identifying all the items that belonged to Lisa and Nina.
And they were transferred to a hospital slash detention facility there in that
in CNFL. Yes. So our original plan was to take the two individuals in.
Object to her being non-responsive. She almost said answer the question.
Kind of dragging a bit.
Just say yes, your next question.
Hurry up, give it to you, man. Today is kind
of hospital detention facility.
Besides the first two witnesses.
That's correct. Once the police officers finished at the house and itemized all of the individual pieces of evidence, and Lisa or Nina signed for it, and then they were transferred to a local hospital, part of the hospital that they had turned into kind of the jail for individuals who had tested positive for COVID.
At that point, did you return to your the U.S. Embassy in the capital city?
We stayed. The three task force officers, myself and the translator, we did stay at the hotel for a couple of days because we had been exposed to COVID, and I didn't think it was fair for me to send my task force officers home to their family and possibly expose them to COVID also. So we stayed at the hotel for a couple of days just to make sure, and then we all tested for COVID, tested negative, and then traveled back to Phnom Penh.
And then you waited some days until, I guess, you received confirmation that Lisa and Nina were negative for COVID?
Yeah, so we were told by the police in the hospital that they would test after 1 week. And after 1 week, I believe Lisa tested negative and Nina still tested positive. Excuse me. So a few of my task force officers went to CNFL and then transported Lisa back to Phnom Penh to the Immigration Removal Center. And then within a few days, they tested Nina again. And once she tested negative, then she too was taken by my task force officers from CNFL back to Phnom Penh to the Immigration Removal Center.
And once they were in the Immigration Removal Center, what steps have to be taken before they will be deported or transferred back to the Dallas area?
So the FBI, so I would have written a letter, either myself or my boss would have written a letter to both the Immigration Department, General Department of Immigration, as well as the Cambodian National Police, requesting that they be deported.
Once that letter is written, what happens next?
Yeah, the Cambodian government does the checks that they need to in order to just lawfully, according to their laws and procedures, deport individuals. So a couple of the steps that are taken is that their visas would have been revoked. That would have been done by the General Department of Immigration. So their visas were revoked, and therefore they were in Cambodia illegally. Their passports also were revoked. Their U.S. passports were revoked. That's a standard State Department consular services procedure. So to prevent them from being able to travel internationally. So their passports, which were part of the items that were taken, the U.S. State Department had asked for their passports. So we had to get their passports and then turn those passports into the State Department that's located within the embassy compound where my office is as well.
Although there's no extradition treaty between Cambodia and the United States, there are certain circumstances where people will be deported. Is that correct?
Yes, for sure. So technically, they were not Lisa and Nina were not extradited back to the United States, but they were deported.
Oh.
And had they had any, I guess, Cambodian ties, familial ties, things of that nature, would that have resulted in a different circumstance?
Yes, if by Cambodian law, if they or their constitution, if they were somehow Cambodian citizens, then they would not have been deported. In this case, because Lisa or Nina had no known family ties to Cambodia, and they were believed to be fully only United States citizens.
They need to get that
That's why they were deported.
All right, so Special Agent, you had mentioned earlier that several items were seized, several personal items were seized from Lisa, Dykes, and Nina Marano upon their arrest. And you were present for that and saw those items being seized. Did we have an opportunity to meet yesterday and go through some of the documentation and items that were seized?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you verified that these items were indeed in the collection that were seized and put in that cabinet that you described to the jury, and then eventually transferred to Special Agent Taylor Page.
That's correct.
May I approach your Honor?
You may.
All right, we have a load of stuff. Order in Bush.
Skeezes.
I'm showing what's been marked states 343. And do you recall this bag of items?
Yes.
Okay, and it appears just to be various identification items and things of that nature.
Correct. There are some social security cards and some driver's license, and I believe it looks like one passport card.
And it states 344. Does that appear to be a passport for...
Yes, this is a passport for Nina Tamar Beltran.
Okay. It states 345. An additional passport for...
Yes, this both passports are one-way, one transport passports. This one is for Lisa Beltran, in the name of Lisa Beltran.
Okay, Lisa Beltran. And that states 345. It's 346. Does that appear to be one of the flash drives, USB drives that was seized?
Yes.
And states 347. Appears to be several SIM cards that were seized.
Yes.
State 348. You recognize this phone and a charger and a phone in a clear case.
Yes, there were several phones that were seized, and this definitely appears to be one of them.
States 349. You had an additional phone that was seized.
Yes.
States 350.
We're doing a skis emoji.
A group of phones that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. And these items also have an indication like an FBI number as well on them besides just the other packaging. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. States 351. Does that appear to be the notebook that was seized with some documents inside?
Yes. Just before you go on, there's one package that is not the typical FBI packaging.
Uh-oh. Gonna take another hour now. Uh-oh.
Yeah. I do remember the purple phone and the blue Motorola, so I do believe that these are the same phones.
Has it been tampered with?
States 350. So we have a collection of 5 different phones.
Yes.
And you recall, you said each of these, this is a white, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but Huawei phone, and then a blue
nice phone.
Motorola phone, a purple iPhone, a
gray iPhone, and then I guess a green color.
Come on, give me something today.
iPhone.
Give me something.
Yes. Okay. That's all it takes, $350.
I was hyped up for this
351,
day.
you recognize that binder?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it states 352. This appears to be 3 laptops that were seized. You recall that? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, state offer states 343 through 350. 354? 352? 352 for all purposes.
Stretching my legs out. Get it back, just moving around, get the blood flowing.
343 through 352 and the items contained therein are admitted for all purposes.
Now, Special Agent Nicolls, that's not all that was seized, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was some additional documentation that was seized as well, and we'll go through those items. So we'll just kind of flip through these quickly. You don't have to describe them just yet, but do you recognize states 353?
Yes.
354?
Yes.
States 355?
Yes.
States 356? 357?
Yeah.
United States 358?
Yes.
States 359?
Yeah.
States 360?
Yes.
States 361?
Yes.
States 362?
Yes.
States 363?
Yes.
364?
Yes.
365?
Yes.
366?
Yes.
367?
Yes.
368?
Yes.
369?
Yes.
370?
Yes.
371?
Yes.
372?
Yes.
373?
Yes.
374?
Yes.
States 375?
Yes.
376?
Yes.
States 377?
Yes.
States 378?
Yes.
States 379?
No, Lisa, I don't think it's going to be Lisa today.
States 380?
I really thought it was, but
States 381?
between the one witness that took a very
and
long
states
time with
380.
the
You
issues,
recognize all those items.
and then this
Your Honor,
witness.
state offers states.
Oh, chicken leg.
Where did I start? 353 through 382 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, States Exhibits 353, paper documents, 382 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish some of those items, Your Honor?
No.
Okay. Now, the first, I guess, item that I want to talk about is the contents of this notebook in States 351. Now, I and Mr. Brown were able to meet yesterday and kind of go through some of these things prior to your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does it appear that this notebook contains?
Primarily LLC documents.
Okay, and what was the business called that was this LLC?
The one name is BNB Enterprises LLC, which I believe is an abbreviation. I think there's another document that actually says what BNB stands for. Another LLC document.
We started with that.
That's another one for BNB. Here's another LLC membership certificate that's Boar and Bunny Enterprises LLC.
Boar Bunny Enterprises LLC. And does it indicate on there in this notebook when that LLC was initially started?
I think there's a couple different LLCs, but The date on this document is August 5th of 2021. The date on this certification of members is the 8th of August 2021. Another LLC resolution to open a bank account, also dated August 5th of 2021.
And
here's another, the certification of member, which is dated the 24th of September 2021. There are also IRS documents under B&D Enterprises, Lisa Beltran, sole member.
so, based on that notebook, it does appear that they went through all the proper steps to create an LLC, get an employee identification number through the IRS. All of those steps after being initially arrested for the murder of Marisela Botello in March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in states 343, this was the various identifications of both Miss Beltran, Nina and Lisa, correct? And we'll start with Nina. It appears this Utah identification is much older. That looks almost about the time period that my original driver's license was issued, where they typed it out instead of having the digital print. And it appears that she has a passport card with the name Nina Tamara Beltran.
Okay.
If we can zoom in, can you tell the jury when that card was issued?
The passport card in the name Nina Tamara Beltran was issued on December 11th, 2020.
And then here is a Pennsylvania driver's license. What is the issue date for that?
The Pennsylvania driver's license, also in the name of Nina Tamara Beltran, was issued December 12th, 2020.
And this particular New York State driver's license indicates that there's a Orlando, Florida address, and the issuance date of 2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as Lisa Beltran, we have both her some Social Security cards with Lisa Dykes, Lisa Ahmed, and then finally a Lisa Beltran.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we have this Texas driver's license that it appears to expire in May 25th of 2022.
Correct.
And then we have a Pennsylvania state driver's license that was issued December 12th of 2020.
Yes.
You're correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, we did not have a, I guess, corresponding United States of America passport card for Lisa Beltran. Do you know why that is?
I believe it was taken with when the consular service at the U.S. Embassy had asked for the passports for both Lisa and Nina, and so I'm pretty sure that I recall a passport card for Lisa being turned into the consular service, and I probably should have turned this one in also because it's a passport card, but it must have been stuck to another card, which is why it wasn't turned in also.
Okay, so it just appears that this one probably got missed.
Correct.
And you're understanding the passport card and the actual passport itself, are they going to have the same issuance date?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as I know, they should have the exact same issuance date.
That's what I have. Plus protein. They didn't just show it; they zoomed
Now,
in.
in states 345 and 344. And we will look at states 345. This is Lisa Beltran, or also Lisa Dykes, passport. Can you just kind of describe to the jury, you said it was a one-use passport or one-way passport. What is that?
Yeah, from what I've experienced and what I've been told by the consular services, in cases like this, all of their official passports are turned into consular service, but then they need a passport to actually travel from, in this case, from Cambodia back to the United States. So the consular services, in coordination with Washington, D.C., issues a one-way passport for the travelers.
And so this is a photo of Lisa Dykes from Cambodia, is that correct?
I believe sometimes I've had experiences where the individual refuses to get their picture taken, but I do believe that this was taken in Cambodia. The consular services will go out and take a standard visa or passport photo with the typical white background and the right size.
Now, going through some of these documents located during that seizure, this is states 353, and I'll read the Cambodia, and I'm sure, I apologize. What is the local language?
It's Khmer. It's spelled Khmer, so phonetically would be Khmer, but it's most often pronounced Khmer. So it's the Khmer language. They refer to the Khmer people being local Cambodians. Apsara is a typical traditional dance in Cambodia. So this appears to be taken from a local vendor or shop with typical Cambodian phone numbers as well.
And do those appear to be the types of photographs that you would use either for a passport or a visa application or something of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Explain when an individual travels to Cambodia on a visa, when they get into Cambodia, what types of visas might they obtain from local people? And I'm not talking about official visas. I'm talking about from local, I guess, local, I don't know if I want to say black market, or what types of visas would they be able to obtain?
So they could obtain anything from an official visa. In Cambodia, you can get a visa on arrival, so you can actually get a visa when you arrive at the airport. But once you're in country, in order to get a continued visa, you can either go through an agent to get an official visa, or it's fairly common for criminals to get counterfeit or fake passports or visas.
Did you receive any information about whether Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano were trying to obtain any visas while they were there?
So their visa, the original, at least one of the visas that they had was, I think I mentioned earlier, set to expire on February 26th. From what I had heard through my task force and talking to individuals, or maybe it was through an interview with Lisa and Nina, that they had gone to a travel agent in Cambodia, in Sihanoukville, to obtain a renewed visa.
Now, States 354 appears to be Lisa's ticket from Dallas to Seoul, Korea. And it appears to be boarding that flight at 55 a.m. Leaving from Dallas. Is Korean Air one of the airlines that flies that route through Seoul?
Yes, at the time, I believe it was almost the only flight leaving Dallas in order to get to Seoul, and let alone on to Cambodia. There were due to COVID, very limited flights available. And the one main one that most people took between Cambodia and the United States was this flight through Seoul.
And this is States 355. This is actually for Nina Beltran, but that appears to be the second leg of that flight from Seoul to Phnom Penh.
Yes, you typically lose a calendar day because you cross over the international date line. So the flight, typically if it left Dallas on December 25th, it would have arrived and then departed Seoul to Phnom Penh on the following day.
And States 356 and 357. These appear to be the back of just some Cambodian customs declarations.
Correct. Standard immigration declaration forms that everyone is provided on the plane when you're flying into Phnom Penh or into Cambodia. You fill out a card like this.
States 358 is the Marriott, appears to be a Marriott Courtyard receipt, and you all had information that they were staying in this hotel for a short time. Is that correct?
Yes, and this receipt shows that their arrival date was December 26th, and in Cambodia they write the dates, the day of the month first, and then the month, so it shows a departure date of January 8th of 2022.
And it states 359. This is just a photocopy that was included in their documents of everything, with the addition of Lisa Beltran's passport card. And can you see what the issuance date is on Ms. Beltran's passport card?
Yes, this is a copy of a passport card in the name of Lisa Beltran, issued December 11th of 2020.
State 363, just another documentation of the flight. 364, same. 365, this is for Lisa Beltran. The same documentation of their flight into, I'm sorry, how do you say that again?
Phnom Penh.
Phnom Penh.
Yes, and those look like their boarding passes as well.
State 366, this is a receipt for an amount of $4,443 charged for their trip to Cambodia. And looking at pages 2 and 3, it appears that is a one-way, actually it's a round trip, with the date of January 25th, 2022 is their, expected return date. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 367, this is the last will and testament of Lisa Beltran. And we kind of went through this yesterday. This just has typical language for a lack of will and testament. Is that correct?
Damn.
Yes.
And
They love each other.
the first line is if Miss Beltran passes, then everything will go to Nina Beltran. And then on page
Why Charles there? Oh, there,
2
Charles.
of states 367. There's the predeceased paragraph, and it basically just states in the event that Miss Beltran, Nina Beltran predeceases Lisa, then everything upon the death of Lisa Beltran should go to these individuals: Rachel Ann Hansen, Chelsea Keith, Aaron Keith, Kyle Williams, Emerald Beltran, the daughter of Charles Anthony Beltran and Megan Serrato, and Charlie Beltran,
that
daughter
paperwork
of
out is
Charles Anthony
related to
Beltran and Jasmine Cannon. Is that correct?
Wow,
Yes.
look, she's taking care of her people.
And these documents were executed on
That's the other baby mama, Megan.
January 30th of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
State 368 is the same, but that of Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes.
States 369. These are Nina's vows. These appear to be wedding vows.
Oh,
Yes, handwritten.
Handwritten wedding vows.
that's sweet.
370.
Lisa's vows. I come to you, my love.
Those appear to be handwritten Lisa's vows.
And then 371.
Damn. Binding ritual.
Is that Nina and Lisa's unified vows?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom it just mentions Nina, Lisa, and Chuck closing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at the bottom it says, "We are hers, we are one."
Yes.
Now, when you went through everything, did you see any vows laminated like this for Chuck?
No.
States 372. This is a document of Nina Marano, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's dated December 10th of 2021, is that right?
Yes.
And it is an application to refund basically her contributions to the retirement system, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's just the back of that notice, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when we were going through these documents, did it appear also that Nina was a poet and had a lot of handwritten, poetry and things like that really have nothing to do with this case?
Yes.
State 376. This is the marriage license for
Nina wrote poetry to Bill's son.
Nina and Lisa
Sent in
Beltran, dated May 8th of 2020.
Yes.
This states 377. This is a list of various countries, and were you able to do some kind of research on what these countries have in common?
Yeah, so this is a list of various countries in order by population, and several of these countries on this list are all countries where there's no extradition treaty between the United States and these countries listed.
And then on the second page,
appears to be a map of Morocco.
State 378, this appears to be a COVID test taken on December 23rd of 2021.
Yes.
For Lisa Beltran.
Correct.
And that location was Farmers Branch, Texas.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Farmers Branch is?
I'm not, but I could look up the zip code and tell you whether or not it's close to Dallas.
Okay. State 379 is the same for Nina Beltran, is that correct?
Correct.
What's the point of the COVID test?
Now, you mentioned that this was the third of this type of case that you worked on during your time in Cambodia. Is that correct?
Murder fugitives, yes. Dealt with a couple of other deportations as well.
And date-wise, if I recall correctly, you said that you kind of began your search in the city of. You should tell the jury, what day did you begin your search within the city of
Vietnamville? It was, I recall, early January when I found out that they had flown to Cambodia, and we were looking actually in Phnom Penh for a little while. Got information that they had stayed at the Courtyard Marriott, which is located in Phnom Penh. There was some information that someone thought that they may have seen them in an area along the riverside. So we did some surveillance there in Phnom Penh, did some surveillance there in January. I don't recall exactly the date, but it was somewhere between late January or early February when we got information that their ATM was used in Sihanoukville. And then there were several transactions, appeared to be, if I recall correctly, ATM transactions in Sihanoukville.
You mentioned that there was a sighting or a tip that they had been seen somewhere in Phnom Penh. Do you all receive a lot of tips like that about, sighting of these individuals?
Not often. So it was something that we definitely wanted to act on. Whether or not it was Lisa and Nina, we did not confirm. But when our task force officers went out to do the surveillance, they did not see them.
But the bank records and the bank ATM usage certainly was a very good piece of evidence and a good indication of where.
Definitely.
Now, our test points.
Finally.
So it's an agent?
Special agent.
Special agent. I want to make sure.
ALAT is my current title, Assistant Legal Attaché.
Well, Special agent, I have a few questions for you. You said you were shocked when she asked you if you had jurisdiction to make the arrest. You didn't have jurisdiction to make the arrest, right?
No, it actually was not me that was executing the arrest. It was the Cambodia National Police.
But you come up to them and tell them to put their hands behind their head or whatever order you give them, and she's saying, what jurisdiction do you have? Because you didn't have any to instruct them, did you?
The task force leader had asked me to come up and to explain to them what was happening.
Ma'am, whether you talk about Cambodia or you talk about the United States, it's not unusual, or I'm not going to say not unusual, but people who feel like they're being persecuted by their country sometimes go to other countries to seek political asylum. No.
Oh, God.
I suppose so.
I mean, it happens all the time. It especially happens here in the United States. Would you agree with that?
I don't know, sir. Honestly, I haven't worked in the United States for a few years.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, as far as people feel that they're being persecuted, for whatever reason by their country, falsely accused, whatever, it's not unusual for people to try to countries to seek political asylum.
I suppose.
Okay. And as far as Lisa, we see all the documentations. They had lawyers over there, didn't they?
Pardon me?
They had lawyers, didn't
they? In Cambodia?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
They can speak whether or not they have lawyers, right?
Yes, I think so.
As far as you indicated that there was no extradition treaty, that they were actually deported, right?
Correct.
So whether or not they were trying to fill out asylum paperwork, you have no idea. That's not something y'all look into, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Special Agent.
Any redirect? No, Your Honor. May this witness be finding?
Lord,
man.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you, Special Agent. You're free to leave and go about your business. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I know a lot of this stuff is probably necessary. I'm sure, I guess, but
Call your next witness. Your Honor, may we have good night.
please, somebody a little bit riveting. I guess we're not getting Lisa today. Fudge, man. Fudge. I was all hyped up for today. They believe that was the reason, Cheeks, but they don't really know for sure. They were saying like being submerged could cause that, or even damaging the monitors, but I don't think that they gave like a conclusive reason why. Maybe they're taking a break now. Lord Almighty. Yeah, Kyle Williams will be interesting if Kyle testifies. Bring in somebody hot, man. Bring a character that's gonna really shake it up. Ah. So. They're in Central Time Zone. In the Central. Her face all did she got the makeup on, but I guess she ain't testifying today. Am I getting sick? Not that I know of. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting sick. Ooh. Where's the chases at? Where's the standoffs at? Where's the manhunts at? Where the people jumping off the bridges at? Bring the Cambodian police, right? Oh, hell no, Jennifer. Looks like Medea finally washed her hair. Oh, no. Oh. Is she free to roam around? Yeah, she got special privileges, man. Anyway, so I don't think there's going to be two other trials. Well, we'll have to see what happens with this. I mean, unless Nina tries to fight the body tampering thing. Chuck already said I think he pled guilty. She had COVID back in 11/19 and still feel drained. Oh, you said you had COVID. You had COVID 11/19, still feel drained. At least the cough has been abating. Damn, that sucks. Sorry, man. I think I had COVID twice. I think. I had play back faster. Oh, it was when I clicked slower. Oh, the holidays are around the corner. I ain't buying nothing. Well, I'll just get Maddie some. I don't know what I'm gonna get Maddie. Get Maddie something, but everybody else, maybe a card. But it's gonna be like those bulk cards. That shit in a box, a bulk box, and like a candle or something. What's the next trial? Amy says, I don't know. I think there's something coming up in March. I think we have to be very, very selective about what trial we cover next. Because, when I cover these trials, it makes it harder for me to do other content. We ended up getting a little bit more interest in this trial, at least. Now we have like 1,000 people. I don't think what were we getting before? Like 600, maybe, if that, watching? We just have to make sure it's actually interesting. People want to watch it. It's worth committing to 8 hours or something for the entire day, or covering multiple topics potentially per day and in less amount of time, So I don't know. We'll see what's coming up. There's a school shooter thing that somebody tagged me in that this guy's going to represent himself. That sounds kind of interesting to me. Did people start representing themselves? But I don't know. I don't want to even say it is if I don't know anything about it. But Highland Park shooting suspect to represent himself in court. That's in February. Damn. Faces more than 100 charges, including dozens for the first-degree murder. That might be kind of big. I don't know. The trial for the man accused. It's just interesting when people represent themselves. Robert Primo killed 7 people. Trial proceedings set to start February 2024. I don't know. Am I still doing Missing Mondays? I don't think I am today. Chaos, because I don't have anything done. I don't have a video recorded. This weekend I spent working on the project that I put out in a short video, and I was supposed to do another project and I didn't get to do it. But after the stream today, I have to do a couple things with the baby. So I doubt it. I'm going to be doing a Missing Monday today. What's up with Harmon Montgomery? So that's supposed to be, I think, in March or April. I would like to cover that. I'm almost afraid to commit to a trial. You never know. I feel like Harmony is one of those ones maybe we have to cover. At least this thing with Marisela, it sounds like it's just going to be this trial, I guess. Kent is not getting Mel anything for breaking him. I should try to go today, maybe. If I gotta go to the grocery store after 2. Let's see if they have any BOGOs going on. Buy one, get one. See what the deals are this week. I've been going to a crappy Publix. I gotta go to a nicer one. Bacon, buy one, get one. Not bad. Too bacon is disgusting. Chicken strips. Uncured bacon. Tell me that. Yeah, that's it. Pork tenderloin. Buy one, get one. Is that good, pork tenderloin? Buy one, get one. Tenderloin butterfly. What does that mean, butterfly? Should look kind of weird. What is a butterfly shit? What about missing Mondays? Any updates? The person that I keep thinking about is Soren Cital, and I have not seen nothing about this guy since I did it. Nothing. Soren Cital is a guy from South Florida, airplane mechanic that went missing. Nothing. No updates. He's just gone off of the face of the earth. That's just weird, man. No Lisa today. I doubt it. I think, I guess tomorrow. Park Tenderloin is good. So maybe the buy one, get one is a good deal. Boone Trial has been pushed back into, like, the future. Boone Trials, I don't even know if it's going to happen in our lifetimes. Sprouts. Oh, the Sprouts got good meat? Sprouts. I feel like I need to buy just a couple of meats and some snacks. And that's it. Don't go crazy. Just a few things. That's true. I like that idea. Do that. I don't even know if we don't see that in our lifetime. They've been delayed that so many times. Wild salmon. Oh yeah, wild salmon. Rawr. Maybe I should just get a few things from Sprouts. Wow. You ain't gonna make me. Yeah, I don't know what's up in the future for us. What's next for us? What's coming up, huh? I guess just random stories. Hunker down for the winter and the holidays. I'm tired of these people. Every day is something about money. PT is collecting $2 to $3 per student for special teachers. Well, this could be sent in an envelope. What? Special teachers. The teacher's birthday came up a while back, and they were asking people to send cash for the teacher to give the teacher cash. Now they're collecting some type of holiday gift collection, I guess. I don't know. Some gift collection. So look, like every 2-3 days, there's something like here, send money here. I guess the gift collection probably for like to give to the kids or something. Working on a holiday gift collection. Da, 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 da. Any predictions on how long Koberger will be? How long the trial will be? No idea. Nina has not testified. I don't think she's going to testify. I think you're probably talking about Lisa. Lisa has not testified. I was told she was going to today, but today has been dragged like hell. Unless something has happened. And then I heard, during the lunch, I heard that the prosecution still has like maybe 5 witnesses or something. We've gone through 2, I think. It's 4:30 right now, so I guess they're not finishing today. We thought that we're going to wrap this up today, the prosecution. I thought they were going to rest their case today, but I guess with, unforeseen issues. Yeah, they're trying to collect money for the teacher. Like cash. I was like, damn. It's beginning to look a lot like... I get used to it. Yeah, bad, right? You got 3 different school shirts, too. You got the regular uniform, then you got a shirt for Friday, then you got a shirt for Thursday. And then field trip shirts.
Then my great uncle survived the Baton death march. Oh my God. Yeah. One of the few that survived.
Well, I know it's like only a handful that even.
I know he was like 17 or 18. That's, I think, the young one survived. You know, their bodies could just be more. But yeah, they marched him. Hundreds of few hundred miles and really don't. They didn't know food or water. If you fell down, they shot you where you were.
Your uncle may have been on one of those documentaries. But I'm a history major and I saw that stuff. And they used to put daily wage.
I don't know. He didn't.
I think they gave the teacher cash. Well, I guess she could do whatever she wants with it.
But he was, you know.
Go smoke up, drink up.
That right at the beginning of World War II, and then he was putting a
BC Proud. Thank you for the membership. Don't you hide from me. Whoa. Like you can't even see these things, too small. Lisa. Yeah, we still got a while to go today, though. Right?
You may be seated. Well, your next witness is called Detective Daniel Hinton.
I thought they were done with police and stuff. I guess they saved it for the end.
Correct, here, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, baby. Seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you state your name and spell your name to the court for me, please?
Yes, my name is Daniel Hinton. Spell it as well, you said, I'm sorry?
Yes.
DANIEL space HINTON.
And can you tell the members of the jury what it is that you do?
So I work for the Dallas Police Department. I've worked for them for the last 13 and a half years. I currently work in their digital evidence lab associated with financial crimes, and we process digital evidence.
Lost evidence?
And try to do analysis work for detectives. Before that, I've worked in various other units, crimes against children, and then, of course, everybody works the street as well when you start.
And is there any special training or qualifications that you have to have to work in the financial crime unit?
Yeah, I think the lab requires, so our lab has a very good relationship with the Secret Service, and the Secret Service provides a lot of advanced training or some basic training and then further advanced training. I also have a degree in computer science, which I worked in software for a little over 20 years before becoming a Dallas police officer. So, yeah, there's ongoing training, doing all kinds of stuff. And some of the recent stuff was like skimmers and micro soldering and lots of stuff, because there's a lot of devices are now, light bulbs could be a device that could be of interest. I mean, when people come in and front door locks and all that stuff. So as a society, there's a lot of digital devices always being around. So training is really important for sure.
And as far as your work in the lab, what type of work do you do there?
It's a little bit of a loaded question. I'm sorry. So we're a little short-staffed, so I do pretty much everything in the lab. So but as a lab, we serve basically all digital devices. And our focus in our lab is really the analysis work, trying to offload work from the detectives so they can continue off their cases. They can come to us and let us know what they're looking for, and we can try to help sort through. Like in most cases, there's like up to 1 million or more pieces of information that are found that have to be sorted through. So It takes a little time. It's not a very quick process.
Are you able to, do you have certain software capabilities and things of that nature to extract information on things like USB drives, SIM cards, laptop computers, things of that nature?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and in particular, you have a program called the Axiom program. Can you tell the jury about the Axiom?
Okay, so Axiom is an analysis tool. It's put out by Magnet. Magnet does a lot of different digital things. They do training. They're a pretty strong force in the digital forensics field. We use their tool for, once we acquire data, we'll ingest it into Magnet, and then that'll be a tool that we can search through. The tool is pretty robust and be able to look for like comparable pictures and running. If you have an image with street names, license plates, whatever else, it can pull out all the text in an image and different things like that. And it allows you to really kind of find pieces of information that it's not just in a text document or an email. It might be a car license plate that's not even really part of the picture. So, yeah, their software is really useful. And then we have other tools that actually acquire there's a few primary tools. Celebrite makes them, Frankie makes them, that are required to actually acquire data these days because everything's encrypted, or most everything's encrypted.
In this particular case, or I guess just in any case, how do you receive evidence to be extracted?
All right, so the way our lab works is a detective will come, and our lab's secured, so we'll let them in, and then we have a request form that they fill out, and then we'll take their property from them, and they will articulate what they're looking for. Which is kind of the bulk of, if you look at our request form, that's kind of the big section. That's what we're really interested in. Of course, they have to provide legal process, search warrant, and stuff like that for the devices that they submit. And I mean, that's kind of the process. They bring it to us. We take custody of it. They sign it over to us. And then when we're done with it, when we give them our deliverables plus their original data, they sign back for it and take it back.
Okay, deliverables are those things like certain reports, information about the devices,
yes.
Of that nature?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and then you generally provide a case file that's kind of a portable case with which they can also go through the extraction information using the Axiom program.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would like to offer states 283 through 87 for record purposes only. And
I have a lot of white hairs.
Search warrants concerning certain
Right.
devices.
It's all over the place. Wait, where'd I go? I don't mind the white hair. I've never used hair dye in my life. I don't mind the white hairs.
No good to you.
Oh man, okay. Daniel Hinton.
280. I'm sorry, 383 through 387.
I've actually been pretty blessed with my hair.
Hold on. Yes, 383 through 387 are admitted for record purposes. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you receive several USB devices, 3 laptop computers, and a number of SIM cards from a Dectective Ortiz back in, I believe it was December of 2022?
I think so. Can I reference my notes as well? So,
yes, if you'd like to reference your notes to refresh your recollection.
Kind of a lot. Sorry. I just want to refer to the note in my report as well. So, yeah. Yeah, December 1st, he brought them in, and there were 10 devices. Yes, 3 SIM cards, 4 USBs, and 3 laptops.
And then he brought the accompanying search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I think there were 5 in total.
5 search warrants?
I think so.
Now, I want to focus on just a couple of those devices. Now, the search warrant references in regards to the USB drive, which is 4 USB drives and kind of the name of the USB drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm showing you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 346. Does that appear to be the on-brand ONN?
Yeah, it looks like my label, and it looks like the same device as well.
Okay. And then your label, you generate a particular number, is that correct?
Right, so we try to barcode everything. We'll put the case number that is actually associated in our lab. Our lab will create a case number, and then we'll have a case number with the department or whatever agency we're servicing. And then we'll put a device number. So this one, it's 2022-59-4. So this would be like item 4 in my report. You would see this listed as item 4.
And this was a part of State's 352, an HP laptop.
Mm-hmm.
And is this the HP laptop that you also received from Detective Ortiz?
Yes, it looks very familiar. It's damaged. It's got my label and numbers as well.
Okay.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Did you complete an extraction of this laptop as well?
I did.
Upon that extraction, did you create some reports concerning the contents of those 2 items?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked dates 388.
Man.
391.
Today is not the day I thought it was going to be.
Now 388, is that just a photograph of that HP laptop?
That's correct.
Okay.
Device 8.
And then it states 389, is that a photograph of that particular flash drive?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now states 390, is that a copy of your forensic examination?
It looks like it for sure. Yes. Yes, it's got all the information on it. But it appears to be mine, yes.
Oh, Lynn, I'll get your membership.
And does this include the 2 items that states 389 and 388, the extraction report of those items?
Right, it'll include those 2 and everything else as well. Yes.
Okay. And also 391, does that, states 391, does that appear to be your extraction report?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it does.
And that extraction report, again, is of items 388 and 389. I'm sorry?
Yes. I'm sorry, yes. Just looking. Yes.
Your Honor, state office 388 through 391 for all purposes.
Yeah. Don't cry for me.
Now, all right, so this is 388 through 391 are admitted for all purposes. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we publish your examination reports, in total there were over, 991,000?
Yeah, artifacts.
Artifacts. Can you tell Drew what an artifact is?
Yeah, so the software, like in our case, Magnet Axiom, when it understands certain properties about all kinds of different devices. And so anytime it finds a piece of information that it understands, maybe it's a PDF file or an image, or it's a certain type of a file, then it declares that, it labels it as an artifact, basically. And then, so the process of review will go through out of all those artifacts and try to identify items of interest based on what the detective is looking for. So the report has in this particular case, had a pool of I usually put it in my report. So, over 911,000 artifacts were in that pool to go through, which is partly why it takes so long to process these devices.
So 911,000 artifacts, that could be PDF, Word files, anything that the program identifies as a piece of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are you able to then kind of narrow the focus using the program to certain items?
Yeah, so the software is very good about categorizing stuff. So right off the bat, it'll categorize and it'll give you high-level things. Like you'll have a category of media, for example, and then inside media there might be all different types of files that have media, video files, images, different types of image files, those kind of things. So the software tries to break it down in what it understands at a high level. So you can kind of, if you want to look at communication, you can go to communication, and then you can go into text messages or emails or whatever else and kind of break it down into stuff. So yeah, the tool is very robust, but a good tool for sure.
And the program itself, the Axiom tool, it takes quite a bit of, I guess, memory on a computer for it to be able to...
It can be. When there's a lot of artifacts, it can be a little bit of a... Yeah. So another function of the lab will often let people come in and use a computer or something, because unfortunately not all of the computers that are given to people will run all the... I mean, it's not their fault they have a lot of devices in their case. So yeah, we allow people to use our devices sometimes to look at their reports, for sure.
Commissioner Public States 390, Your Honor. You may. Now, this is your forensic examination report, and looking at page 1, that's States 390, that's just your cover sheet, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, in this particular report, the case was generated December 16th, and the report was generated December 20th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
We won't go through every page of this, but page 3 of this report, does this just kind of highlight each of the devices that you are attempting to extract information or have extracted information from using the Axiom program?
Right. So as we ingest or as we allow the software to go through and kind of identify artifacts, we will typically identify a piece of evidence with information like here. We typically will try to use the case number to the device number. Like you can see evidence items at 2022-59, that's the case, and then -10, that tells me that's device 10. So it's easy that way when you're looking at the reports, you can quickly identify what device it was found on.
And so in this case, you had 10 devices to extract and SIM cards and some flash drives and 3 laptop computers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 listed. What does that indicate to you?
Oh, well, yeah. Okay, so there were a couple of the drives on the Dells were encrypted. So they were able to be acquired, but acquiring encrypted data, I mean, it's not the acquisition isn't the difficult part. It's really understanding the data. So an encrypted drive, like most everybody's phones these days, is going to be encrypted. So yeah, we acquired it, but it's encrypted and it has no value in its encrypted state, so it's probably not included there. I'd have to bring it up to look, but that would be my assumption.
Okay. And the next page, page 4, this is just kind of an example of, or is this an example of how this program kind of reports back to you certain, I guess, artifacts of interest?
So this is, the lab generates a couple of deliverables. We have an examiner report, which is a little more human readable and articulates kind of specific details related to what the detective is doing. This report is a more general report. As we're going through and processing the device, there'll be things that might be of interest. It might be a photograph that's related somehow, or things that as we're looking at the data, we think it could be of interest to the detective. So we'll typically tag all those as of interest. And then at the end, and then we'll go through, of course, a review with the detective as well before we produce our final But this report here, like record 2, that would be an item. If you look at that first line, it says tags. In the software, you can identify, you can put stuff as evidence, or you can create any kind of tag you want to tag all the pieces of data. But these are all of interest. We just try to produce a generic, not a generic, but a simple report of items of interest for this case. And so these are all items of interest in this case.
Okay. And the first few pages appear to just, the items of interest just appear to be various email addresses of either Nina Marano, or I don't know who Milton Mocha is. It's a username. I send it to a Hotmail. You don't really know what the importance of these things are. They're just tagged as items of interest.
Yeah, so a lot of the devices the software is pretty good about trying to identify users of devices. And so that's something, of course, you want to identify right away, is try to identify who the device might belong to, and usernames and email accounts and all those things. Those typically get tagged as of interest because they potentially have either another path for searching down, providing maybe the detective will want to pursue an email account that they didn't know about, and they'll get legal process and they'll pursue that. So there's information potentially in here that they may or may not know already, so we'll tag it as potentially of interest.
Okay, and just for the jury, just to kind of educate us on some of these things, the created date and time, it says 5/31 of 2020 at 2:47 p.m. Do you know if that is 100% accurate about when that was created, or can you give the jury kind of an explanation about it?
Dates and times are difficult with digital devices for the most part. It's kind of a hard question. I mean, there's people. It's almost like if you're an auto mechanic, that doesn't mean you can fix a transmission necessarily, because you probably want to take a car to a transmission mechanic for that. Dates and times is one of those things too. The whole field of data analysis is a broad field. Just like you go to a doctor, you don't just go to one doctor. If there's something wrong with your brain, you want to go to a brain specialist or something. It's similar to like that. There's people that could probably tell you a lot more about dates and times than I do. I approach dates and times with caution. This is probably a pretty accurate. I mean, it says it's the date it was created, but what that means is a little harder to define for this particular one that you're showing me right here. I don't feel like I'm answering your question.
No, it's complicated.
It is. It is. Yes, that's right. Especially when we have multiple devices with different operating systems and files being copied to and from USBs and all that stuff. All those dates interact, and it gets really messy very quickly.
Okay. Now, looking here on page 6 of State 390, one of the of interest thing here is a username of Death Angel 7163, and that platform is Instagram, and the service is Instagram.com. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it looks like the password is
y'all putting their shit out like that?
Numbers, letters, this combination of numbers and letters right there.
That's correct.
And then it appears on page 6 that, as opposed to page 4 of States 390, that these addresses are a combination of Lisa and Nina at Outlook.com. Then we have Nina Beltran and N Beltran, which before we had Nina Marano as the primary email address. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking on page 12 of States 390, does this appear to be a picture of a passport for Nina Beltran?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yes, does this appear to be a
Yes, it looks like that to me.
okay. And the issuance date on this picture appears to be September 20th of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Do you recall, I'm looking for the line here, what device you were able to extract that?
Right. So you're down at the bottom, you'll see source. And if you look at the ID number, you'll see it's the case number -4, so that would have been on the USB drive.
Okay, on USB drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that particular drive seemed to have a lot of information that.
Yeah, it looked like it would have had a lot of Dropbox related stuff copied to it.
Does this appear to be a passport for Lisa Beltran of the same issuance date?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 14 states 390. Now, I don't expect you to know the relevance or importance of this, but does this appear to be...
I recognize it, yeah.
You recognize that document?
Yeah, just because it was interesting because of the different fonts and stuff on it for the nation it's from.
Okay. Artisans Association of Cambodia, and it's addressed to both Nina Beltran and Lisa Beltran, and the date is October 24th, 2021.
Right.
Concerning the registered name Enterprise and B&B Enterprises LLC. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we have Warren Bunny Enterprises LLC mentioned down at the bottom with contact person Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 15 of states 390 appears to be a continuation of that letter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular part is talking about traveler information of Lisa Beltran and kind of the trip purpose of identifying products that are marketable in the B&B target market, create relationships with manufacturers, undertake market research studies, and analyze the results to develop a strategy for growing a global outlet for the identified Cambodian products. Length of stay, 30 days.
Yes, ma'am. That's what it says.
Okay. Page 16 of States 390. This is another letter, and it appears to be directed to the Royal Embassy of Cambodia. And again, this is concerning the B&B Enterprises LLC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is concerning Nina Beltran, and it's to confirm that Nina Beltran is engaged in as the brand development director for B&B Enterprises LLC. This particular document is dated November 2nd, 2021. Is that appear correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe there's a sentence there. Ms. Beltran will be traveling Cambodia from December 26th to 2021 to January 25th, 2022 for a total of 30 days to identify products that are marketable.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. State 17 appears to be pretty much the same letter from the same enterprise, but this one is for Lisa Beltran. Is that correct?
Ms. Beltran, that's correct.
Okay. State, page 22, it states 390. That should appear to be a marriage certificate for Nina Marano and Lisa Dykes.
Right. Oh, there we go. Marriage certificate. All right. I love you. Our vows are together forever.
Page 27. That should appear to be a United States passport card for Lisa Beltran with the issuance date of December 11th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody help me.
And
Charles.
does that appear to be a driver's license for Charles Anthony Beltran?
It looks like an ID card.
And I'm sorry, it's an ID card.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, different than a driver's license.
Yes, ma'am.
Expiration date of 5/8/18.
Sorry. Yes.
appear to be a birth certificate for the same individual?
Yes, Charles Beltran.
Now, here on page 44 of States 390, of interest, what does that file name say?
It says T Visa.
T Visa?
Yes.
Were you able to pull any other information about that particular PDF, if you're aware?
I can't remember, and I can't tell from just this. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I mean, I do have my computer if I need to look at it, but I would not say.
File name B&B Enterprises LLC _ S4 PDF. And then the author there appears to be the IRS. Is that the Internal Revenue Service? Is there?
Yeah, there were several EIN forms and stuff that were part of this case, so it could be a IRS form, I don't recall.
I can't hear you.
There were several like correspondences from the IRS for these businesses, so the tax ID number, the EIN number. So there were forms from other entities on these devices. I couldn't say again, I'm sorry, without actually looking at the document. But the author is, so can I articulate? So devices, different types of files can have other information. You might have a file that's a picture, but it might have all kinds of stuff like on your phone. It might have where it was taken, who took it, what device took it, all that stuff. It's called metadata. And all kinds of files have metadata. PDF files, Word files, all these have metadata. And it may or may not be accurate, but so that author field there would probably come out. I would assume that came out of the metadata associated with this PDF file. And at the time that this was captured, it contained IRS in
it. States 46, I'm sorry, not States 46, page 46 of States 390. The file name here is the Lisa Beltran e-Visa application PDF. Was that another item that was tagged of interest?
Yes, it was tagged of interest.
Okay, and also the Lisa Beltran e-Visa application.
Yes, ma'am.
There on States page 48 of States 90 is that the pretrial conditions of bond that appears to be on the flash drive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is again, this is the flash drive.
-4. That's correct.
Now on page 60 of your report, This was tagged of interest in it. It says suspect Charles Beltran 0403-2021.wma. What kind of file is that?
It's a Windows media file. It's, in this particular case, it was an audio recording. So it was a long audio recording.
About 2 hours and 11 minutes?
Something like that, yeah, of the interview.
Of the interview of the co-defendant Charles Beltran.
That's correct.
And this was on device 8?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the HP laptop that we got.
It was also on 4.
That same interview was also on the flash drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's listed on page 69 of States 390, is it correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, Windows Media File, suspect Charles Beltran 0403-2021.
Yes.
Okay, and that was the actual recording.
Yes. Yeah, and you can, the 2 rows there, MD5 hash and SHA-1 hash, are basically file signatures that identify the contents. So if one of those matches to the other one, then you know the file's exactly the same. And that's kind of how we prove that files didn't change or that they were original. We'll hash things, and you can think of it as like a fingerprint almost. It's kind of unique to a file. It's an algorithm that's generated, and if one little tiny bit in the file will change, you get a totally different number. So that's why the report also contains hash files, so that can be verified.
So, I mean, just to kind of sum up, there are several other of interest items tagged throughout this report, but whoever had possession of the laptop and of the flash drive also had possession of Charles Beltran's interview.
Let's see. Here's so yes, ma'am.
Now, in State 391, you did, I guess, a search, for lack of a better term, for a certain time frame that I asked you to look at for the flash drive and also the HP laptop. Is that correct?
Is this the one for today?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at page 5 of States 391. It appears search, and these are, let me back up a little bit. What particularly did I ask you to look for? If you recall.
Let's see. Searches for passport, change name, form. It's just going to be my scripted thing. It may not be exactly what you
Yeah, that's okay.
This is what I wrote down.
What things are you looking for?
Right. And then child support around 10-9 and passport photo portal. Those were kind of the main ideas that you were looking for. At least that's what I took.
And were many of these items Google searches?
Yeah, in different viewers, but yeah, Google searches were used. Yes.
Okay. And so we have search term on record 1, page 5 of States 391. The search session starts 10/10/2020. Is that date fairly accurate?
I would expect so.
Okay.
It's not in our time zone, but it is. That time is correct. I would expect.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, same search term, passport photo tool online, 10/10/2020. Looking further down page 5, search term of passport appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And that search appears to be done on 3/6/2020. You said
10/6 of 20.
I'm sorry, 10/6/2020 at
Yes, ma'am.
3:33 p.m. Now that's in UTC time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we.
It's
backed
6 or
up-
5. I always have to look. Okay. So yeah.
So we back up either 5 or 6 hours to
Right.
find the appropriate time.
Right.
So as far as this is concerned, if it was 3:33 p.m., Matt
9,
Skills
10.
about 9 or 10 a.m.
Yeah.
on 10/6. Is that correct?
Yeah, somewhere on there.
Okay, and the search is for a passport appointment. Here at the bottom, record 4 is another search for a passport photo tool online. Looking here at page 7 of States 391, under review tags, it says username Steve Beltran 89, and the created date time is 10/9/2020, about 8:25 p.m., which is about 3 p.m. Central Time.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
The URL there is texassmartchildsupport.com. Is that
Yes, that's what it says.
okay? Looking at page 9 of States 391, it just appears to be 4 records of various passport renewal, free passport photos online, U.S. State Department Google search, and U.S. passports. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the first 3 are on 10/10/2020, and the U.S. passport renewal application is 10/6/2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 10 of States 391, again, are multiple passport agencies, Dallas passport agency searches and websites, all dated 10/6/2020.
That's correct.
So there are several of these tags based on that search for passports, and it appears that those tags occurred, or the created time was 10/6/2020 or 10/10/2020, in that range.
That's correct.
Okay. Here on page 14, does this appear to be a photograph of an individual?
Yeah, I tagged it because it looked like it could be a candidate for a passport photo with the background and all. And it's in the time of interest for you.
Page 15 of States 391, we're looking at record 2, and the file name is Child Support Payment 10/19 of 2020. And then page page 18, that's the last page of your report, is that correct?
Yes, a second.
And that was just based on the passport search, child support search, in that time frame that
Correct.
I requested you to do. So
That's correct. Yes, yes.
Dr. Kathleen.
Cross-examination.
Detective Hinton, when you were doing these searches, did you find any searches or information about asylum paperwork or asylum requirements that you recall?
I don't recall finding asylum. I don't think I searched for asylum either, though.
Okay, so you would have been actually searching for that.
Well, I mean, so all the information's still there, but when you search, then it's trying to find that key word in all these different artifacts. So you can still stumble across information all the time. That happens all the time. But I don't recall stumbling across asylum, and I don't remember that being part of the search criteria for us.
Okay. And there were over 900,000
Artifacts. That's correct. 911 over. Yes.
Okay. Did you find case files in there since both of these individuals are in the legal profession, one being an attorney, one being a paralegal? Did you find case files regarding clients?
It looked like there were a lot of legal documents as well. Yes, ma'am.
That's the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor. Correct. All right. May this witness be found excused?
No objection from the state.
None from the bench, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, ma'am.
Even go about your business.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Taylor Page.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Pittman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you state your name, spell your name, put forward?
My name is Taylor Page. It's spelled Taylorpage.
And can you tell the jury what it is you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Dallas.
What are your qualifications that allow you to be a special agent?
We go through about a 5-month training program out in Quantico. We've got continued training once we're actually assigned to an office, both in the way of legal proceedings as well as some general tactical training and things of that nature.
How long have you been special agent in the FBI?
Coming up on 6 years.
Always in Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you all sometimes work in conjunction with local law enforcement on certain violent crimes?
Yes, I'm assigned to a violent crimes task force. So we've got some FBI agents assigned, as well as.
I'm sorry, guys. I thought today was going to be like the crazy day with
police departments around the
Nissan. It just wasn't.
Now,
unfortunately.
As a special agent, what are some of the types of cases that you investigate, and kind of what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yep. So specifically, the Violent Crimes Task Force, as you may assume, is focusing on violent crimes. So robberies, specifically robberies of businesses. We'll also work kidnappings, carjackings, bank robberies, anything that's got kind of a violent nexus to it.
Are you also CAST certified?
Yes, I am.
And can you just tell the jury what CAST is?
Yep. So it's the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. So I'm a member of that team for the FBI. We go through various certification in order to look at and analyze cellular records and then map those records and create basically visual aids that would go along with it.
How is it that you, being a part of the FBI, will become involved in a case, a state case or a local law enforcement case?
So usually that happens through some sort of correspondence with one of our task force officers. One of them is typically aware of some sort of an offense that may have occurred in their city, and they'll bring that forward so that the entire task force can have input and help with that, which was very much the case here.
And so in this particular case, do you recall when you were contacted, or the FBI was contacted to become a part of this case?
It was right around the middle of October. I don't know if I have the exact date, but sometime in the early to middle of October of 2020.
2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who do you recall, if you remember, I guess discussing that with, and how did you get caught up to speed on what was going on?
I believe that came through one of our task force officers assigned with Dallas Police Department. She had made us aware that there was a missing persons case, that they weren't sure if it was a kidnapping. Basically, this gal had been unable to be located, and obviously then looked for some assistance from the task force in trying to locate her.
And FBI, to be fair, you all may have some more tools and things at your disposal that maybe local law enforcement doesn't have.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. More manpower, things of that nature.
At least from the task force side of things, we have kind of a unique ability to put some more assets towards the specific cases that we're working on, whereas a normal detective may have dozens of cases that they're trying to work at any one time. Task force kind of allows us to put some more focus and effort into certain things.
Okay. And you said that you learned that a female had gone missing.
Yes, ma'am.
What information did you learn?
That she had flown into Dallas from Seattle to visit a friend, had gone out in Deep Ellum area of Dallas, and didn't take her flight back out the next day that she was scheduled to leave, and hadn't had any contact with any family members since then.
And your primary focus in this case would be just to get any information you can about maybe where she went, what happened to her, things like that.
Yeah, at least from the task force side of things, our initial involvement was just trying to locate her, with the hope that she would still be alive somewhere. We were basically deployed to try to explore any options that may exist in order to assist with finding her.
Now, are you connected, or do you know all the things that local law enforcement are doing at the same time to locate?
No, ma'am. I mean, we'll know some things generally, but there's absolutely, I think in this particular case, there were several folks that were out there trying to canvass for video, do interviews, so we unfortunately didn't have communications to what every single person was doing.
As far as missing persons cases, when it comes to young people in that age group of 20, 23, 25, somewhere around there, do you have any idea how many calls Dallas gets, maybe on a daily basis, of young people miss?
I don't know the exact number, but I feel as though I recall during the course of this investigation learning that it was quite a few.
Okay. How often do you all get involved?
Not terribly often. The FBI's assistance usually comes in the form of Amber Alerts. Especially from the CAST perspective, that's where I'll be involved in cases most likely is if there's an Amber Alert. We can usually look at things with some cellular records that can be helpful in that instance. In this particular one, like I said, one of our task force officers just identified that there was something that was just generally not right with someone flying in from out of town with a return flight that was booked. And they obviously had the perception that things were troublesome and needed a closer eye.
Okay. And so you learned that Marisela Botello had flown in, didn't return back on her return flight. What other things about that individual did you all learn that made you think that FBI needs to be involved?
So specifically, we had some information related to her bank transactions, and then during the course of our initial involvement, we also got some of her cellular records. And the combination of those two things were really kind of what led us to the point of identifying some folks that we thought may be of interest and kind of realized that there's probably something more to this than just, hey, she really liked Dallas and wanted to stay here.
At some point, did you develop what you would call a person of interest?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is a person of interest?
Person of interest is someone that law enforcement, I'd say, would like to speak to, that they probably haven't spoken with yet, but may have some information that would be beneficial to learn during the course of an investigation.
And were you all able to identify Charles Beltran as that person of interest?
Yes, ma'am.
And besides Charles Beltran, did you ever name anyone else as a person of interest, or?
I think the official naming of a person of interest came from Dallas PD in an email that I had, I think, drafted to them. I said that Charles Beltran is someone that we should absolutely talk to. But as far as the official naming of who may be a person of interest, I think that comes from Dallas PD.
Okay. And what was the reason that you all named Charles Beltran as a person of interest?
Yep. So during the first few days that we were looking through things, we had come across specifically some footage from 7-Eleven, a convenience store where Ms. Botello had a transaction, and we obtained some surveillance footage from that 7-Eleven where you could see Ms. Botello and another individual walk into the store, and Mr. Beltran had some pretty unique gauges in his ears, and we were able to marry up the footage from the 7-Eleven to some other video that we had seen on things, and we pretty quickly identified that he was the person that Marisela was with that night, and we thought it would be beneficial to talk to him, and so we said, hey, this would be a good person to try to focus on for things.
Okay, and that was right at the beginning of when you all were involved in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said middle of October, about October 12th or so?
Yes, ma'am, that sounds correct.
Okay. Were you able to identify residents for Mr. Beltran?
Yes, we identified a residence in Mesquite.
And did you all travel out to Mesquite to try to find him, to talk to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to develop a phone number for Mr.
Beltran? At that time, we did not have a phone number for Mr. Beltran.
Okay. Tell the jury about your trip out to Mesquite to try to locate Mr. Beltran.
Yep. So we went to, I believe the address was 3113 Kensington, because we had identified a vehicle that was associated with Mr. Beltran, black Audi that I believe came back as registered to that address. During the course of investigating other folks that may be associated to that address, and again trying to locate Mr. Beltran, we came up with Ms. Dykes' name and information related to her.
And when you went out there, was anyone at the residence?
No one answered the door, so we rang the doorbell.
Were you able to locate a phone number or any contact information from Ms. Dykes?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you able to locate that?
I believe that was a combination of the Texas workforce information as well as information associated with some prior Mesquite Police Department reports where I think a phone number was listed as well.
And these prior Mesquite Police Department reports, did you review those reports?
I did not personally, no, ma'am. Not that I can recall.
So you don't know what they were about?
No, ma'am.
Now, were you able to contact Ms. Dykes?
So when we went there to ring the doorbell, I also called the phone number that we had listed for Ms. Dykes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did she answer the phone?
She did.
And what was your conversation with her?
It's trying to be very cordial, just because obviously we're showing up without notice to someone's house. So we brought a uniformed Mesquite police officer with us. There's a ring doorbell, so I was kind of trying to, if you have an FBI agent call you on the phone, a lot of folks know that there's scams that get associated with that. So we're trying to make our presence known and identify who we were. So standing in front of the ring doorbell, kind of waving, showing the uniformed officer that was with us, and kind of stated, hey, we're here. We'd like to hopefully get in touch with Mr. Beltran.
And what was Ms. Dykes' response?
She said that she hadn't seen Mr. Beltran in 3 to 4 weeks, and I asked if I could inquire about the nature of their relationship, and she said she didn't wish to speak with me any further on things with that.
It is pretty short phone.
Yeah, I think it lasted a few minutes maybe by the time I got an answer and then tried to go through who we were.
At any point during that conversation, did she indicate that she didn't believe who you were or anything of that nature?
Not that I can recall. I know that we kind of went out of our way to stand in front of the Ring camera just to try to show some level of verification of who we were.
Were you able to get a phone number or any information about Mr. Beltran?
No. I asked for forwarding information and none was provided.
What did you do after that point in your investigation?
So shortly after that, from an FBI perspective, in order for us to continue to pursue investigating things, we have to have some sort of a federal nexus or federal component to continue. So at this one, at the onset, I think I mentioned, we looked at it as a possible kidnapping because there wasn't any indication of how exactly or what happened to Ms. Botello after she left the downtown area. When we came about the video from 7-Eleven that showed her going into the store very willingly, she looked like she was smiling at the time. From an FBI perspective, again, we kind of said, hey, this doesn't look like a kidnapping anymore. This looks like someone that's voluntarily with Mr. Beltran making this purchase. So we said, hey, in order for us to keep going on this, we need an official request. And that kind of goes into the other way that the FBI can get involved in things is through official requests from state and local partners. And at that time, there was no official request for the FBI to continue investigating.
Prior to, I guess, this phone call, was asked you what you did after this phone call, trying to locate Mr. Beltran. Were there some other actions that you all took in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
We attempted to interview, or go canvas, I guess I should say, for video, interview folks in the Deep Ellum area that may have possibly seen Ms. Botello.
And were you able to locate anyone in that area at that time?
One of our task force officers came across someone at Reno's that said that they saw someone that fit the description of Marisela on the night of the 5th.
Okay. And what was that description?
I think it was a stature description, so kind of the black hair, and then that person, again, this is coming through an email from another task force officer, but that person said that they saw someone that fit the description that was, I think they used the words tweaking out and asking for a cigarette.
Okay. And stature-wise, Marisela was small in stature.
Small in stature, yes, ma'am.
About 5 foot tall.
I got an alert.
Maybe 100 pounds.
I don't know if there was specifics that were given from that person that our task force officer spoke with, but just generally fit a close enough description that it was worth some follow-up.
Okay. And young Hispanic female?
I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure what he spoke to that person about.
But that does describe Ms. Botello?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that I don't want to say common because she's an individual, but is that a fairly common, description or just individual in this area, in the Dallas area?
I mean, I don't know what the exact demographic breakdown is, but I would imagine that several people would fit that description, yes.
Okay. Now, so that nexus now is gone, and you all are not involved in the investigation at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At what point did you get back involved with the investigation?
I think the FBI received a formal request from the Dallas Police Department to kind of re-involve themselves in the middle of November.
And why did they ask you all to re-involve yourself?
I think that there was still some genuine concern that she was unable to be located at that point. Again, things relating maybe to cell phone records that we could try to do some exploitation on, and I'm sure a manpower portion of that as well.
At some point, were you able to, get a phone number for Mr. Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you try to contact him?
I don't recall if I specifically tried to contact him. I'm certain someone did, though.
As in November, how did you all start back up in your investigation?
we first got back into things, I believe there were, again, some historical cell records that we were trying to take a look at to see where folks were in order to interview them, as well as then interview some co-workers and associates of Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran.
And were you again able to locate some of these people and interview some of these people?
Yes, the FBI, or at least the task force, was able to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you interviewed?
There were several folks from Ms. Dykes' former employer, and then some, I think it was primarily females that were associated to Mr. Beltran, and don't really recall everyone's name, though.
Okay, it was one of those Medellin Alvarez.
That sounds correct.
Okay, and Olivia Ramirez, as far as co-worker, Ms. Dykes and Olivia Ramirez.
That sounds accurate as well, yes, ma'am.
Were you able to talk to some of Mr. Beltran's friends, Zach Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
And had any of them heard from him in some time?
I think, and again, I think Medellin is probably the only one that had seen him with any recency.
And you learned from her that she had taken him up to Pennsylvania.
Yes, ma'am.
And left him there.
Yes, ma'am.
The historical cell phone records, were you able to, based on those, the analysis of those records, what steps did you take in your investigation at that point?
So the cell phone records were beneficial in trying to locate places of interest that may be worth searching for Ms. Botello. So at least when we kind of re-involved ourselves with things, that was when we started to develop an area in South Dallas that may be of interest in going to search as it related to the location of those records historically.
And did you all kind of search those areas?
Yes, ma'am. So originally there was one site in South Dallas that was searched which was unsuccessful in finding anything that was down in the area where those records were.
South Dallas, was that kind of the Wilmer area?
That's correct.
Okay, was that near like a concrete?
Yes, ma'am.
plant?
That's correct.
And, I mean, did you all, I guess, were there several individuals out there as part of this?
I think we had several dozen that were out there searching that area.
What other steps did you take in your investigation during the November time?
And just to be clear, that first search was after the November timeframe. But I kind of think we more or less reached the point, at least from what I can readily recall, of what the FBI was able to assist with at the onset. I think shortly after that, the case got transferred over to a different unit within the Dallas Police Department, which kind of took the lead on things, and obviously decision-making for investigations then.
Okay. So once the SIU, then you're talking about the Special Investigations Unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Once they took over, they kind of also took over the decision-making, is that correct?
I think that's probably fair to say, yes, ma'am.
When, after that point, you stated that you all had conducted a search out in an area near a concrete plant near Wilmer, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you learn the area of where Marisela's body was found?
Again, we're now kind of moving a couple months after the fact, but yes, at some point in, I think, March of 21, we did find that Marisela's body was recovered in an area close to where we were searching.
Okay. From November to the point of when her remains were found in Wilmer, do you recall what other steps you took in your investigation at that time?
I think we were, at least from an FBI perspective and the task force perspective, we were trying to help locate Ms. Dykes, Mr. Beltran, in order to, again, get in front of them to be interviewed. So we were focusing on both of them having left the Dallas area and going to various other spots. We found information related to border crossings for them, and again, just trying to develop, where they might be, and then in the course of that, obviously, learn information about things potentially related to the investigation that we want to pass on to SIU.
And so you learned that they were making border crossings during the month of December.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever able to locate via cell phone pings or anything of that nature where they were traveling around in the United States?
I believe there were records that went into kind of the northeast area, but I would want to see the actual records in order to say that definitively.
Okay. And were you able to use some of the investigative tools at your disposal to locate that they at some point traveled to the Florida area?
Yes, ma'am. I think we were able to figure that out through associations to vehicles that came back as being registered to Ms. Dykes or an associate that suggested that they were down in Florida.
And you were passing this information along to the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you learn that Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano had been arrested in the Florida area?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you all a part of trying to locate Mr. Beltran after their arrest in Florida?
No, ma'am.
After the point of their arrest, what role did you have in any investigation at that point?
Following their arrest, there was nothing substantive related to the murder investigation that we were involved in until such time as we were told that the ankle monitors were removed and they had probably fled the country.
And why what information did you receive that led you to believe that they had fled the country?
We had information that they were at DFW airport. I think that we somehow, it may have been SIU that knew that they caught a flight out of the international terminal. I can't remember where that information came in from, but we knew that they were at the airport.
And at that point, how did you get back involved in the investigation? Is that also a situation where Dallas Police Department has to specifically ask for your help?
Yes, that's correct. So we can open a fugitive investigation related to unlawful flight to avoid prosecution, which is what happened in this case once we got that request from Dallas PD.
Once you got that request, what steps did you take?
Trying to go back through and trace steps to locate where they may have flown to. So pretty quickly we were able to establish that they flew out of DFW into Seoul, South Korea, and then from there took a flight from South Korea into Cambodia. The FBI does have folks that are stationed in various major cities throughout the world, so we're able to kind of work through some liaison contacts and requests for information from those other cities and agents to actually learn that they seemed to be like they were stationary in Cambodia.
And after that information, what did you do next?
We kind of tried to leverage our fugitive investigation as best we could to develop where in Cambodia they may be. Obviously, doing that from the United States is not a particularly easy thing. So we relied heavily on the folks that were over in Cambodia, basically found out bank accounts of relevance and said, hey, here's some information that we hope y'all can use. They were able to get video of ATM withdrawals over in Cambodia, and then ultimately identify folks that knew where they were staying, and then effect an arrest over there.
Okay. And at some point, you kind of turned that over to Kathleen Nicolls as far as being a person in Cambodia, a special agent assigned there, and her task force as far as location.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After they were arrested in Cambodia, how did they get back here to the United States?
Flew over there and got them. So that was a few months later. Some other folks that were on the Violent Crimes Task Force and I went over in a commercial flight to Cambodia, picked them up, and brought them back where they landed at DFW airport and were transferred into DPD custody.
How was that flight back?
It was long. Very long flight.
Just for the jury that doesn't know, when you were transporting a prisoner on that kind of flight, like where do you have to sit?
To the extent that the airlines can help, they will put us in the back of planes or somewhere that's not directly next to the general public. If you have a totally full flight, usually we try to occupy single rows by ourselves. So we've got our subjects in the middle of us in the event that we would need to take action of some kind. So in this particular instance, there were generally full planes, and we were kind of bookended on both subjects as we were escorting them back.
And how many agents went to Cambodia?
I think there were 6 of us total.
Now, all right, at this time I would like to offer States 392, and this is a business records affidavit. Some business records that have been on file with the business records affidavit for more than 14 days, tendering to defense counsel.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor, sorry. No objection, Your Honor.
Sorry, you got somebody coming out to you.
Commissioner Beltran, you may. Now, there's 134 pages of which has been admitted as States 392, just various leasing records for Kensington. 3113 Kensington Drive in Mesquite, Texas. Was that the address that you all were able to identify as where Lisa Dykes and Charles Beltran lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just looking at this, does it appear that Ms. Dykes had just renewed her lease on 10/1 of 2020?
It does say that that is the commencement date of this. Yes, ma'am.
And it appears that that was for another year lease. Is that correct?
I don't recall ever having read that full lease, but that's what it looked like was stated on there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the date that Marisela went missing was just days later. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Based on your investigation into Ms. Dykes and Charles Beltran, was there any indication prior to the murder of Marisela Beltran that they intended on leaving the area?
I'm sorry, that Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran
Yes.
intended to do. So we had information that they were in Arkansas for some sort of a concert, I believe it was. But as far as travel beyond that, nothing that we found was indicative of that. No, ma'am.
And visiting with Ms. Dykes' fellow employees, did you learn that she had been employed there for quite some time?
I don't recall her entire tenure, but they did say that her leaving was very abrupt.
Your Honor, pass witness.
So when you say that her leaving was very abrupt, she had already told, I don't know if you have your report, but she had already told the owner over there she was having issues from her circuit, right?
I'm not sure what she told the owner. I was in saying that it was abrupt. I think there was at least one interview with a coworker that was surprised by her leaving in the fashion that she did.
I don't know why she did.
I'm not sure about that. No, sir. They could be, yes, sir. I'm not sure what other knowledge they may have had.
Let me specifically ask you about I want to make sure I ask you, I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but you guys talk to a lot of people, right?
I don't know about a lot, but there were definitely some folks that were canvassed for and trying to get witness statements from. Yes, sir.
Were you aware that after you went to Ms. Dykes' home to try to talk to her, that her address suddenly appeared on social media?
No, sir.
And then they started getting phone calls and threatening messages?
No, sir. I've not been made aware of that.
But if you're familiar with this case, you know that there was a lot of social media interest.
There was definitely social media interest. Yes, sir.
And I think you indicated that y'all got in front of the ring camera because y'all wanted to make sure that she saw that y'all were legit with the Mesquite police.
Yes, yes, sir. I apologize for interrupting. Yes, like I said, especially if we're making phone calls to folks and there's a situation where we can't readily show our credentials, we want to make sure that whoever we're talking to, again, knows that it's actually the FBI that's there and not some sort of a phone scam.
Did you show her your
I don't recall showing my credentials. I think I identified myself on the phone and I said, hey, we've got a uniformed officer that's here with us.
Yes, sir. And I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, this Reno location where one of your officers had made contact with someone, with a patron, that believed that they saw someone that fit.
Ms. Botello? Yes, that was one of our task force officers that went there, found someone that said that they thought they saw someone on the night of the 5th that fit Ms. Botello's description. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that you said that, well, that description couldn't fit several people. Right?
Yes, sir.
More importantly, the description that they gave fit her description, correct?
With the exception of not having on the purple dress, yes.
I mean, that was the day after.
I think within the 24 hours, yes, sir.
I mean, she's seen with Charles Beltran at the 7-Eleven on the early morning hour. Right?
Yes, sir.
But they left that area, right?
Yes.
So is it possible she came back in a different outfit?
I don't know what would have been possible. At that point, my recollection of viewing that video, we could not make out if it was Ms. Beltran on that. I'm sorry, Ms. Botello on that video.
But you couldn't say for sure they what?
No, it was not of good enough quality. No, sir.
And I mean, just lastly on that subject, I mean, the patron was served enough. You guys took the time to go and find the video, didn't you?
I think it's worth following up on, especially at that stage of the investigation where we were. Because
again, you never know what's going to help you guys find these missing people.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
That's why when people call in, if they say they see someone, it's important that y'all follow up, correct?
I would caveat that with saying, with respect to other information that's known during the course of an investigation, yes, sir, because there are times when you can get tips that may be completely irrelevant based on other case knowledge that you have.
Okay, but if shortly after she's alleged to have gone missing, a security guard is shown a photo of Ms. Botello, says, yeah, I saw her, that's something we want to follow up on. Do you agree?
I'm not sure if it was a security guard that he spoke to, but if someone says that they saw her in the early stage of an investigation, yes, you'd want to follow up on that.
Agree with me that October of 2020 is still the early stages of this investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And if they go to not one but two different locations showing this photo, and those people say, we believe we saw her over near the City Inn, over near the Mustang Inn, that's something you're going to want to follow up on, isn't it?
Again, if I'm the lead investigator on that, I would probably want to have some folks go out there and take a look at those spots. Yes, sir.
Can I put it back over there? Thank you. I just want to...
Oh no, he moved Marisela. Don't do it, Heath. Don't do it. Heath.
And are you sure that they never got the patron's name that said that he saw someone that fit her description?
I do not know. I was not one that spoke with that patron of that bar.
And just so members of jury clear, if you're a person of interest, you don't have to.
No, you don't. No, sir.
You want to go to Mexico, you can go to Mexico.
Yes, sir. Assuming you've got the correct paperwork to do so. Yes, sir.
Yes, but I'm just saying, If you're a person of interest, you don't have to cooperate.
No, sir.
In fact, even after you're arrested with an arrest warrant, you don't have to cooperate, do you?
That's correct, sir.
And when y'all went out to the Wilmot area initially, did I hear you correctly saying that you were out a part of that initial search?
Yes, sir.
Y'all didn't find anything at that time, right?
No, sir.
Had you found anything that you felt was connected to this disappearance, y'all would have noted that?
I would certainly hope so. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Can you redirect? No, Your Honor. May this witness be found excused? No objection from
No
the state.
objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
Next witness.
The state calls Vanessa Pozos.
It's already end of the day. Next witness. Maybe they're going long today. Next witness. What the heck? What? It better not be another detective, man. Or special. It's probably a special agent. Vanessa. Ooh. Who? Heath? Hell no to the no. Man, the next witness. Like, what? At the end of the day, girl, y'all been dragging all day. Oh, he was special. I could tell. Oh, no. Oh, it's a lady right there. Okay. I thought it was a guy. Vanessa. Who's this? I don't think that's a special agent.
If you would please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court?
Vanessa Pozos, VANESSA-POZOS. Yeah.
Take a deep breath, relax. Let's just talk about how do you know Marisela Botello?
Dear friend of mine. We met when we worked together at the store that she was an assistant manager in, and I was hired through the pandemic, and we just met. We just grew as great friends.
Okay, and so what store was this that you all worked at?
Charlotte Roos.
What kinds of, I guess, responsibilities did you have at Charlotte Roos?
Stocking the merchandise, making sure the store was, presentable for our customers. It was kind of like shortly after the pandemic, so we were just kind of like opening up with some restrictions, like closed off fitting rooms, and just talking to the customers and seeing what we can help them with. If they were shopping for something particular, we would just talk to our customers and help them out in any sort of way.
Okay, and this was in Seattle?
Yes.
Is it actually in Seattle or a little town up right outside of Seattle?
It's called Tequila. It's a well-known mall called South Center.
And how long did you all work there together?
Well, I was hired in January of 2020, and up to the date, up to like the last day that she flew out.
The last day she flew out. So she flew out on October 2nd?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you work the day before?
Yeah, we were working together, and we were just talking, and she basically just said her goodbyes, before she was going to go home and pack.
And was she was an assistant manager, is that correct?
Yes.
What was your position?
Sales representative. So just like right below her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was your supervisor?
Yeah.
Okay. And did she start out as an assistant manager, or is that something she promoted to?
It was something that she was already, positioned at when I joined the team. So I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. As far as Marisela is concerned, did you all spend a lot of time together between January and October?
Oh, most definitely.
And did you get to know her family?
I met her family briefly on the times that we did go to her apartment, but I mostly just picked her up like outside of her apartment, just texted her, hey, I'm outside, just picking her up like when we would hang out. I do remember hearing her parents talk one of the nights that we did come home a little late, about like 9 or 10 p.m. is considered late, and but mostly everybody was already asleep, so we just stayed quiet.
Okay, so you just kind of briefly met them, but what kind of household? You went into her apartment. What kind of household was it?
Well, the Hispanic household is very clean, organized, quiet, very respectful, very respectful. You're going to show up at, you have like, what is it called? A curfew, that you have to get home to, and very respectful family.
What types of things socially would you and Marisela do?
Hang out. Well, I was 21 at the time, and she was 23 at the time. Oh, wait, 22. I was 20, sorry, forgot. I was 22 at the time, so we would just casually go to iCkEdMeL beach. It's like a really common beach in Seattle. It's like a close body of water. There's scooters there. Sunsets are beautiful to catch whenever you're there. It's a very touristy beach. That was like mostly our hangout spot. There's bonfires that go on during the summer. But what we would do socially is literally just bring my Bluetooth speaker, drive around, cruising is the word, just hang out, just stay away from people because, it was like kind of like shortly after the pandemic. So it was just me and her most of the time. We didn't really have like a big...
Oh no. What? You guys there? What happened? You guys still hear me? Let me try to refresh it. What the hell?
It was just me and her most of the time. We didn't really have like a big...
Oh yeah, the stream screwed up. Let's see what they're saying in the chat. Oh no. It's not me, right? You guys are still here? Or is it me? No, I don't think it's me. My connection's still going. Shit. What happened? For the last 2 hours, something interesting possibly comes up. They ended the stream, bro. Whoa. That's perfect. Perfect way to end the weird day today. No, it's not really perfect because I'm not sure what. I wonder what details she was going to offer. I don't know if she's just going to attest to the friendship, or is she going to? Does she know anything about that night? Does she text Marisela? Did they talk for a little bit or on that trip? Wow. Do they have like a cutoff time? Maybe they cut it off at 6. The guy said his shift is over. Fuck that. My shift is over. I'm staying over here. Wow. Amazing. 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 Ayo. Ayo. Maybe he ran out of battery. I thought they were plugged in. The trial usually ends at this time at 5, but it looked like they were still going. So I'm surprised they just cut it off in the middle of a witness testimony. I guess they ran out of battery, or I don't know what happened. Maybe that guy, he's only scheduled to work for 8 hours. He said, fuck it. Fox 4 still streaming? No, they're not. I'm looking at it right now. No, they're not. Oh, they're back up. They're back up.
Open at the
Back up.
time was kind of like
We're
an
back.
8-hour shift, because it was shortly after the pandemic, so it was just limited hours for our customers to come in. So, and for what I remember, like seeing the schedules was she would always get like her 40 hours in for sure. Like she was prioritized. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they would have put her on the schedule.
Now, did you talk with Marisela while she was down here in Dallas?
I sent her a Snapchat because, again, I went to that Alki Beach on my own with another friend on that Friday night. It was her first night in Dallas, and I remember specifically, like, I sent her a Snapchat of my beer, and we were just, obviously, like, the night lights, it's, like, a beautiful scene, so if you ever get a chance to go, you'll see, like, the whole Seattle skate line, and we were just chilling, drinking a beer, and I sent her a Snapchat, and I said, I wish you were here.
Modelo. That's a Mexican beer.
Now,
I think,
when
right?
did you learn that she didn't make it home on her flight?
Monday, like, around 10 a.m. would be here, and then, like, I think we're, like, a 2-hour difference, so it would probably be, like, noon over here. But, like, I remember kind of, like, waking up and then getting a phone call.
And that was a phone call from a mutual friend, is that correct?
Yeah.
And what was the concern of that mutual friend?
She was asking me if I've talked to Marisela, and I told her, well, I just sent her a snap on Friday, like that, which was like 2 days ago. What's up? And then she just told me, well, I haven't talked to her. She hasn't responded since last night. And I was like, it was kind of like a mutual friend that she just kind of got into the group, kind of like we just started kind of hanging out with her, so I didn't really pay attention to her. I kind of thought, like, well, I would kind of know if something was wrong, like, you're not to be rude or anything, but you're kind of nobody at this moment. Like, she's fine. Like, she'll be all right. Like,
So, was her name Luna?
Yeah, name was Luna.
Was it like Marisela to just not respond to people's messages?
No, but, she's a 23-year-old girl. She's not going to be babysitting her phone either. Like, as in, like, she's not going to prioritize a girl if she's hanging out with a guy. You know what I mean? Like, she'll get back to us, we're girls.
So at what point did you learn that she just didn't make it back to Seattle at all?
It was like an hour after that phone call. Yeah, it was like, okay, it was confirmed. She didn't get on her flight. She, I believe, like, the next step was we'll wait and see if she lands. And I believe her cousins or her aunt went to the airport to see if she landed, like, were to, like, arrive at her gate. But they never saw her, so it was, like, confirmed by them. Yeah, it was confirmed by them, like, okay, we went to the SeaTac airport. She hasn't gotten off on her scheduled flight. So now it was, like, word that day.
And had anybody heard from her at all?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, you had?
No. I haven't. I texted her and everything, and she didn't respond to me.
Was that very unusual?
Very. Yeah.
At what point, so you're worried at this point, at what point did it go from worrying to really thinking the worst?
Honestly, it was Monday night going into, like, Tuesday was when, like, it was, like a big heartbreak and, like, a hard pill to swallow. I'm the type of person that looks, like, at the real things, like, so it's just kind of like this young, smart, beautiful girl, speaks English, speaks Spanish. She's able to communicate with people around her. She has the ability to, move around. She's mobile. So it's just kind of like something's wrong. Like, I just knew something was wrong. And obviously you have hope. You have the best hope. Like, maybe she broke her phone. If she got drunk and she dropped her phone, she broke her phone. If she couldn't communicate with us, maybe, she missed her flight because she overslept. Maybe just all of these things that you think maybe, you know, you think hopeful, but at the same time, it's like, you just kind of have like a gut feeling on what that was like.
Was she, you know, her family, she had lots of friends in Seattle.
Yeah.
She had a good job.
Yeah.
Would she be the kind of person just to stay here in Dallas and start hanging around hotels known for drug use and prostitution?
Never. No. Like that, no. You come from a good home. You come from, you know, graduating. You come from dreams of wanting to aspire, like, into, she wanted to, like, leave, like, she wanted to do lashes. Like, lashes is, like, a beauty thing that girls want to do. And she just finished her course, literally, like, probably, like, the month before. And she got her certification. She has drive to, like, succeed better. So, no, she wouldn't do
Within,
that.
I guess, just hours of her last phone communication with people in Seattle, or snap video, would she be the type of person to go from just a drinker and you know, occasional marijuana smoker to an all-out tweaker within 24 hours?
That would make no sense. No.
Would she hang out at no drug house?
No.
Do any of those things make any sense at all?
They don't.
Knowing Marisela, if you knew her.
No.
So was it for that reason your gut told you something was wrong?
Yes.
Did you all still just kind of hold out hope over the month for finding something about?
Yes. Patrick and his friend just jumped in the car and literally just, I literally was talking to Patrick and I was like, so what are we going to do? Like, you know, like, this is a part of our group. What are we going to do? And he said, I'm going to go get her. Like, I'm going to go look for her.
And he did for days, didn't
he? He did. He jumped in his car. Him and his two other friends jumped in the car and drove nonstop down to Dallas. And we're in Dallas within, like, I think a day and a half of driving.
And these are the kinds of friends that Marisela had. We're not talking about just friends that
you just met like last week. No.
I mean, he was willing to drive 24 hours.
Yes. With no sleep, with like rotating with his friends, you know, just sleeping within an hour or two.
We mentioned social media, Snapchat, Instagram, things like that. Was her primary social media communication Snapchat?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, stories and stuff.
And would she post stories frequently?
Yeah.
And that completely stopped, didn't it?
Yes.
And that didn't make any sense either, did it?
No.
Obviously, communicating with her friends, communicating with her family, not getting on the flight, all of that, none of that was typical of Marisela.
No.
This girl, she was raised in a family that lived in the same apartment for over 25 years.
Stable home.
So, do you remember the day that you learned for sure that Marisela was never going to return?
No, I don't. It was really hard. I had to return work like that Friday night. I literally couldn't. I'm so sorry.
Take your time.
Thank you.
The hell happened again? I was wrong to the camera person.
This week that it happened was just, I couldn't get out of bed. I would shower and I felt dirty and couldn't put on my shoes. I was scheduled to work that Friday. Thankfully, I was off that entire week. Friday, I lasted 30 minutes within that store, and I literally left because I couldn't. I saw her face mask on the counter. I just knew something was wrong.
Yeah, pass the witness.
Ma'am, I'll just have a few questions for you.
Oh, do it, Heath.
You said you're nervous or you're scared? You said you're just nervous. You're not.
No. I'm just nervous. I've never testified before.
May I approach you? Because, again, as you told the members of the jury, Marisela come from a great family, stable family, great education, good job. You know a lot of the guys that she was dating, right? Because y'all dating guys together, right?
Date one guy?
No, not the same guy. I'm just saying, y'all, you knew the type of guys that she liked, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do you ever met Raul?
No.
And you're saying as far as her using a Percocet or anything like that, you don't know nothing about that?
No.
But she did use marijuana.
It's legal. Yeah.
Legal. It's not legal here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to lose the weed argument. Move on.
None of this makes any sense, right? Let me show you what's marked as defense exhibit number 3. This is a picture of Charles Beltran. This is Charles Beltran, the same person that's in defense exhibit number, that's defense exhibit number 3. This is defense exhibit number 1. That's Marisela?
Yes.
All right. And I guess what I'm getting at, did it make any sense to you when you saw the reports, when you saw all the stories that Marisela voluntarily go with this guy? Did it make any sense to you?
No.
That's not the type of guy you don't really go with, is it?
No.
And in reference to whether or not he abducted her, whether she was kidnapped.
Abducted, kidnapped?
When you saw this photo, is that something that you thought about?
That she was kidnapped?
Yeah.
No.
But again, as far as the Marisela that you would go out with, that you would smoke with, she didn't seem to be the type of person that would want to date someone like this, did she? What's your opinion?
I personally wouldn't even approach that person.
And they're trying to get some weed. Marisela probably wouldn't either, would she?
Probably not.
Did you believe that's all I have? Thank you, ma'am.
No, Your Honor. Please wouldn't speak kindly. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. You're free to leave. You need help getting down from the window.
All right.
Thank you.
So, she did good for her friend.
No, I appreciate it.
I guess that they brought her up there because they were referring to Marisela as like into drugs and all this stuff. I don't know where they got the Percocet thing from. That did come up with Reese, and apparently it was since a type of recorded conversation. I just think the drugs thing is beyond anything. Like, what does it matter? Unless they're going to try to go with the angle that she overdosed, which I had one or two friends come up with, like, they thought, like, maybe that's the theory that the defense is going to go with, like, the Marisela, like, overdose or something. Today was mostly a drag. I will do the timestamps. It's not going to take me long. For the people that joined in late, the only thing I think you should watch today is the first two witnesses, Miami BBL, aka Ride or Die, aka Still in Love with Chuck, and the baby mother, which Charles just has two baby mothers. Somebody was asking me, like, oh, but she didn't put on my child support bill, and you said that there was a child support thing. The child support stuff I had was the other baby mother, from the other baby
Please
mother.
remember your instructions.
And then this witness. That's all you need to watch today. You can spend an hour and you'll be done with the shit that you need to watch for today. But I love everybody that wrote out with me. Thank you for the 8 hours. And I noticed this defense attorney, he goes like hard on the people that can't really defend themselves. He goes hard on Marisela, talking about how she dresses, talking about like the drugs or whatever, talking about how as if she's like promiscuous or whatever.
Right.
And then he goes hard on this girl that was like nervous.
Tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m.
9:15.
Anything on the record that we need to prior to either putting on a case or arresting.
Yes. If he thinks somebody's afraid or he perceives him as weak, he goes hard. He didn't do shit with Chuck, which was the testimony that destroyed his case, in my opinion. Didn't do shit with Chuck. Marisela, the girl that's deceased and passed away, you basically call her all kinds of names. You're calling her a slut, basically. Talking about the way she dressed, which I really don't even think what she was wearing that night was bad for a night going out and clubbing. And then talking about how the weed thing, and he was about to harp on weed, and he's like, okay, that's probably a mistake because that's dumb, you know? And then the person that he has the energy for is this girl here that's kind of nervous, a little bit shaky. And that's who he has the energy for. You notice that shit? You should have had that energy for Charles Beltran, the guy that destroyed the shit that you guys have going on. I'll give you a little. I'll try to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know, you still got your turn. The defense still has their turn whenever they finally start. The defense, you know, they'll have their turn. But I noticed he's like shitting on people. Yeah, I guess victim blaming, coming up with all kinds of shit. She's dismembered and discarded, and he's talking about the dress that she was wearing and that she asked for weed. You know, like, wow, okay. Anyway, all right. So I mean, that was today. We will, of course, we'll be back tomorrow. But they said 9:15, so that's 10:15 Eastern. Let me fix tomorrow's time. And I have noticed they've been starting like 15 minutes before 10:30 or something like that. So we'll set it a little bit earlier tomorrow. I think the prosecution has to be pretty damn close to done with witnesses. I don't know how many more. I'm going to ask my friend when we get off live here, I'm going to ask my friend too, how many more witnesses does these people have? Because what the thing that I'm most curious about is, what is Lisa's story going to be? What is Lisa going to say? Is Lisa going to say it? Because at some point, because when he was talking to this friend, he had talked about, like, alluded to, like, oh, did you think she was abducted or kidnapped? And so, like, is that the avenue that you guys are going to take? Notre Dame, I don't know. I heard that she might be, like, some type of rebuttal witness. I don't know. Okay, my friend says 2 more witnesses to go. So I think it's possible we get Lisa Dykes tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I don't know if she would be the first to testify, because usually when I see the defense go, they usually call their witnesses, and then the last person to go, I think, I could be wrong. I thought usually it's like, then if they decide they're going to testify, they're the last one to go. So I don't know that Lisa would testify first. I don't know. We'll try this again. YouTube notifications. this. Accused. But yeah, thank you guys for today, man. I appreciate it. We will be okay. I'm told Lisa's last to testify. That's what I heard. Lisa's last to testify tomorrow. Okay. The state will take their 2 witnesses. Okay, so the state has 2 more witnesses, then they'll arrest. Then defense has okay. All right, so we'll see. Yeah, so we'll see. 2 more witnesses for the prosecution. And then hopefully Lisa tomorrow. That's all I want to see now is what story could this woman possibly have? Lisa. These lights are like really bright. Jesus Christ. What's going on? I don't wonder why Nina hasn't testified. I mean, one, they're married. And I don't think she has to. They can't force her to. She could voluntarily. But I don't think she's going to testify. What's the timer for? I don't know. Is there a timer? Oh, this is a different video. Brian Koberger's arraignment. Oh, he had an arraignment today? Or is this old? Oh, this is 6 months ago. This long crime, it just loaded up an old video. So yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. If you guys could hit the like button, thank you so much. If there's a chase, I'll come back for a chase. Make sure you subscribe to the second channel, please. Please subscribe to the second channel. Can you link your deep dive on Lisa Dykes? Yes. Yeah. Everything, if you go to my front page, if you type in iCkEdMeL, Southern Gal, thank you so much for the 20. I love you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for the love. Wait, where the hell did I go? I'm good. Oh, here. Okay, so if you type in iCkEdMeL on YouTube, you click my name, and you scroll down. You got to scroll down for a little bit. Got to scroll down. Then there's a Marisela Botello timeline and deep dives. So you said you wanted, which one did you want? Lisa Dykes. Okay. This is the Lisa Dykes one. I'll put it in the chat for you. I dropped it in there twice, but I just want you to know too where you can go to find it. So yeah, this is the everything you need to know video. If you're new to the story and you have no idea what the hell is going on, just spend 17 minutes and this will tell you a lot of the details that you need to know. Oh, I gotta add my cease and desist to that. So yeah, and then there's the Lisa Dykes, and then the other big one that I recommend, watch the Bill story. Nina Marano deep dive. This shit is crazy. This Bill story, this one's crazy. And then if you watch those, if you haven't watched the cease and desist that I supposedly got from these ladies, I recommend you watch this video where I got a cease and desist. I spent hours working on this video. So if you haven't watched this video, check it out. All right. So, but yeah, and the links are in the description of the videos too. All right. I don't know what I'm going to cover, honestly. Avila says, will you cover Derek 13-year-old case? I really don't know. Because right now I got to do dinner and Maddie, we got to do homework and dinner, shower. And then I guess that's it. Oh, thank you, Red Base. Appreciate that. Thank you. So we had to kind of suffer a little bit today. We suffered, but I believe I just want to see Lisa. I think hearing Lisa testify is going to probably be like jaw dropping. I think she's either going to deny, make up some type of story. One of my friends thinks she's going to admit to the murder. I'm just kind of like, I don't know, really though? Is she really going to admit to the murder? How? I want you to pop up on the screen too. Hold on. Southern girl. There you go. Thank you, Southern. I appreciate that. Boom. On a big too. Thank you, Southern girl. Southern gal. Southern. Do you reckon there was more to the death of Bill? I don't know. I really don't know. There's people that do feel like there is more to it, but I don't know. Mel's hair looks high in that shot. My hair is growing. Like, it's really, a lot of times you might not notice how big it is. The only thing about my hair sometimes, because I'm cutting the sides, I feel like it sometimes looks crazy that the top keeps growing and growing and growing. Does it look crazy? Like, should I let the sides grow out? And then, like, this front part is getting kind of crazy. But I don't know. I don't know. Getting bigger and bigger. I don't know. And then the beard is growing too. The interview video, Chuck. Yeah, I might repurpose that, or I might call Chuck's friend at some point, and we can do a video and have Chuck's friend come on if he's up for it. I'm sure he'd probably be up to it. I called him the other day. He was working though, so we need to link up again. Thanks. Leave the curls. You guys want to see something real funny, like funny real quick? Somebody sent me this they tagged me on Twitter. I thought this was, not Twitter, Instagram. I reposted it on Twitter. I thought it was really funny. Hold on a second. I don't even know if it's copyrighted or not, this thing. Hold on. Let's see. Where the hell is it at? Do I post that much on Twitter? What the heck? No, this was a recent post. Oh, I gotta clip that video. I wonder if they removed it. It was so funny. There was like this music video and the guy had it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. iCkEdMeL, is this you?
More than any other game, got to know I'm the one, and I love you, girl.
I might not be able to play all that. You just wait till the guy comes back on. The world of Twitter. I'm going on Twitter. Yeah, sometimes last night I thought there was going to be, I don't know what's happening. I thought there was going to be a chase, and last night, what's going on with the chase? Getting us all hyped, and then don't show them. Yeah, the chases are like a roll of the dice. So they, like, there's a radio scanner, and they're like, hey, there's going to be a chase. The helicopters start flying. Sometimes they're like, okay, live feed is coming on. You start the live stream, and then the live feed never comes on. Or they just cancel it, or they give up, or whatever, and they're just kind of left hanging. Jamie, thank you so much for the 22. Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for the support. Says thanks for letting us hang out with you today, man. No, thank you. I really want to do I don't know when, soon. I want to do an end of times before Christmas. I want to do an end of time stream where we have fun and I pull up all the funny videos and maybe we have some champagne or something and laugh, whatever. My daughter, yeah, that brush is probably in my daughter's room somewhere. We have like so many brushes. 1, 2, 3. There's like more. Another one here, 4. But the one that really counts, of course, is the $300 one. And I got to order some hair product that my mother put me on to for my daughter. Yeah, I saw that. Southern Gal. Did you see Alex Jones is getting back on Twitter? People voted and Elon's going to allow it. I'm like, okay, I don't care either way. Yeah, no, he's back. Alex Jones is back. You know, I like him. I don't agree with what he said about Sandy Hook, and I thought that was really crazy, and I guess he's paying for it. But I used to listen to his broadcast. I think he's kind of funny. You know, I mean, if they let Kanye West come back, I think he got banned again. But if they let Kanye West, I feel like Kanye West is way more of an unhinged. And I like his music, but I would never trust him for anything. He's very unhinged, spontaneous, just out there, wild. Let's see, Alex Jones. This shit was so funny, yo. And there's this clip, right? Let me see. There's this clip where does he play it all? With Alex Jones. There's a lot of funny clips with Alex Jones, but there was one because some of the QAnon people, you know, they get very, very crazy with it. Like I didn't know how crazy these people were. And there's this clip where even Alex, like it was even too much for him. Like these people are fucking nuts. What was it? Wait, I can't hear.
Everybody this week when he flipped on QAnon.
Broke all that. We know that. I'm saying Q tells us stuff and all of it's lies is what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. Because you're so shit. That's why. Because every goddamn thing out of your people's mouths doesn't come true. And it's always, oh, there's energy and oh, now we're done with Trump. You said he was the Messiah. You said he was invincible. You said it was all over. That we're all going to Gitmo. Now, oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. I will not suffer your Q people after this. I knew what you were day one. I know what you are now, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all these witches and warlocks and pumpkin possums and everything. Sorry. Bye-bye, Q. I can't talk to you anymore.
Bro, that's the only place I can find the that clip from. Because you know how they just get so quacky with it. They get so out of like the people that were coming from me making up lies like. They're so far gone. Oh my god! Oh man, I love that clip. It was even too much for him. I like him. He's kind of funny to me, you know. But of course, I don't agree with the Sandy Hook stuff and what he did to those families. Definitely, I can't co-sign that. No doubt. There's no. All right. Oh, really? Uh-oh. All right. Well, anyway, I'm going to get off for now, man. Thank you guys again for today. I'll be back here tomorrow morning. And if there's a chase or something or a standoff or something wild, I'll come back. If not, I'm just going to get a couple things done around the house, try to be responsible, and probably call some people and catch up and stuff. And so, but yeah, love you guys. Take care. Bye. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.